Marx's Grundrisse and Hegel's Logic. Hiroshi Uchida. Edited by Terrell Carver. Preface. 1. The introduction to the Grundrisse and the doctrine of the notion. Production in general and the life process. Critique of political economy and production in general. The method of political economy and analytical method, synthetic method, the simple, and classification. Mode of production and ideology, and the absolute idea. 2. The chapter on money and the doctrine of being. Product, commodity, and money, and identity, difference, opposition, and contradiction. The two aspects of the commodity and likeness and unlikeness. The commodity owner and ideality of being for itself. Money subject and substance as subject. Price and quantum. Value form and the process of exchange, and one and many. Means of circulation and measure. Treasure and contradiction dissolves itself. 3. The chapter on capital and the doctrine of essence, Part 1, Generality of capital. The transition from money to capital and positing reflection. The exchange between capital and labor, the labor process and the valorization process, and form, substance, matter, and content. Labor power as general substance and relation of substantiality. Component parts of capital and the whole and the parts. Manifestation as the force of capital and force and its manifestation. Surplus capital and actuality. The conversion of the law of appropriation and absolute necessity. The reproduction of the capital relation and causality. First critique of Hegel's system. 4. The chapter on capital and the doctrine of essence, Part 2, Particularity of capital. Particularity of capital and judgment. The general determination and the categorical judgment. The particularizing determination and the hypothetical judgment. Properties of circulating capital and fixed capital, and force and its manifestation. The conversion of the law of appropriation and causality. The individual determination and the disjunctive judgment. Second critique of Hegel's system. 5. The chapter on capital and the doctrine of essence, Part 3, Individuality of capital. Profit and syllogism. Profit of capital and positing reflection, ground, identity, and difference. Productive capital and the whole and its parts, force and its manifestation. Form of production and form of distribution, and causality. Third critique of Hegel's system. Appendix. Notes. Select bibliography. Index. To the memory of my father, Sokichi Uchida. And my mother, Moto Uchida. Acknowledgements. I should like to thank Yohakaku Publishers, Tokyo, especially Mr. Shinsuke Ito, for granting permission for an English translation of my previously published work in Japanese. This book is my English translation of Chapter 3 of my book Marx's Middle Period Critique of Political Economy, pages 125 to 78, altered and enlarged, though the arguments, quotations, and references are substantially the same. I have also included part of Chapter 1 of my book, and some sections from my article Definitions of Substance in the Grundrisse in Monthly Report of the Institute for Social Sciences of Senshu University, 266, pages 2 to 13. The appendix, select bibliography, and index are new. I am very grateful to Dr. Terrell Carver, the editor of this book, for improving and polishing my clumsy English to make it readable and concise. If this book has something to contribute to the international academic study of Karl Marx, I owe most to him for that merit. Needless to say, I am entirely responsible for any mistakes and defects. My work on this book was accomplished between January and April 1987 in my study room at the Department of Politics, University of Bristol, where I have been visiting professor for the academic year 1986-7. I am greatly indebted to Professor J. M. Lee, head of the Politics Department, for arranging this stay, to others on the academic staff, and to the secretaries Mrs. Mary Woods, for her high sense of humor, and Miss Ann Dempsey, for her thoughtfulness and understanding. I am especially grateful to Dr. George Sanford for kindly introducing me to the publishers Routledge. I have been greatly impressed with the high quality of service provided by the staff of the University Library at Bristol. I shall remember them always with gratitude for their help. My accommodation for the year has been at Burwalls, the short course and conference centre of the University of Bristol. How often I have enjoyed the commandingly beautiful view of Bristol at night from the window of my room, and how it made me think of my family in Japan. I am very grateful to Mr. Derek Smith and the other staff at Burwalls for their splendid hospitality. It is my pleasure to express gratitude to Senshu University, Tokyo, particularly to my colleagues at the Department of Economics, for giving me this fruitful year for academic study. Last but not least, I am very grateful to Mr. Andrew Lockett, editor for Social Sciences at Routledge, who has encouraged me to publish this book. Hiroshi Uchida. Bristol. Editor's Introduction. It has been my very great pleasure to assist Hiroshi Uchida in preparing his own translation of his Japanese book and other materials for the press, and to have had the benefit of his company during his year at the University of Bristol. His work is of major significance for contemporary scholarship on Karl Marx, and I warmly recommend it to an English readership. Marx's Grundrisse manuscripts, unpublished until 1939-41 and virtually unknown in the West until the 1960s, have been the object of increasing scholarly attention, translation, and commentary. Since the mid-1970s, when an English version became readily available, interest has steadily quickened. The relation of Marx's work as a whole to that of the philosopher G.W.F. Hegel has been an important issue in interpreting Marx since 1859, when Friedrich Engels first declared it to be crucial. This is a point reiterated by V.I. Lenin and numerous more academic commentators. Professor Uchida's book is the first full-length study that links Marx's Grundrisse to Hegel's logic in a thorough textual analysis that makes the connections explicit. Moreover, this book is also the first work to appear in English that reflects a lively tradition of Japanese scholarship and debate about the nature and implications of Marx's thought. Books by Japanese economists on Marx have been available in English translation for some time, but more wide-ranging textual, methodological, and philosophical inquiries have not, till now, reached a Western audience. Marx's Grundrisse and Hegel's logic is a complex but rewarding work. The Grundrisse is acknowledged as a vital text linking Marx's early works, especially the economic and philosophical manuscripts, which revolutionized Western thought about Marx in the 1960s, to his later work in the volumes of Capital, works revered by Marxists but not as widely read outside Marxist circles, or even within them, as other classic texts by Marx, or Engels. For some Western commentators, the Hegelian character of the Grundrisse revealed a continuity between the early and late Marx that undermined the prevailing view that he had cast aside philosophy in favor of the science manifested in his work on history, bourgeois society, and materialist dialectics. For other writers, the Grundrisse was an important key to Marx's work in Capital on the capitalist economy, its historical origin and progress, and the general structure and processes of human social development. In particular, the Grundrisse provided some illumination of the mysterious passages in the prefaces to Capital in which Marx, on his own admission, coquetted with Hegelian terminology. Perhaps startlingly for someone who advertised his own work as scientific, empirical, and methodologically comparable in certain respects to the natural sciences, Marx openly avowed himself a pupil of Hegel, that mighty thinker. Those facts raise a number of puzzles, and Uchida's book provides a wealth of material to help us formulate answers. Very broadly, the relationship between science and philosophy is at stake. To what extent are science and philosophy unrelated or even opposing modes of thought? If they are related and perhaps compatible, how exactly is this so? More specifically, what is Marx's special contribution to that debate? What exactly do his criticisms of Hegel offer us in terms of insights, methods, results? Those questions cannot be addressed without looking carefully at Hegel's work. Its originality and even uniqueness are not in question, but it rests on a wide-ranging synthesis of many other writers, tempered with critical reinterpretation. Most notable among these authors, for our purposes, are Aristotle and Adam Smith. Uchida has delved into these matters of textual scholarship much more thoroughly than any previous commentator, noting that Marx made direct use of Aristotle and Smith, as did Hegel. Consequently, in Marx's works we are reading a complex dialogue with and around Hegel that takes in classical philosophy and classical political economy. None of the classic writers I have mentioned would have considered it surprising to link philosophy and logic, on the one hand, with history and economics on the other, and it is not very much to our credit that since Marx's time these subjects have drifted so far apart that the very idea of reuniting them in order to pose and answer common questions is hardly thinkable. Because of this drift, the very questions concerning contemporary society that Marx wanted to ask, and the techniques that he used to state and answer them, have become difficult for us to understand, and we are not at all well off in this position. Uchida argues that Marx's critique of political economy yielding his social science of capitalism and Marx's critique of Hegel yielding new materialist presuppositions and a dialectical method are doubly interrelated. Firstly, Marx adapted Hegelian logic in order to analyze the economic categories crucial to modern society. But secondly, Hegel's logical categories were themselves reflections of the productive processes, even the economic categories, of contemporary commercial society. Thus Marx's critique of the political economists is simultaneously a critique of Hegel and other idealist philosophers, and his critique of Hegel and idealism is simultaneously a critique of political economy and contemporary commercial practice. Uchida reveals a conceptual structure common to the apparently rarefied world of Hegelian conceptual logic and to the supposedly commonsensical world of economic science. Demonstrating this is a considerable achievement, and it allows us to consider precisely what is valuable today in Marx's critical commentary on this conceptual structure and on the type of society in which it is manifested. Uchida's subject, like Marx's, is the force of capital on modern life. Marx's Grundrisse and Hegel's logic is textual in method and dramatic in its implications. I warmly recommend it to the English-speaking world. Terrell Carver, University of Bristol. Abbreviations. Full references for the works cited below are in the select bibliography. Capital. Karl Marx, Capital, Volume 1, Trans. Ben Fowkes, Vols 2 and 3, Trans. David Fernbach. Z. G. W. F. Hegel, Logic, Trans. W. Wallace. Quotations from this minor logic are cited by section number and, where necessary, Z. Quotations from this translation have sometimes been altered with reference to the German text in Enzyklopädie der Philosophischen Wissenschaften. N. Karl Marx, Grundrisse, Trans. M. Nikolaus. Quotations from this translation have sometimes been altered with reference to the German text in Okonomische Manuscript 1857/58. Substantive insertions into the text are identified by who, other insertions in brackets are in the original text, except where I have inserted German terms, which have been modernized in spelling. M. Karl Marx, Okonomische Manuscript 1857/58. Manuscripts. Karl Marx, Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts, Trans. Gregor Benton. Phenomenology of Spirit. G. W. F. Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit, Trans. A. V. Miller. Science of Logic. G. W. F. Hegel, Science of Logic, Trans. A. V. Miller. Quotations from this text have been compared with the translation by Johnston and Struthers and with the German text in Wissenschaft der Logik. Werke. Marx, Engels Werke, Vols 29-31. Preface. This book 1 deals with the relation between Karl Marx's Grundrisse and the logic of G. W. F. Hegel. Point 2 I attempt to prove that the relation is more profound and more systematic than hitherto appreciated. Marx's application of Hegel's logic to the Grundrisse was first mentioned in a letter, written around January 16, 1858, to Friedrich Engels. In my method of working it has given me great service that by mere accident I had again leafed through Hegel's logic. Freilagrath found some volumes of Hegel which originally belonged to Bakunin and sent me them as a present. Point 3. Many students of Marx have referred to the letter and have discussed it, but Marx's use of Hegel's logic in the Grundrisse has not been fully examined. Let us consider some representative writers who have concerned themselves with the relationship. There are the editors of the original German edition of the Grundrisse, Dietz Verlag, Berlin, 1953. This photocopy edition of the original 2 volumes of 1939 and 1941 has endnotes, many of which refer to Hegel's logic. A reader using these notes, however, inevitably fails to find the hidden use of Hegel's logic in the Grundrisse, because the notes are not based on a correct understanding of Marx's critique. These notes only create confusion. Roman Rostalski wrote The Making of Marx's Capital, the pioneering study of the Grundrisse, whilst inhabiting a city whose libraries contained only very few German, Russian or French socialist works, and so he was able to use only the few books in his own possession. Point 4. He nevertheless became aware of the relation of Hegel's logic to Marx's Grundrisse, and wrote, "The more the work advanced, the clearer it became that I would only be able to touch upon the most important and theoretically interesting problem presented by the rough draft, that of the relation of Marx's work to Hegel, in particular to the logic, and would not be able to deal with it in any greater depth." Point 5. Although he thought that he could only touch upon the problem, and that he could not deal with it in any greater depth, he ventured to remark, "If Hegel's influence on Marx's Capital can be seen explicitly only in a few footnotes, the rough draft must be designated as a massive reference to Hegel, in particular to his logic, irrespective of how radically and materialistically Hegel was inverted." The publication of the Grundrisse means that the academic critics of Marx will no longer be able to write without first having studied his method and its relation to Hegel. Point 6. The fact that Hegel's influence on Marx's Capital is largely implicit was suggested in Marx's letter of December 9, 1861 to Engels. The thing is assuming a much more popular form, and the method is much less in evidence than in Part I. Point 7. This letter relates to the manuscripts of 1861-3, but the case is the same with Capital. Compared with Capital, the Grundrisse has many explicit references to Hegel, to the logic. Rostalski, who studied with a number of difficulties, suggested that Marx critically utilized Hegel's logic in writing the Grundrisse. However, Rostalski did not fulfill the task of proving this in his book. Rostalski referred 8 times to Hegel in his study of the chapter on money from the Grundrisse, and 9 times when he considered the chapter on capital. Point 8. He indicated a few specific points where Marx's critique of political economy was carried out in reference to the logic. Most of the examples which Rostalski gave his readers are arbitrary and not relevant to the theoretical context of the Grundrisse. This should be said, albeit in the light of the difficulties which he endured whilst writing his study of the Grundrisse, the first variant of Capital. Martin Nicholas, the English translator of the Grundrisse in the Pelican Marx Library, has a similarly high opinion of the importance of Hegel's logic in the rough draft. In the foreword to the English translation of the Grundrisse, Nicholas wrote as follows: "If one considers not only the extensive use of Hegelian terminology in the Grundrisse, not only the many passages which reflect self-consciously on Hegel's method and the use of the method, but also the basic structure of the argument in the Grundrisse, it becomes evident that the services rendered Marx by his study of the logic were very great indeed." Point 9. Readers of Nicholas's introductory foreword 10 naturally expect him to refer to the crucial points where the Grundrisse contains a critical application of the logic. However, this expectation is not fulfilled, though the Grundrisse contains several footnotes to the logic. Point 11. Those footnotes are never sufficient to explain how the logic was critically absorbed as a whole and in detail in the Grundrisse. For example, though Nicholas properly noted that Marx relates production to Hegel's ground 12, he failed to recognize that the reference is intimately connected with Marx's conception of money in its third determination as a contradiction which dissolves itself. Point 13. The same expression appears just before ground in the logic. Nor did Nicholas notice that Marx refers means of production to matter and labor power to form in the logic, and he mistranslated the German term Materie as material. 14 Therefore it may be helpful to remind readers of the Nikolaus translation that they should consult the original German text if they wish to rediscover Hegel's logic in the Grundrisse. 15 Besides Hegel, Aristotle should be considered in connection with philosophical aspects of the Grundrisse. Alfred Schmidt commented on this in his excellent work, The Concept of Nature in Marx. Although the Grundrisse contains an extraordinary amount of new material on the question of Marx's relation to Hegel and, through Hegel, to Aristotle, they have so far hardly been used in discussions of Marx's philosophy. 16 Marx's comments in his letter of December 21, 1857 to Ferdinand Lassalle are evidence that he was most interested in Aristotle whilst writing the Grundrisse. I always had great interest in the latter philosopher, to whom I prefer only Aristotle of the ancient philosophers. 17 Schmidt is correct to point out the use of Aristotle in the rough draft, remarking that Marx approached Aristotle through Hegel. However, Schmidt failed to find any direct use of Aristotle by Marx. As we will see later, Marx does refer directly to him, for instance, when he posits the commodity at the beginning of the chapter on money as the concrete instantiation of the primary substance and the secondary substance. 18 However, Schmidt made a noteworthy suggestion concerning the use of Aristotle in the Grundrisse. Here Marx tried to grasp the relation of subject and object in labor by using pairs of concepts, such as form, matter, or reality, possibility, which stem from Aristotle, whom he rated highly as a philosopher. In an immediate sense, of course, Marx depended on the corresponding categories of Hegel's logic, but as they are interpreted materialistically their Aristotelian origin shines more clearly through than it does in Hegel himself. 19 According to Schmidt, Marx used Aristotle to construct a materialist basis for his theory, and he used Hegel to inquire why and how modern life is alienated and appears in an idealist form. Hegel, though thinking himself to be the greatest Aristotelian, actually deformed Aristotle's philosophy. He changed what Aristotle defined as active reason, which existed in every individual, into substance as subject. 20 In my view, Marx attempts to reform Hegel's philosophy using materialist aspects of Aristotle's philosophy, in order to prove why and how modern life is developed through the force of capital. His critique of Hegel does not simply reduce his idealism to a materialist basis, but consists in converting his philosophy of alienation and reification into historical categories. He uses these to clarify perverted life in capitalism, and he reads Hegel's idea as a form of bourgeois consciousness. Marx's use of Hegel's logic in the formation of capital can be summarized as follows. 1. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts he studies not only the phenomenology of spirit and the philosophy of right, but also the encyclopedia. He characterizes the minor logic as the money of the spirit. This means that the logic is the most abstract philosophical expression of the bourgeois spirit or consciousness of value. This consciousness of value forms the basic economic relation of bourgeois society. 21 2. In the Holy Family of 1845 he discusses Hegel's mode of presentation, writing, for example, that many forms of fruit really exist, so man may abstract fruit in general as an idea. Hegel, however, reverses the process, insisting that at the beginning fruit in general exists as substance, and it posits many particular forms of fruit as positive subjects. Marx reveals the secret of Hegel's philosophy, which presupposes an ideal subject par excellence, even though this subject is in reality a thought product or abstraction that exists merely in the mind. 3. In the Poverty of Philosophy of 1847, Marx implies a simultaneous critique of political economy and of Hegel's philosophy, especially the logic, when he criticizes Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's system of economic contradictions, or the philosophy of poverty of 1846. 4. In the Grundrisse of 1857-8 Marx at last develops his critique of political economy and of Hegel's philosophy, especially the logic, which he claims Proudhon misread. In Marx's view Proudhon grounded his socialism falsely. Marx uses a critical reading of the two classics to undermine Proudhon's theory of socialism. 5. Whilst writing the Critique of Political Economy 1861-3, Marx rereads the Minor Logic and takes notes from it. 22. Although his method of working in these manuscripts is much less in evidence, as already mentioned, the fact that he seems to apply the logic to these manuscripts should not be overlooked. 6. As is well known, in the postface to the second German edition of Capital, Marx recalls his criticism of the mystificatory side of the Hegelian dialectic in the Holy Family, and announces, "I openly avowed myself the pupil of that mighty thinker, and even, here and there in the chapter on the theory of value, coquetted with the mode of expression peculiar to him." The mystification which the dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands by no means prevents him from being the first to present its general forms of motion in a comprehensive and conscious manner. With him it is standing on its head. It must be inverted, in order to discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. 23. Terrell Carver correctly suggested that Marx's rational kernel is Hegel's analysis of logic and the notion, and the mystical shell is Hegel's confusion of categorical movement with reality. 24. The difficulty in reading Hegel's logic, however, consists in making a clear distinction between these two aspects and giving concrete examples from the text. In the text, Hegel describes the process of becoming of the notion as simultaneously the process in which the idea, the mystical subject, posits itself as reality. The Grundrisse is the first text in which Marx attempts to relate the becoming of the subject to the categories of political economy, and therefore there is more evidence of his analysis in it than in Capital, which displays his solution. The Grundrisse is the most suitable text for studying the relation of the Critique of Political Economy to the logic. The correspondence of each part of the Grundrisse to the logic is briefly summarized as follows. 1. The introduction corresponds to the doctrine of the notion. 2. The chapter on money corresponds to the doctrine of being. 3. The chapter on capital corresponds to the doctrine of essence. If the relation were not conceptualized this way, it would never become visible as an artistic whole. 25. The themes of the Grundrisse can be summarized in the following way. For Marx, Hegel's logic is the money of the spirit, the speculative thought value of man and nature. 26. This means that in bourgeois society man and nature, and body, and mind, are separated and reconnected through the relation of private exchange. Their relation is alienated from the persons who form the relation, which is mediated by value. They become value subjects, and those who possess enough value also rule the society. The logic in fact describes the value subject abstractly. In bourgeois society the value subject also rules nature, the indispensable condition of life, because the subject monopolizes physical as well as mental labor, so the non-possessor of nature is forced to engage in physical work. This coercion is seemingly nonviolent and is legally mediated through the value relation on which modern property is founded. 27. In modern society there is widespread acceptance of the legitimacy of one person controlling the product of another's labor, and the other's labor itself, in order to appropriate a surplus product. This approval is founded on the value relation and the form of the commodity. Value is abstract and imagined in the mind, and also embodied in money. Hegel's logic implicitly ascribes a sort of power to money, and Marx presents it as the demiurgos of bourgeois society. That is why he characterizes the logic as the money of the spirit. His task in the Grundrisse therefore consists in demonstrating that the genesis of value and its development into capital are described in the logic, albeit in a seemingly closed system which reproduces itself, and overall his work is directed towards transcending capitalism in practice. 1. The introduction to the Grundrisse and the doctrine of the notion. Production in general and the life process. Marx begins the introduction to the Grundrisse as follows: the object before us, to begin with, material production. Individuals producing in society, hence socially determined individual production is, of course, the point of departure. In the first section of the introduction Marx does not directly refer to Hegel by name. Rather, he explicitly criticizes the political economists for defining historically determined individuals, material production, and society in general terms. In the quotation above, however, he also implies a critique of Hegel. This is accomplished through a critique of political economy as follows. 1. The object of political economy is material production, not in general, but rather capitalist production in particular. Capital necessitates specific mental activities to mediate, maintain, and increase value. Marx asks if Hegel grasps material production in that way. 2. Marx asks whether individuals are involved in material production as human beings in a general sense or in historically specific societies. Simultaneously, he inquires into the historical characteristics of the metabolic system in which man and nature are organized, and asks if Hegel properly addresses the problems this poses. 3. Marx asks how individuals are organized socially in order to carry out material production, and he inquires if Hegel recognizes a historically specific form through which individuals relate to each other. In the first section of Marx's introduction to the Grundrisse, Hegel does not seem to be relevant to the questions which are discussed. However, if the first section of the introduction is compared with Hegel's work on life under the idea in the doctrine of the notion, it becomes evident that Marx is implicitly considering Hegel's theory of life in the logic in relation to the economist's theories of material production. Hegel defines the human individual as the individual in general or the living individual. The first is the process of the living being inside itself. In that process it makes a split on its own self, and reduces its corporeity to its object or its inorganic nature. This corporeity, as an aggregate of correlations, enters in its very nature into difference and opposition of its elements, which mutually become each other's prey, and assimilate one another, and are retained by producing themselves. Yet this action of the several members is only the living subject's one act to which their productions revert, so that in these productions nothing is produced except the subject. In other words, the subject only reproduces itself. In the above quotation, human being is defined as living being. The human body is separated from the human mind. The individual body is reproduced as a physical subject through the activities of its various members or organs. There is an analogy to these activities in Aristotle's ability to nourish. When Hegel talks about the natural self-reproduction of human life, he treats the human body in isolation from the human mind or consciousness. However, according to Marx, the specific characteristic of human life is that it has consciousness. This appears in his economic and philosophical manuscripts. He thinks that when human beings obtain food they not only ingest calories but also generate and express their culture. Hegel, on the contrary, defines human beings as mere existence, and does not inquire into the specific mode of human life which varies regionally and historically. After that definition he discusses mental activity in a way that is indifferent to material life. Marx sees in Hegel's account the bourgeois division of labor into physical and mental activities. In Marx's view, human beings are born not only with nutritive capabilities, but with mental ones that are inseparable from them. Human beings engage in their own process of reproduction with both material and mental capabilities united as a whole. Hegel, by contrast, treats the process of reproduction as spontaneous, alien to human sensibility, needs and thought. In this view, Marx finds certain characteristics of bourgeois private property. Bourgeois private property separates physical and mental labor by means of exchange relations based on private property, taking the superiority of mental labor over physical for granted. Human life is maintained in the metabolic process of individuals with nature. On that point Hegel writes, "But the judgment of the notion proceeds, as free, to discharge the objective or bodily nature as an independent totality from itself, and the negative relation of the living thing to itself makes, as immediate individuality, the presupposition of an inorganic nature confronting it. The dialectic by which the object, being implicitly null, is merged, is the action of the self-assured living thing, which in this process against an inorganic nature thus retains, develops, and objectifies itself." 1. In the quotation above, Hegel defines the metabolic process of man with nature. Man constantly works on nature outside him, and obtains the means of life and enjoys them. Hegel remarks that man not only maintains himself, but develops and objectifies himself. However, this development and objectification depend on the natural unity of physical and mental activities. Hegel takes up man as a merely physical existence, and only later does he introduce mental abilities. It is a limitation of Hegel's work that he defines man in the metabolic process as a mere physical existence. Can man produce wealth without mental ability? In Hegel's conception of man, a specific aspect of the bourgeois economy becomes evident. This is the aspect in which the physical laborer carries out material production under the command of a mental laborer. Hegel unconsciously describes the wage worker when he defines man in the metabolic process simply as a physical existence. Marx notes that Hegel is silent on the separation of labor into physical and mental that is characteristic of capitalism. From Marx's point of view, it is a misunderstanding to accept Hegel's conception of the physical elements in man's metabolism with nature as a general definition common to every form of production. In Marx's view, man is born from nature with physical and mental abilities united. Marx's materialism should be understood in this way. The unity of physical and mental abilities is subsequently separated by the bourgeois value relation. Marx's second task is to examine Hegel's conception of the origin of society. He finds it in the sexual relation between man and woman, or in the genus, as follows. The process of genus brings it to being for itself. Life being no more than the immediate idea, the product of this process breaks up into two sides. On the one side, the living individual, which was at first presupposed as immediate, is now seen to be mediated and generated. On the other, however, the living individuality, which, on account of its first immediacy, stands in a negative attitude towards generality, sinks in the superior power of the latter. Point 2. Hegel's discussion of being for itself in the Logic argues that the individual expresses himself in relation to another, who takes the role of, so to speak, a mirror. Here the individual breaks into man and woman, and they express themselves in sexual relations to bear their child, a new individual. In reality, being for itself is the reproduction of man as child through the sexual relationship between man as father and woman as mother. Parents become aged and die, so the living being dies. However, Hegel does not ask in what form of society individuals as men and women conduct this relationship, but instead takes this association to be a purely natural or sexual one. However, men and women relate to each other in a determinate society. Through the level of development of their society, it is determined how much their relationship is humanized. The specificity of society is manifested in the sexual relation as well. Point 3. Their relationship is not simply a physiological relation, but one in which they produce a future for their child. Although they die as individuals, they live in their child, their hope. Hegel writes, the death of merely immediate and individual vitality is the emergence of spirit. Hegel evidently thinks that even if an individual dies, the human spirit remains. Hegel's idea displays the influence of Aristotle's theory of active reason. Point 4. The spirit which has emerged from the death of the individual and has become independent is Aristotle's active reason, appropriated by Hegel. However, after their deaths, human beings leave various forms of spiritual wealth which continue to exist through being appreciated by the living. Hegel mistakes the appropriation of spiritual wealth by the living for a spirit independent of human beings. They leave behind not only their culture but material wealth or civilization. Their children live with the power ruling over society, the culture and civilization which their parents have left them. Hegel thus defines the individual merely as a physical being, the process of metabolism as production in general, and the social relation of individuals as a merely sexual relation. He abstracts their historically specific social characteristics. Though his definitions appear naturalistic, they are in fact an abstraction of specific aspects of historical reality. The standpoint from which Hegel considers man indicates that he takes it for granted that most men are socially determined as a physical existence alienated from mental activity. He thinks that the separation of mental activity from physical is natural as a matter of fact and that modern private property is a manifestation of this, though these arguments are not consciously made. In other words, in his logic Hegel expresses a specific form of society as natural or universal. In that form of society physical ability and mental ability are separated and mental ability is superior to and rules over physical. If it is possible to say that as the suffix ism may express some sort of state in which something is dominant, e.g. alcoholism or capitalism, Hegel's idealism may be interpreted as a state in which the idea is dominant as a positing subject. In Hegel's idealism Marx sees the abstract reflection of modern civil society or capitalism where the ideal subject, i.e. increasing value, is dominant. This is the third point in his implicit critique. Hegel presupposes the individual in general, abstracting from the society in which he actually lives. The very image of the independent person, e.g. the Robinson Crusoe type, is but the anticipation of civil society, in preparation since the 16th century and making giant strides towards maturity in the 18th. Hegel treats the metabolic process of man with nature as a natural process or production in general, that is, he perversely generalizes capitalist production. This is determined by the circuit of productive capital, as we will see later in Chapter 3. The definition of capital given by Adam Smith and David Ricardo, in which capital is represented as a mere condition of production, comes from such a reification of self-increasing value. Whereas Hegel abstracts the human being into a merely physical existence, Marx sees the capitalist division of labor and production lurking behind Hegel's abstraction. In the Minor Logic Hegel discusses life only as a physical life carried out by physical labor, then moves on to recognition, which he treats as an activity of the human mind on a level quite separate from physical life. He defines mental activity only as recognition, and in this Marx finds a crucial problem. He acknowledges this problem but does not confine himself to mental aspects of human labor in his discussion of production in general. Rather he is concerned with mental activity in the capitalist economy. In considering production in general Marx takes the human mind and body to be naturally united. This unity is broken by the capitalist division of labor in which the capitalist appears as mental laborer and the wage worker as physical laborer. The capitalist orders the worker to labor in material production. Capital itself necessitates and posits a specific person, the capitalist, who mediates it. The capitalist has a mission to measure capital value, which has to be maintained and increased in prospect during production. The capitalist's mental activity continues in the process of circulation which actualizes this possibility. Capital is personified in the capitalist, who internalises its value in capitalist consciousness. Although Hegel seems to define the process of human life as one in which man engages only as a physical existence, he unconsciously reproduces capitalist production from the theoretical standpoint of the capitalist, without acknowledging this. As we will see later in detail, the subject in the doctrines of being and of essence is an ideal subject par excellence. In a certain respect Marx finds that Hegel's subject implies a specific person engaged in capitalist activity. That person appears as the spiritual subject of an organism which, so Hegel explains, eternally reproduces itself as a process of recognition. In fact Hegel's conception represents for Marx the demiurgos of bourgeois society, value and capital. Hegel's idealism, especially in the logic, expresses the capitalist mode of production abstractly, giving an account of its potential and essence. Unawares, he indicts capitalist production by defining the subject of the metabolic process as a merely physical laborer divorced from mental labor. The absence of mental labor in his definition of material life is a clue to certain features of his work. Marx explicates what Hegel has expressed only implicitly. Critique of political economy and production in general. In the second section of the introduction to the Grundrisse, Marx again undertakes a critique of Hegel in the form of a critique of political economy, even though Hegel does not appear by name. The validity of this undertaking will become apparent when we consider the third section of his introduction. Marx considers three pairs of concepts: consumption and production, distribution and production, and exchange and production, derived from the four categories of political economy: production, consumption, distribution, and exchange. Then he clarifies the permutations between each pair of categories in order to show that they form a self-producing totality. And he demonstrates that, though the political economists seem to describe production in general, they in fact describe capitalist production from the standpoint of the circuit of productive capital, where the determinations of capital are invisible. Consumption and production. Marx sets the pair in reverse order, so production is last, and this is the same with the other two pairs. This order gives a clue to his critique of the political economists. Because Adam Smith studies capital from the viewpoint of the circuit of productive capital, he believes that the movement of capital starts from production. Therefore, with respect to the relation of production to consumption, he considers individual consumption as an act apart from production, and he does not take it up in relation to production. He thinks that individual consumption is unproductive and should be restrained in order to increase capital stock, which is to be invested as capital in production. He merely affirms consumption when it is productive, and he emphasizes parsimony as a subjective fact in capitalist accumulation. Though he asserts that the purpose of production is individual consumption, in fact he theorizes production for the sake of production. However, is individual consumption always unproductive? The individual returns to the process of production afterwards, not only with physical abilities reproduced, but with some knowledge of production and a revitalist morale. The political economist omits the subjective aspect of reproduction, which is typically shown to move from consumption back to production. But why does the political economist abstract from the subjective factor? This is because production is considered from the capitalist standpoint, so in this way any funds to reproduce the lives of workers appear as costs to be reduced. The subjective factor belongs to and is monopolized by the capitalist. Distribution and production. Here we find the same problems as above. Political economists, such as David Ricardo, bring into focus the distribution of a net product or surplus product amongst industrial capitalists and landlords, analyzing the rate of distribution of profit or surplus value which determines the rate of capitalist accumulation. In this sense, Ricardo is an economist of distribution and capitalist accumulation. 5. However, for Marx the most basic relation in capitalism is the one between capitalist and wage worker, and it is between them that the conditions of production are distributed. The means of production belong to the capitalist, and labor power to the wage laborer. Therefore the relations of distribution include not only the distribution of surplus value but the distribution or separation of the subjective and objective conditions of production, which is the basic presupposition of capitalism. Ricardo considers only the means of production, taking labor power for granted as a natural presupposition. In this lacuna there lies the crucial problem of the distribution or alienation of the conditions of production in capitalism. This distribution or separation is presupposed historically when the process of capitalist production begins and then brings about these alienated conditions as effects, so reproducing the capital relation. The process of capitalist production is as follows. 1. Distribution or separation of the conditions of production. 2. Production of surplus value. 3. Distribution of surplus value. By contrast, Ricardo's order of things is to consider production by way of the distribution of surplus value, and to proceed back to production in the circuit of productive capital. Exchange and production. We find the same problems here. Smith sees the process from the standpoint of the circuit of productive capital, even when he considers exchange. Marx defines three kinds of exchange. 1. Immediate exchange, which links laborers within a division of labor, but without commodity exchange. 2. Commodity exchange, which links laborers within a division of labor in commercial society. 3. Independent exchange, which functions as an end in itself. For Marx, the essential nature of exchange is manifested in the third form. The content of this kind of exchange is represented by an increase in money or value. This movement towards increasing value subsumes production, and moreover it turns into a movement to produce as an end in itself, i.e. the circuit of productive capital. It is from this standpoint that Smith observes exchange. The third form of exchange listed above includes the process of realizing surplus value. From Smith's viewpoint, however, it is secondary, since to him it is a process for obtaining the conditions of production. The nature of exchange, when it serves to increase value, is not visible to Smith, nor is it comprehensible to him that the increase of value begins with an exchange between labor power as a commodity and money as capital, both of which are productively consumed in order to produce surplus value in the process of capitalist production. Because money capital is powerful enough to link the separate conditions of production, including science and technology, the productive power of social labor appears as if it were an aspect of capital. The mental labor of the capitalist in pursuing an increase in the value of capital also appears as if it produces material wealth. Smith cannot see beneath the circuit of money capital, which increases capital value, because it moves within the visible circuit of productive capital. Therefore he defines money merely as a means of exchange. Marx analyzes the capitalist determinations of production, consumption, distribution, and exchange as moments of capital, so what economists call production in general is not transhistorical, but is in fact production based on capital, or production which includes the determinations of capital. In the lacunae in their analyses are buried the capitalist determinations of these four categories. The nature of this omission is the same with Hegel. When he mentions life process and species in which the individual is linked with others, he treats human beings as a merely physical existence, abstracting the human mind as the subject of recognition. He keeps silent about the human mind when he considers the three subjects life process, species which in reality exist as moments of capitalist production. In the abstraction and omission that we find in Hegel's account there are hidden away the capitalist determinations of production, consumption, distribution, and exchange. As we have just seen, the process of capitalist production begins with an exchange between capital and labor power in order to link the distributed conditions of production which are productively consumed in the production process. Marx's order of analysis: A. Consumption to B. Distribution to C. Exchange in the second section of the introduction to the Grundrisse, is in fact the correct analytical order for revealing the capitalist determinations of the four categories which prima facie constitute production in general. Exchange, at the end of this progress, is the determination from which capital originates. The essential nature of exchange is shown in the form of circulation, M, C, M, which signifies an increase in value. Marx's next task is therefore to inquire just how to demonstrate the genesis of capital, so he considers his method and system or plan. He handles this task in the third section of the introduction to the Grundrisse, but employs a synthetic order: exchange or circulation, then distribution or separation and reconnection, and finally consumption, including industrial and individual, that is contrary to the analytical order in which he considered these categories in the second section. The method of political economy and analytical method, synthetic method, the simple, and classification. At the beginning of the third section of Marx's introduction to the Grundrisse, the method of political economy, we find the following paragraph. It is often cited because in it Marx spoke of ascending and descending methods. The economists of the 17th century, example, always begin with the living whole, with population, nation, state, several states, etc., but they always conclude by discovering through analysis a small number of determinate, abstract, general relations such as division of labor, money, value, etc. As soon as these individual moments had been more or less firmly established and abstracted, there began the economic systems, which ascended from the simple, such as labor, division of labor, need, exchange value, to the level of the state, exchange between nations and the world market. The latter is obviously the scientifically correct method. Here Marx takes William Petty's Political Arithmetic of 1690 as representative of the economic works of the 17th century. Petty compares three superpowers, France, the Netherlands, and England. He inquires into the causes of the power of nations and concludes that it lies in the money necessary to employ wage workers in manufacture. He thus descends from the nation down to money. For the ascending method, Marx turns to Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations of 1776, in which Smith inquires into the nature and causes of wealth, not merely of Britain, but of all nations, and he demonstrates how the division of labor brings about material abundance even among the middle and lower classes of society. He ascends from the simple category division of labor to exchange, distribution, the accumulation of capital, and lastly to the revenue of the state. The Wealth of Nations thus reflects the ascending method. However, Marx is conscious not only of Petty and Smith, but also of Hegel. This is indicated by Marx's use of Hegel's terminology through analysis and the simple in the quotation above. Moreover, when Marx asserts that the systematic method with which we ascend from the abstract or the simple to the concrete or the complex is scientifically correct, he evidently follows Hegel. Marx's characterization of the method of the 17th-century economists is based on this definition of analytical method by Hegel. While finite recognition presupposes what is distinguished from it as something already found and confronting it the various facts of external nature or of consciousness, it has, in the first place, 1. Formal identity or the abstraction of generality for the form of its action. Its activity therefore consists in analyzing the given concrete, isolating its differences, and giving them the form of abstract generality. Or it leaves the concrete as a ground, and by setting aside the unessential-looking particulars, brings into relief a concrete general, the genus, or force and law. This is the analytical method. Point 6. According to Marx, the method of the 17th-century economists coincides with what Hegel defines as analytical method, quoted above. But the method of 18th-century economists follows what Hegel calls synthetic method, defined as follows. The movement of the synthetic method is the reverse of the analytical method. The latter starts from the individual, and proceeds to the general. In the former, the starting point is given by the general, from which we proceed by particularizing to the individual. The synthetic method thus presents itself as the development of the moments of the notion on the objects. Point 7. The Wealth of Nations systematically reflects the synthetic method. It starts from the simplest definition, division of labor or production, and proceeds to exchange, distribution, and reproduction or accumulation of capital. It functions in a spiral because it subsumes definitions which have been posited as presuppositions. For example, in Book 2, reproduction develops in the following order: from division of stock or capital, to division of revenue, to productive labor, to profit and interest, to capital investment. These themes are considered in a spiral as factors of reproduction. However, as we can see from the discussion of reproduction in Book 2 of The Wealth of Nations, Smith does not explicate the determinations of capital, but rather describes them in physical terms as natural or as production in general, so he materializes capital value. Marx criticizes production in general as defined in The Wealth of Nations and then redefines it as historically determined. This task also encompasses a critique of Hegel's logic, arguing that both classic authors take capitalist production to be natural. Marx thinks that Smith displays the material aspect of capitalist production, overlooking the formal aspect, whereas Hegel expresses the formal or ideal aspect. He does this in demonstrating the self-creation of the idea, which is in fact the value consciousness characteristic of the bourgeois. In that way, the material aspect is subject to the formal. Hegel's logic is the self-creation of the idea, but Marx exposes this as capitalist production described from the viewpoint of the capitalist, even though it is described by Hegel as natural. Marx gives a critical assessment of Hegel's synthetic method. The concrete is concrete because it is the concentration of many determinations, hence unity of the diverse. It appears in the process of thinking, therefore, as a process of concentration, as a result, not as a point of departure, even though it is the point of departure in reality and hence also the point of departure for intuition and conception. Along the first path the full conception was evaporated to yield an abstract determination, along the second, the abstract determinations lead towards a reproduction of the concrete by way of thought. In this way Hegel fell into the illusion of conceiving the real as the product of the thought concentrating itself, probing its own depths, and unfolding itself out of itself, by itself, whereas the method of ascending from the abstract to the concrete is only the way in which thought appropriates the concrete, reproduces it as the spiritually concrete. But this is by no means the process by which the concrete itself comes into being. Hegel defines the analytical method as analyzing the concrete and finding an abstract general form, while Marx defines the first path, i.e. the method of descending from the concrete to the abstract, as the process in which the concrete is dissolved into an abstract determination. What Marx calls the first path is based on Hegel's analytical method. Hegel says that the synthetic method is the development of the moments of the notion, proceeding from the abstract or general and then particularizing to the individual instance. Marx calls this the method of ascending from the abstract to the concrete. This order from the general by way of particularizing to the individual instance represents Hegel's synthetic method. In Marx's work this is reflected in the triadic composition of the chapter on capital in the Grundrisse as I. Generality of capital, 2. Particularity of capital, 3. Individuality of capital. 8. What Hegel says in the development of the moments of the notion signifies for Marx that reality is mentally reproduced and appropriated as the concrete concept. This is a totality of manifold determinations in the mind, so categories in the doctrine of being become presuppositions of the notion of capital, and categories in the doctrine of essence develop from generality or the notion itself, towards particularity or judgment, and up to individuality or syllogism. Marx thus turns the two doctrines of the objective logic into objective moments of the mental reproduction of the concrete. This reflects Hegel's triad generality, particularity, individuality in the doctrine of the notion. However, Hegel regards the synthetic method as the process in which the real or concrete is posited, because he thinks that the process of thinking is the same as that of positing something in actuality. He does not distinguish between the two processes. For him, thinking means actualizing the real, and therefore the only labor which he recognizes is alien, spiritual labor. The logic is the most abstract description of the idea, which objectifies itself as the demiurgos of the universe through its spiritual labor. By contrast, Marx insists that the concrete concept, bourgeois society, which he and Hegel take as their object of study, really exists outside the minds of those who think about it. So why has Marx compared his method with Hegel's and in fact praised his synthetic method as scientifically correct? Why, in constructing the chapter on capital, is Marx applying Hegel's triad of generality, particularity, and individuality? Here Marx intends critically to absorb Hegel's idealism, the idealism through which Hegel unconsciously describes capitalism 9 in which the ideal subject is dominant. Marx reads the logic as a work in which the ideal subject or idea alienates itself, i.e. posits the concrete or the real, as the social logic of value consciousness in the person who recognizes value in property. The relation of private exchange necessitates a subjective or ideal activity to equate products and to effect their exchange. Because of that, the activity becomes a subject which appears as if it should posit the concrete or the real. Hegel accepts a reversal of ideas and reality as a natural fact and describes it in the logic. The relations of private property then divide human activity into mental and physical labor, and mental labor rules over physical. Hegel takes alienation in the logic to be natural, because he is ignorant of the fact that alienation is historical par excellence. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts Marx has already detected the perverse character of the logic, writing that Hegel grasps the positive aspect of labor within alienation or abstraction. Therefore Marx's critique of Hegel's idealism is a critique of pseudo-naturalism and pseudo-historicism. Marx's critical absorption of the logic is one of the important factors in his critique of political economy, and it is to be understood as a reading of the logic as an account of value consciousness in persons who represent the ideal character of modern private property. Marx's work is supplemented by a critique of the political economy of Smith and Ricardo, who describe material aspects of capitalist production but are indifferent to its ideal aspects, including the drive to self-expansion. This is because these economists unconsciously refi or transubstantiate value consciousness into material products, and mistake it for what is purely material. In short, Marx reveals the determinations of capital within what the economists treat as a purely material system of production. As Hegel is a vulgar idealist, so Smith and Ricardo are vulgar materialists. Marx considers where a systematic critique of political economy should start, taking up the simplest economic category, i.e. exchange value, possession, money, exchange and labor in general, which he derives from Chapter 5 on money of Book I of The Wealth of Nations. He traces them back to their point of departure, inquiring where and how money is generated, and noting that from money comes capital. Accepting Hegel's view that the end of an analysis is the same as the starting point of a synthesis, i.e. the simple, Marx confirms this in economic categories. Hegel writes, "The general is in and for itself the first moment of the notion because it is the simple moment, and the particular is only subsequent to it because it is the mediated moment, and conversely the simple is the more general, and the concrete, as in itself differentiated and so mediated, is that which already presupposes the transition from a first point 10. The general is simple and abstract enough to develop by mediating particular determinations under itself. The concrete is the manifold or the complex, an individual instance, which is composed of particular moments. At first the concrete is abstracted into the simple, and then the simple is developed into the notion, proceeding from the general by particularization up to the moments of the individual or one determined totality." Hegel defines determinate being or what is there as a reproduction of what has already been or as the existence of essence. Determinate being is what has been posited by essence. Employing this demonstration, Marx argues in economic terms that the product undergoes a transformation into the commodity into money, and money into capital. Then capital as subject posits the product, the commodity, and money. The first determinate beings are what is posited by the essence. They are forms of existence of capital. Neither Hegel nor Marx conceives the progress from the simple to the complex in a one-sided way. Rather the simple changes into the complex, and then the simple is determined as what the complex has posited. What is at first preposited or presupposed is then posited and reproduced as a result. This forms the circle of prepositing or presupposition and positing or the posited. Therefore once something is preposited, it is then repeatedly posited as the next preposited or presupposition, forming a circulation which looks as if it should exist forever. The point at which Marx departs from Hegel is his judgment on whether the circulation is merely logical, or whether the first prepositings or presuppositions were originally manifested in the course of history and then receded as capitalism developed. Indeed, both Hegel and Marx posit the general at the outset, though for each the content is different. Hegel's the general is the self-cause which has no historical origin. It is an eternal subject, whereas Marx's is historical in form, the alienated relation of private exchange. This has become an ideal subject independent of the persons who live within the social relationship of private exchange. Marx argues that once the logical presupposition is given, it posits the same presupposition as a result, and thus continues to reproduce itself. That is the way an organic system reproduces itself. However, he inquires where the first presuppositions were given, and he finds that they were posited historically. The logical circulation of self-reproduction begins just after the logical presuppositions have been established. Hegel does not inquire if these logical presuppositions are independent of their historical actuality or not, though he writes a good deal about history, taking the historical subject to be what is natural. His ideal subject or idea is in fact an abstract expression of value. As the demiurgos it posits itself in the logic, it posits nature in the philosophy of nature, and it posits humankind in the phenomenology of spirit. Marx uses a logico-historical method when he starts to demonstrate that the bourgeois economy is a system which reproduces itself. The first logical presupposition reproduces itself, and as a result it generates the next presupposition. Using this demonstration he shows how the first presuppositions were posited in early capitalism, from exchange in the 13th century, to manufacture from the 16th century onwards, to the Industrial Revolution from the last half of the 18th century, and eventually to the first capitalist crisis in 1825. The simple in Marx's ascending or synthetic method is therefore a presupposition which was posited in history. But at first he takes the simple to be a logical presupposition. It becomes the imminent moment of logical circulation, e.g. the circuit of money capital and the accumulation of capital in the grundrisse, and on that proof he grounds his account of the historical origin and development of the simple as the primitive community and primitive accumulation. In this demonstration he uses a logico-historical order. Using that methodology he criticizes Hegel, who assumes that presupposition and result, or cause and effect, should continue infinitely to form a logical circulation. Hegel does this in his theory of positing reflection and causality in the doctrine of essence with respect to the bourgeois economy. Marx asserts that reproductive circulation was the historical presupposition for the bourgeois economy, and he descends analytically to primitive accumulation. This demonstrates that the value form generates capital. Capital links the presuppositions or conditions of production, which are separated in primitive accumulation. And it will cease to exist, as Marx argues later, through the annulment of the law of value. This is caused by the development of fixed capital, which leaves disposable time to be enjoyed when human emancipation is achieved. In short, bourgeois society is not a closed society, but is dependent on the past and open to the future. By contrast, Hegel unconsciously describes it in the Logic as a closed system which the ideal subject regenerates and reproduces infinitely as its own organism. By reading Hegel's idea as the intersubjective value consciousness of the bourgeoisie, Marx uncovers the capitalist economy itself in the Logic. Marx reads the Logic as the phenomenology or genesis of the value consciousness described in the chapter on money and the chapter on capital in the Grundrisse. In the chapter on money he reveals the way in which this bourgeois consciousness is ideally expressed through the relation of private exchange, which is analogous to Hegel's definition of being for itself. This is in fact the relationship of commodity owners in the market. In the market, value is separated from them through the equation of their commodities, on the presumption that their commodities have equivalent value in the first place. Marx touches on how commodity exchangers take part in the formation of money without being aware of this equation, and he begins his demonstration of the genesis of money by considering the value form and the process of exchange. At this point commodity owners share their value consciousness intersubjectively in the money in which their consciousness is materialist. At the beginning of the chapter on capital, Marx defines capital as the generality which increases value, changing its temporal forms. Through alienated relations, value produces value consciousness, which mediates capital. Capital value then posits capitalist consciousness as a capitalist who ideally identifies particular concrete forms of value with an abstract capital value. The capitalist mediates these concrete forms of value as the incarnation of capital value in a circular motion. The capitalist carries on an exchange with the wage laborer as a private owner with an equal title. However, through this exchange, the capitalist aims at form as content, so the form of exchange, which is value, has become its content or purpose. The wage laborer, who is now subsumed under the process of the production of capital as mere variable capital, must engage in material production, and the wage laborer is subject to capitalist consciousness, which strives to increase capital value. As a result, the wage laborer produces not only surplus value which belongs to the capitalist, but also a loss of property for wage laborers themselves. The wage laborer produces the capital-labor relation, and it becomes evident that capital itself is the accumulation of the surplus labor of wage laborers. A new consciousness is born as the wage laborer suspects that capitalist property is against the interests of wage laborers. In that way commonplace bourgeois consciousness can be broken down and antagonistic consciousness can emerge. In considering disposable time, Marx argues that value consciousness arises from the exchange relation of commodities, which is presupposed as the product of individual immediate labor. But in the course of capitalist development, that sort of labor is replaced by collective scientific labor. This arises through technological innovation embodied in machinery or fixed capital. Thus the law of value ceases to operate, because the labor objectified in the product decreases to a minimum. Then capital value consciousness loses ground and begins to vanish, leaving behind proletarian consciousness. Eventually this develops into a free society. In that way Marx's phenomenology of spirit is developed in the Grundrisse. When he evaluates Hegel's synthetic method as the way to reproduce the real, he does not accept it as a merely formal explanation, but as a real mode of demonstration based on the dramaturgy of the birth and death of value consciousness. Marx's plan is as follows. The classification obviously has to be 1. The general, abstract determinations. 2. The categories which make up the inner structure of bourgeois society and on which the fundamental classes rest. Capital, wage labor, landed property. 3. Concentration of bourgeois society in the form of the state. 4. The international relation of production. 5. The world market and crisis. 11. Marx's discussion of method and the simple, followed by his classificatory plan, reflects the order found in Hegel's work in the doctrine of the notion, the statement of the second moment of the notion, or of the determinateness of the general as particularizing, is classification in accordance with some external consideration. 12. The simple at the beginning of systematic explanation is also the general or differentia specifica. 13. And it becomes particularized, as is shown in the classification above. After the plan just quoted, Marx made other plans in the chapter on money and the chapter on capital. The plans in the chapter on capital are clearer. Following Hegel, these plans are composed in the triadic order: I. Generality of capital, 2. Particularity of capital, and 3. Individuality of capital. This triadic plan is manifested throughout the chapter on capital of the Grundrisse. Mode of production and ideology, and the absolute idea. In the fourth and final section of the introduction to the Grundrisse, Marx makes 8 notes on the problems he has kept in mind. 1. War developed earlier than peace, the way in which certain economic relations such as wage labor, machinery etc. develop earlier, owing to war and in the armies etc. 2. Relation of previous ideal historiography to the real. Namely of the so-called histories of culture, which are only histories of religions and states. 3. Secondary and tertiary matters, in general, derivative, inherited, not original relations of production. 4. Accusations about the materialism of this conception. Relation to naturalistic materialism. 5. Dialectic of the concepts productive force and relation of production. 6. The uneven development of material production relative to e.g. artistic development. In general, the concept of progress not to be conceived in the usual abstractness. Modern art etc. Roman private law. 7. This conception appears as necessary development, but legitimation of chance. How? 8. The point of departure obviously from the natural characteristic. The 8 items have already been analyzed in detail. 14. For that reason, we mention only their connection with Hegel's logic. So far in his discussion, Marx has reflected Hegel's consideration of individual life, life process and genus as discussed in Life under the Idea in the Doctrine of Notion, the last book of the Logic. And he has studied method, the simple and classification. After critically reflecting on life and recognition in the first 3 sections of the introduction to the Grundrisse, Marx takes up the absolute idea in the 4th section. Following Hegel, who considers such topics as nature and spirit, art and religion, philosophy, the beginning, dialectic, system and method in his logic, Marx investigates the bourgeois mode of production in the first 3 sections of the introduction to the Grundrisse. Then he gropes for his own historical theory of modes of production, applying in the 4th section the summary listed above. The fourth section of the introduction to the Grundrisse evidently fills out Marx's scheme by criticizing the absolute idea. In his introduction to the Grundrisse, Marx intends to make use of Hegel's idealism, which argues the dominance of an ideal subject. This occurs in the doctrines of being and of essence, but as a perverse expression of capitalist production. Marx reveals this logic of modern value consciousness, and so criticizes Hegel's work as ideology. 15. 29. 2. The chapter on money and the doctrine of being. Product, commodity, and money, and identity, difference, opposition, and contradiction. As noted in the preface to the present work, the chapter on money in Marx's Grundrisse corresponds to the doctrine of being in Hegel's logic. However, at the beginning of the chapter on money we find the following paragraph, which is written with reference to Hegel's description of identity, difference, opposition, and contradiction at the beginning of the doctrine of essence. 1 Marx writes: the simple fact that the commodity exists doubly, in one aspect as a specific product whose natural form of determinate being ideally contains its exchange value, in which all connection with the natural form of determinate being of the product is stripped away again, this double, differentiated existence must develop into a difference, and the difference into opposition and contradiction. Why does Marx write in that way? He does so, because he is thinking in the following manner. The identity of a simple product with itself is differentiated into dual form, 1 the natural form of determinate being of the product, and 2 the form of exchange value. When the product is brought into an exchange relation it becomes a commodity. When exchange value, which the commodity owner pursues, is further realized as money, the immanent difference between use value and exchange value becomes an external opposition between commodity and money. As we shall see later, this opposition will develop into a contradiction within money, and from money arises capital. Marx thus links the movement from product to commodity to money and on to capital with the movement from identity to difference to opposition and on to contradiction, as Hegel writes in the transition from being to essence. A commodity cannot simply exist as such, and so money is generated. From money arises capital. In the paragraph cited above, Marx obtains a theoretical perspective on this development. In other words, the product is explicitly defined as a commodity when it is the product of capital, or when capital posits or produces a product. Therefore the commodity is by nature commodity capital. This means that the product is posited as a commodity through the capital relation, into which the value relation has transformed itself. If we inquire why the product exists as such, we must trace it back to capital. Positing reflection at the beginning of the doctrine of essence is the determination which mediates being and essence. Determinate being will be revealed as that which essence has posited as ground. It is the semblance of essence. Using this logic, Marx connects the commodity with capital in this way. The commodity as determinate being is in fact the product which capital has posited. Because the product becomes a commodity, the commodity gives rise to money, and money gives rise to capital. But now capital posits the product as a commodity. Therefore the product at the beginning of this analysis is de facto that which capital has posited. For capital, the product as the simple or the posited is a result. The product is thus posited or reproduced at the end in order to become the next presupposition. Marx has obtained this perspective on the circular relationship of presupposition or the posited from Hegel's positing reflection. Marx grasps the relation between the chapter on money and the chapter on capital in a similar way. The logical relation between presupposition as the simple or the product, and the posited as the complex or capital, is already established in the introduction to the Grundrisse. This is the logical phase of the logico-historical circulation through which what is historically posited is reproduced as the next presupposition in logic. Marx uses this methodological perspective in the chapter on money. In that work he interprets Hegel's doctrine of being as the genesis of the value consciousness shared amongst the bourgeoisie, in effect a phenomenology of the bourgeois spirit. The two aspects of the commodity and likeness and unlikeness. At the beginning of the chapter on money in the Grundrisse, Marx defines the commodity as follows. The commodity is neither posited as constantly exchangeable, nor exchangeable with every other commodity in its natural properties, not in its natural likeness itself, as something unlike itself, as exchange value. What is natural likeness in the above quotation? Marx uses the word natural as an antonym of social. It means something that is free from social determinations, or free from the commodity, money relation. In other words, historical and social determinations are abstracted from natural ones. Therefore the natural likeness or natural properties of the commodity means use value or the product as such, which people obtain from nature through labor. So long as the relations of the primitive community persist, human beings as natural force or natural form are directly united with nature itself or natural matter. When members of the community are dissociated into modern individuals, they relate to each other through the exchange of their products. Then the product is no longer a mere natural likeness but becomes a commodity. The product as a commodity is not posited in its natural likeness to itself or as use value, but as unlike itself or as exchange value. Its use value now changes into use value for others, or social use value. This twofold determination of the product as a commodity is based on Hegel's pure reflection. Likeness is an identity only of those things which are not the same, not identical with each other, and unlikeness is a relation of things that are unlike. Point 2. Both likeness and unlikeness are defined, not in the sense that they are separated and indifferent to each other, but in the sense that they hold each other as their own indispensable element, connected in their own definition. Hegel continues. In the case of difference, in short, we like to see identity, and in the case of identity we like to see difference. Within the range of the empirical sciences, however, the one of these two categories is often allowed to put the other out of sight and mind. Thus the scientific problem at one time is to reduce existing differences to identity, on another occasion, with equal one-sidedness, to discover new differences. Marx does not try to discover a definition of identity without differences, nor one of differences without identity, but one in which both likeness and unlikeness are mutually mediated. He does this in his critique of political economy, one of the typical empirical sciences, by treating it as the self-recognition of bourgeois society. His critique of Hegel also limits the validity of the logic to bourgeois society. Marx considers in detail how exchange value is generated and transformed. I equate each of the commodities with a third, i.e. unlike themselves. This third, which differs from them both, exists initially only in the head, as a conception, since it expresses a relation, just as relations in general can only be thought, when they should be fixed, in distinction from the subjects who relate to each other. By using Hegel's definition of likeness, i.e. the identity of what is not identical, Marx considers commodities on a new level. He calls their likeness exchange value. What is exchange value in reality? Marx thinks that it is the relation of private exchange, which is unconsciously separated from the subjects who form the relation. Exchange value arises through the action of equating products as commodities. This can occur because of the presumption that an equivalent exchange value originally exists in each commodity. The use value of a commodity for its owner is a non-use value. Thinking of Adam Smith's explanations of exchange and division of labor in The Wealth of Nations, Marx writes as follows: exchange and division of labor reciprocally condition one another. Since everybody works for himself but his product is nothing for him, the commodity owner brings his product to exchange. Use value is non-use value or nothing for the commodity owner, but it may be a use value or being for others. Each use value is different, but in order to be exchanged, each must be equated to another through a third. What is the third? What really exists in the exchange relation is the use value of each commodity. Therefore the third can only be another relation through which products with different use values are linked. This relation exists only in the minds of persons. It is what is thought. It is noteworthy that the relation of the third comes to exist only when persons, who relate to each other, keep it in mind. However, they do not notice this mental action. Though they form the relation of commodity exchangers, they presume that exchange value exists originally in a commodity, without an awareness that exchange value derives from an unconscious reflection of the real exchange relation between their products. Exchange value is a relation which is abstracted unawares from exchange and transformed into an immanent factor of the commodity itself. In that way the real exchange relation is alienated as exchange value from the exchangers and is materialist in the commodity. In writing the sentences quoted above, Marx is surely remembering the following passage from Hegel. Difference is one. Immediate difference, i.e. diversity. In diversity each of the different things is by itself what it is, and is indifferent to its relation to any other. This relation is therefore external to it. Because of the indifference of the diverse things to the difference between them, the difference falls outside them into a third, something comparable. Point 3. Hegel does not explain the third any further, but Marx assumes that it is the value consciousness of commodity owners, which they unconsciously project onto their products and take to be an original feature of the commodity itself. The commodity owner and ideality of being for itself. In bourgeois society a person must engage in a metabolism with nature through the commodity-money relation. The private nature of this process requires a person to perform this practice by identifying products with the third, exchange value. This is because the private exchange of products, which are different in use value from each other, is realized through an equation. In that equation the exchange relation is separated as exchange value from the persons who form the relationship. This equation is a determination of the commodity owner whose final cause is speculation in terms of value, a form of alienated thinking and behavior. Being for itself in Hegel's logic is concerned with just this matter. Determinate being becomes being for itself when it is defined as something in relation to another determinate being, another something. It is being for itself or something that relates to another something and determines itself in relation to it. Hegel writes. In being for itself enters the determination of ideality. Determinate being has reality in the first instance when it is apprehended only in its being or affirmation, and thus even finiteness in the first instance is in the determination of reality. Point 4. Hegel derives being for itself from the relation between something and another something. Being for itself is the relation that is ideal par excellence, i.e. being for itself is ideality which mediates the reality of determinate being or something. However, Hegel neither inquires into what actually causes the relation between something and another something, nor asks why the reality of being for itself cannot subsist as such and must descend into ideality. By contrast, Marx investigates the cause, because the ideality in question is the specific characteristic of modern private property. What Hegel calls reality are the natural attributes and identity of a product when it is observed from the standpoint of political economy. It is value in use, in Smith's terminology, material wealth obtained through the metabolic process with nature by toil and trouble. The product cannot continue to exist as mere use value when it is brought into the relation of private exchange. What Hegel calls ideality is the abstraction which exchangers keep in mind in equating their products. They form an exchange relation and abstract the real unlikeness of their products into an ideal likeness, in short, exchange value. Marx thus interprets the reality of determinate being and the ideality of being for itself as use value and exchange value respectively. A product has those two factors because the process of metabolism between human beings and nature is carried on through a separation and reintegration in the course of private exchange. Marx also criticizes Hegel directly. This symbol, this material sign of exchange value, is a product of exchange itself, and not the execution of an idea conceived a priori. These objective dependency relations also appear, in opposition to those of personal dependence, in such a way that individuals are now ruled by abstractions, whereas earlier they depended on one another. The abstraction, or idea, however, is nothing more than the theoretical expression of those material relations which are their master. Relations can be expressed, of course, only in ideas. 5. Marx reinterprets Hegel's idea. He sees it as an abstraction which private persons unconsciously but inevitably generate as an equalizing factor when they relate to each other in an exchange of products or in objective dependency. He thinks that the subject in bourgeois society is in fact not the idea, but the commodity relation or form of the commodity. Hegel's idea is an abstract expression of this relation. For Marx, the propensity to exchange, which Adam Smith emphasized in Human Nature, has become an axiom for the bourgeoisie. They live within the commodity relation or commercial society. Exchange value is what they express ideally in the commodity relation, their final cause. The productive ability which is bestowed on human beings in history is alienated in practice and then defined so as to express exchange value, an ideality. Hegel mistakes this ideality for the idea, the demiurgos of the universe. The bourgeoisie are conscious of exchange value in the form of prices, so their consciousness is determined as value consciousness. But at this level they presume that exchange value as infinity is immanent within the product as finiteness. Marx's work relates to this comment by Hegel: the truth of the finite is rather its ideality. The product is determined so that it is equated through an ideal third with its reality as a use value. In the sentence above, Hegel asserts that the product becomes a commodity in private exchange. The commodity is then determined not only as use value, but as exchange value. Unawares, he describes a situation in which people must express their private interests in a specific way. He presumes the situation to be natural, although in fact it is historically established. Marx sees the two aspects of the commodity use value and exchange value in Hegel's definitions of reality of determinate being and ideality of being for itself. He criticizes the pseudo-naturalism expressed in Hegel's doctrine of being, and he argues that the pseudo-naturalism is shared by the political economists. He does not criticize Hegel's idealism transcendentally, but sees within it an ideal expression of private, alienated activity, the social form of private production. Money subject and substance as subject. In the chapter on money in the Grundrisse, Marx finds the genesis of money in a circulation of commodities and money. He attempts to do this by appealing to a contradiction within money itself, though, as we will see later, he touches on the value form and the process of circulation. Marx focuses on two aspects of the commodity: natural likeness and exchange value. However, as noted above, some readers of the chapter on money are embarrassed by the fact that he refrains from using the popular term use value, even though he often uses the opposite term exchange value. No doubt he was well acquainted with the term use value. Nevertheless, he uses other terms instead, e.g. natural properties, natural existence, natural determinate being, etc. What is Marx's intention in adopting this terminology? He evidently aims to consider the genesis of money using terms found in the works of Aristotle, one of the first thinkers to examine money. At the beginning of the theoretical sections of the chapter on money in the Grundrisse, he puts the individual thing or a tangible thing on the agenda as the product. He calls it substance in the sense of primary substance mentioned by Aristotle. Aristotle distinguishes the primary from the secondary substance. It follows, then, that substance has two senses: a, the ultimate substratum, which is no longer predicated of anything else, and b, that which is a this and separable and of this nature is the shape or form of each thing. 7. Marx considers exchange value with reference to Aristotle's secondary substance. The commodity thus consists of the primary or natural substance and the secondary substance, exchange value. The commodity is the concrete instantiation of the two substances. As mentioned above, the secondary substance is separable. 8.9 Aristotle does not stipulate whether the separable substance or form is natural or social. Marx comprehends it as social par excellence. In actuality, it is the relation of exchange separated as exchange value from persons who relate to each other in a specific way. It is materialist in a product, which thus becomes a commodity. Exchange value is also separable from the primary substance or matter of the commodity. Marx writes, besides its existence in the commodity, exchange value gained a proper existence in money, was separated from its substance exactly because the natural determinateness of the substance contradicted its general determination as exchange value. What is termed its substance in the quotation above is the natural substance in which exchange value exists. It is in fact use value. Use values are the material bearers of exchange value. Point 10 Use value should not be mistaken for abstract human labor, the social substance of value. In the chapter on capital we find a similar usage of the term substance, the substance in which it exists. Here substance refers to particular forms of some natural substance, e.g. the substance of money, commodities, and conditions of production through which capital value is mediated. Marx uses the word substance, instead of use value, because he intends to grasp the commodity as a contradiction between primary substance and exchange value. Marx states that the two determinations of the commodity contradict each other. Contradiction means that the commodity contains two contrary aspects. The commodity as a whole is determined as a natural substance, and at the same time as exchange value. Both aspects are true of it, but mutually exclusive. They then form a contradiction. How is the contradiction resolved or dissolved? Marx answers. This contradiction can be dissolved only by objectifying it, i.e. by positing the commodity in a double form, first in its natural, immediate form, then in its mediated form, as money. The latter is possible only because a particular commodity becomes, as it were, the general substance of exchange values, or because the exchange values of commodities become identified with a particular commodity different from all others. Here in the Grundrisse Marx makes a distinction between contradictions that can be transcended and those that are merely represented in another form. Point 11 The contradiction mentioned above belongs to the latter category, because it generates a form in which it is represented. The exchange value of all commodities becomes separated and independent from the original natural substances in which it has existed, and exchange value is eventually expressed in the particular natural substance of one money commodity. Exchange values are founded on their own particular substances, but in the money commodity they are represented within one specific substance which possesses natural attributes adequate for fulfilling certain needs. These attributes include unchangeability, separability, recompoundability, and transportability. Point 12. This representation is realized through the practice of commodity owners. They equate the exchange values of their commodities with a particular natural substance in one commodity such as gold or silver. This common action makes the commodity the general substance in which the exchange values of all commodities are expressed, to which they are transferred, and in which they exist. One commodity thus becomes money. The theoretical contradiction in the commodity between its two aspects is resolved through the unconscious practice of commodity owners in generating a form money through which the contradiction is represented. Marx analyzes the situation in which the exchange values of commodities become separated and are expressed in the particular natural substance of one commodity money. He uses two categories: alienation and reification. It is clear to the economists that the existence of money presupposes the reification of the social connection. But why do they have faith in the thing? Indeed, obviously only as a reified relation between persons, and it can have a social attribute, only because the individuals have alienated their own social relation as an object from themselves. Although in the citation above, the two categories reification and alienation suggest a progression from reification to alienation, the order in which the two phenomena occur in reality is the opposite: alienation to reification. A mutual relation between people's productive activities appears separated and independent from the human subjects in the exchange relation, because their practice mutually equates their products as equivalents. The exchangers can equate them in this way because there is a presupposition that their general or abstract labor is objectified in them as the substance of value. Through this practice, the exchange relation between private individuals is separated and becomes independent as exchange value. Marx calls this separation the alienation through which the exchange relation is abstracted from the human subjects who form it. The sense of the word alienation is the same as in the economic and philosophical manuscripts. In those manuscripts Marx criticizes Hegel, remarking that he grasps human labor within alienation or within abstraction in a way similar to the political economists. Marx's early critique refers to a situation in which money is generated through the unconscious and pervasive practice undertaken by commodity owners in alienating or abstracting their own relationship as exchange value. These exchangers bring their products into exchange as commodities, because they consciously believe that they have exchange value. Thus their unconscious practice in alienating their own relation as exchange value appears in reverse in their consciousness. In that way their commodities seem to have exchange value themselves, because the exchangers are confident that their products are the phenomenal form of value itself. Marx is perhaps recalling a similar analysis in Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. The cultivated self-consciousness which traversed the world of the self-alienated spirit has, through its exteriorization, produced the thing as its own self, therefore, it still retains its own self in it and knows that the thing lacks self-subsistence, that it is essentially only a being for an other, or, to give complete expression to the relation, i.e., to what alone constitutes the nature of the object here, the thing counts for it as something that exists on its own account, it declares sense certainty to be absolute truth, but this being for itself is itself declared to be a moment that merely vanishes and passes over into its opposite, into a being that is at the disposal of another. 13. The parenthesis money, inserted by Marx in his excerpts from the Phenomenology, is evidence that he understands that Hegel's the thing, to which self-consciousness relates, is not a mere thing but a commodity, when it declares that what it does out of a conviction of duty. This utterance is the validating of its action. 14. Marx reads the utterance of the spirit as economic action, and the validating of its action as money. In fact its utterance is an expression of economic value. 15. Because the spirit is that of commodity owners who unconsciously alienate their own relation from themselves as exchange value, and then become its mediators. They bear value consciousness, though they do not recognize how it is formed. In that way Marx analyzes the pervasive value consciousness of commodity owners by using Hegel's concept self-consciousness from the Phenomenology. Marx brings reification into focus by moving from alienation to exchange value. Exchange value is itself invisible and intangible, so therefore, as a general object, it can exist only symbolically. Exchange value must then be represented in the thing or body of a particular commodity, which is the most adequate way for it to be expressed. Marx describes the materialization of alienated value in the thing or body, its reification or embodiment. This process, in which the human subjects in a relation of commodity exchange posit value through abstraction 16 or through alienation, proceeds simultaneously with the process in which they lose their subjectivity. They are unconsciously engaged in the abstraction of value and in the identification of it with the thing or body. Unawares they generate money through their common action, and they become subject to it. Money is their alienated intersubjectivity reified in a particular natural substance as gold or silver, which is now the general substance of exchange value. Later in Capital Marx defines money, generated in this way, as a materialization 17 in which value, i.e. a social form, is expressed in a specific natural substance or matter. In Aristotle's terms the secondary substance becomes separated from the primary or original substance, and is incarnated in another primary substance. Marx writes, money is the objective medium into which exchange values are dipped, and in which they obtain the shape corresponding to their general determination. Money as an objective medium or objective expression is the money subject or the subject of money. The relation of commodity exchange is alienated as value from the human subjects who form the relation, and value is materialized in a particular natural substance such as gold or silver. A specific commodity thus becomes the money subject. It arises from the essence of exchange value itself that one particular commodity appears as the money subject to the money attribute of all commodities. This much arises from what has been developed so far. A particular product must become the subject of money, which exists as the attribute of every exchange value. The subject in which the symbol is represented is not a matter of indifference, since the claims to the representing subject are contained in the conditions conceptual determinations, determinate relations of what is to be represented. Within the relation of commodity exchange, people unconsciously lose their subjectivity and become subordinate to money as a subject. The exchange relation is separated as value, because they abstract it unawares. This abstraction is objectified and identified with a particular substance, so it appears as the money subject. By tracing the genesis of money as a subject, Marx has clarified why a specific substance, such as gold or silver, becomes the money subject, and why there exists the fetishism that gold is money by nature. Using this critique, he reveals the real ground of Hegel's thesis that substance is subject. Hegel writes, "It is out of this judgment that the idea is in the first place only the one general substance, but its developed and true actuality is to be as subject and thus as spirit." In the economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx argues that Hegel's substance is the alienation or the absolute and fixed abstraction. 18 The most crucial category in Hegel's thesis is the spiritual relationship. 19 Or the abstractly spiritual. 20 Through which substance as knowing becomes subject. The labor which Hegel recognizes is merely to know. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx writes that for Hegel, knowing is its only objective relationship. 21 For Hegel, knowing knows itself, and consciousness is therefore self-consciousness. Self-consciousness confirms that everything exists in knowing by objectifying itself as a subject. What appears as an object to self-consciousness is nothing but self-consciousness in the form of its own object consciousness. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx reveals that Hegel's substance in the phenomenology is in fact the alienated relation of commodity ownership as value in potentiality. In other words, Hegel has read into substance a specific economic situation in which the commodity owner reifies value consciousness in the product. Marx grasps that Hegel's self-consciousness is only abstractly conceived man produced by abstraction. Man is selfish, or an abstract egoist. 22 Man is the commodity owner. For Marx, Hegel's object consciousness or thingness is reified egoism or value consciousness. According to Hegel, object consciousness is exteriorized self-consciousness. 23 Or an abstract thing, a thing of abstraction. 24 The abstract thing which the commodity owner reifies is expressed by Marx in the economic and philosophical manuscripts as money, as the existing and active notion of value. 25 Or the money of spirit. Marx calls the reification of value by commodity owners in their consciousness thingness, using one of Hegel's terms. This reification is value which appears in a thing, and is value consciousness reflecting on the product, its property. In Hegel's view, substance, which becomes subject through self-objectification or self-knowing, is ideal and abstract, whereas Marx mentions only the concrete natural substance. Aware of this limitation, he introduces another category: labor time. Money is labor time as general object, or the reification of general labor time as general commodity. It therefore looks very simple that, while labor time regulates exchange values, it is indeed not only the inherent measure of exchange values, but also their substance itself. Marx defines labor time as the substance of exchange value. A little later he calls the new category a social substance, distinguished from natural substance. Using these basic terms, he is able to demonstrate that social substance as general labor is reified in the products of concrete labor through the separation of the exchange relation as value. This happens through the unconscious actions of commodity owners. Through this common practice, the values of commodities are embodied and reified in a particular natural substance such as gold or silver, which thus appears as the money subject. Hegel's argument that substance becomes subject is understood by Marx in economic terms as the reification of an alienated relationship. This reification is value embodied in a particular natural substance. That substance, the materialization of value consciousness, appears as the money subject. Price and quantum. After using Hegel's work in describing the transformation of products into commodities and the transformation of commodities into money, Marx defines price as follows. Exchange value, posited in the determinateness of money, is price. Exchange value is expressed in price as a certain quantum of money. Money as price appears first of all as the unity of all the exchange values. Secondly, it appears as the unit of which they all contain a given amount, so that the equation with money expresses the quantitative determinateness of exchange values, their quantitative relation to one another. 26. In writing the above passage, Marx is evidently recalling the following sentences in Hegel's work on quantum under quantity in his doctrine of being. In number, the quantum reaches its development and perfect determinateness. Number has the one as its element, and contains in itself amount according to the moments of discretion, and unit according to the moments of continuity, as its qualitative moments. 27. Both paragraphs cited above share certain terms such as quantum, unity, and amount. And there is another common characteristic: quantum is put on the same logical level as unity and amount. At the end of his discussion of quality, Hegel explains that being for itself, or determinate being, which determines itself in relation to others, tends to express itself as one through others, the many, as much as possible. At an extreme, each one, which has taken on the role of the objective material in which the subjective expresses itself, wants to express itself with the many others as an equal subject. Then the many repulse the one. No one can find any difference between itself and the many, because they are the same as the one. Therefore they are a reflection of the one itself. The relation of one to many is but a relation of one to itself. Each one of many mutually attracts the others, so quality abstracts itself into quantity, the transition from quality to quantity. Using the logical relations between one and many and repulsion and attraction, Marx demonstrates that money is generated from the commodity relation. Then, using quantum from the conception of quantity in the logic, he defines price, assuming that money is already given as a presupposition. Hegel writes, quantum, limited quantity. Marx notes that the commodity has value in a limited quantity or quantum. It is expressed using money in a certain amount, and thus express a price. Every value is expressed only with money, so in that sense money is unity. Money has both a particular quality and a fixed quantity, i.e. a unit, and it is thus composed of a certain amount. Money's first function is to measure the value of the commodity. Value form and the process of exchange, and one and many. Marx progresses from the first determination of money as measure of value to its second determination as means of circulation and realizer of prices. Those two determinations of money are both based on the first type of circulation, commodity money money commodity. He writes, at first sight, circulation appears as a badly infinite process. The commodity is exchanged for money, money is exchanged for the commodity, and this is repeated endlessly. This constant renewal of the same process indeed forms an essential moment of circulation. But, viewed more precisely, it reveals other phenomena as well, the phenomena of completion, or, the return of the point of departure into self. The commodity is exchanged for money, money is exchanged for the commodity. The passage cited above is based on the definition of becoming and the bad infinity in Hegel's Logic 28. Something becomes an other, but the other is itself a something, therefore it likewise becomes an other, and so on ad infinitum. This infinity is the bad or negative infinity, it is only a negation of a finite, but the finite arises again the same as ever, and is never transcended. In other words, this infinite only expresses the ought of transcendence of the finite. Marx sees the bad infinity in the formal process C, M, C. As long as it appears as an endless, purposeless process, the first commodity is prima facie the same as the last. However, if we connect selling with purchasing, it becomes apparent that the hidden purpose of the process consists in the consumption of the use value of the second commodity outside the process of circulation itself. The process is merely a means. Within this process of circulation, money is determined firstly as a measure of the value of a commodity and secondly as a means of circulation. Hegel defines the bad infinity as an endless process of renewal between one finiteness and another, or between something and another something, forming a contradiction between finitudes to be superseded up to infinity. In what Hegel calls the bad infinity, Marx traces the actions of obtaining use value in the process of circulation and consuming it outside the economic process. With reference to Hegel, Marx then defines circulation as a continuous movement which has its own purpose. 29 It is in the nature of circulation that every point appears simultaneously as a starting point and as an ending point. Hegel calls this circulation the veritable infinite, which forms a circulation. Its ending point is connected with the next starting point. He defines the veritable infinite as follows: the veritable infinite, which rather consists in being with itself in its other, or, if enunciated as a process, in coming to itself in its other. 30. Does the form of circulation C1, M, C2 correspond to the veritable infinite? This form helps to obtain use value for individual consumption which is realized outside the economic process. Therefore it is defined neither as being with itself in its other, nor as process, coming to itself in its other. What is the economic form which matches the true infinite? It is the opposite type of circulation M1, C, M2. What is the purpose of the second type of circulation? Circulation begins with money and ends in money, the same thing. There is no qualitative difference between the beginning and the end, but a quantitative distinction, i.e. M2, M1 equals delta M, which Marx later calls surplus value. M2 is taken to be more than M1, and M2 will then immediately return as the next M1. If M2 M1, then money vanishes, and the second form of circulation cannot subsist. Money increases endlessly, bringing surplus value as a result. The purpose of this process is form as content, i.e. a content into which the type of circulation, the circulation of value, has changed. Money in the second type of circulation has that special purpose. However, money is nothing but a particular form of increasing value. The general subject here is a process of increasing value, so it is abstract. Commodity and money are particular concrete forms within which the abstract subject maintains itself, metamorphosing from one form to another. Not only the commodity but even money descends to finiteness, subject to the true infinity or increasing value. In that way Marx grounds Hegel's abstract definition of the true infinity on economic actuality. Marx then touches on the third determination of money as hoard or treasure. This is analyzed in detail in the next section of the present work. Here Marx inquires how money generates and tries to solve the problem of the value form in conjunction with the process of exchange. He does this with reference to the true infinity or endless circulation. Marx analyzes an equivalent relation between simple commodities that lies beneath the definition of money as measure of value. If I say a pound of cotton is worth 8d, then I am saying that 1 pound of cotton equals 1/116 ounce of gold. This original relation of the pound of cotton with gold, by means of which the quantity of gold contained in an ounce of cotton is determined, is fixed by the quantity of labor time realized in one and the other, the real common substance of exchange values. Where in actual fact are the commodity and money reduced to labor time as the real common substance of exchange values or social substance. Marx presumes that the reduction is realized in the bourgeois economy itself. Competition equates the other working days with that one, modificandis modificatus. Directly or indirectly. In a word, in the direct production of gold, a definite quantity of gold directly appears as product and hence as the value, the equivalent, of a definite amount of labor time. Competition abstracts from the natural attributes of commodities and money in order to equate them with the labor time necessary to produce them. This is abstraction in actu. The market where the abstraction is actualized has been formed in practice. The form of barter in which the overflow 31 of one's own production is exchanged by chance for that of others is only the first occurrence of the product as exchange value in general, and is determined by accidental needs, whims, etc. But if it should happen to continue, to become a continuing act which contains within itself the means of its renewal, then little by little, from the outside and likewise by chance, regulation of reciprocal exchange arises by means of regulation of reciprocal production, and the costs of production, which ultimately resolve into labor time, would thus become the measure of exchange. This shows how exchange comes about, and the exchange value of the commodity. Competitive relationships in bourgeois society are traced back to an original, accidental relation in the exchange of surplus products between communities. If this accidental relation stimulates a division of labor within communities, their surplus product turns into the means of their own reproduction, and they thus produce more surplus product in terms of use value, even exchanging part of the product of necessary labor. The reciprocal production and exchange of surplus products between communities is gradually repeated in frequency and regularity. The exchange relation then penetrates communities and changes them into commodity-producing societies. Marx has defined the process of exchange in logic and history. His next task is to clarify the logical rule which the owner of a commodity unconsciously follows in the practical process of exchange. What is it? What is it grounded on? Marx now demonstrates the value form or the genesis of money. Here in the Grundrisse he is able to undertake a basic analysis of the value form, making critical use of Hegel's logic of one and many. At the end of Hegel's discussion of determinate being in the logic, being is defined as what has become independent or something, and it is distinguished from an independent other. The other is an other something and is but something itself, to which it relates negatively. Therefore the relation of something to other is a relation of self-reflection. Being is thus defined as being for itself. Something is then defined as one and an other, i.e. something has become two then four. Thus one becomes many. Each of the many is also one, the many are many ones. Hegel writes, the one just excludes itself and posits itself as the many. Each of the many is, however, itself one. As it behaves as such, so here with this all-round repulsion converts into its opposition, attraction. 32. What sort of image does Hegel have in mind in being for itself when it repulses and attracts itself? In fact, the real image is as follows. We have the readiest instance of being for itself in the I. We know ourselves as existence, first of all, distinguished from other existence and related thereto. But we also come to know that this width of determinate being is sharpened, as it were, to the simple form of being for itself. When we say I, it is the expression of infinity and, at the same time, negative self-relation. 33. Here we have the modern individual. Hegel imagines modern persons, who mutually repulse and attract, as dependent on their social relations, though they think they are independent. They cannot live without social intercourse. Through competition and dependency they transcend their exclusive finite I for the infinite we. Hegel thinks that their intersubjectivity is expressed in a simple form, but does not explain it further in the logic. However, in his early note, First Philosophy of Spirit, not known to Marx, Hegel considers the actual situation of one and many in the economic relations which inevitably generate money as a simple form. This manifold laboring at needs as things must likewise realize their concept, their abstraction, their general concept must become a thing like them, but one which, qua universal, represents all needs. Money is this materially existing concept, the form of unity, or of the possibility of all things needed. 34. Therefore it is possible to say that when Hegel writes a simple form in the logic, he holds the more concrete image of money as the form of unity. This image derives from his critical reading of Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, where Smith explains that the real measure of exchange is labor, an abstract notion. Subsequently Smith writes of it as a plain and palpable object, i.e. money was introduced by persons of prudence. Hegel finds a crucial gap between labor as a real measure and money as a convenience, and tries to fill the gap with a view or recognition of money as the form of unity which exists as the general in a material thing and represents all needs. However, Hegel is not successful in demonstrating why and how labor is abstracted, and how abstract labor develops into money, though he writes that this manifold laboring at needs must realize the general concept in a material thing. Although writing in ignorance of Hegel's critique of Smith's theory of money in the first Philosophy of Spirit, Marx finds social reality in Hegel's simple form and reveals that being for itself is not a natural phenomenon but relates to historically determined persons in specific social relationships. Marx sees natural substance or use value in Hegel's definition of reality of determinate being, and he sees exchange value in Hegel's ideality of being for itself. Independent persons in bourgeois society exist as commodity owners who use these determinations. A commodity owner exists in himself as a finite I, which corresponds to the immediate existence of the commodity as a product or natural substance. However, the commodity owner must form the relation of commodity exchange with other persons, through and in which he supersedes finitude as I for infinity as we. The individual commodity owner now shares this intersubjectivity with others in commodity relations. Marx associates Smith's image of the person as an economic subject with Hegel's definitions of determinate being and being for itself. Smith thinks that man is born with the propensity to exchange given by nature which fixes a certain division of labor. 35 Smith insists that this inevitably results in civilized society or commercial society, which is in fact capitalism. This naturalistic image of capitalism is also found in Hegel. He has the same kind of image, confusing what is specific to capitalism with what is common to all forms of society. In the Minor Logic he writes as follows. The distinction between nature and spirit is not improperly conceived, when the former is traced back to reality, and the latter to ideality as their fundamental determination. Nature, however, is far from being so fixed and complete, as to subsist even without spirit. In spirit it first, as it were, attains its goal and its truth. And likewise, spirit on its part is not merely an abstract other world of nature, but it is only first true and proved as spirit, as far as it contains nature as transcended in itself. Hegel would be correct if he took the above on the level of the consistent naturalism or humanism or species life detailed by Marx in the Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts. 36 In Marx's work man develops his nature through exploring the essence of objective nature by poiesis. However, Hegel's transition from the reality of determinate being to the ideality of being for itself does not express a humanization of nature in history, as we see in Marx. Hegel leaps to the historical dimension without any mediation. What he defines abstractly as being for itself implies modern alienation or the division of human species life into physical and mental labor. In alienated life people mutually repulse each other in competition and nevertheless attract in exchange. Hegel expressed this implicitly in One and Many. Marx translates repulsion and attraction in the logic into economic terms as competition among commodity owners and their mutual dependency in commodity exchange. How are competition and dependency mediated? This is not considered by Smith, who is satisfied with a view of money that lacks proof why and how labor becomes abstract, and whether or not there is any relationship between this abstraction and money. By contrast, Hegel claims that the independent person brings about a simple form with which he transcends finite existence as an I for we and is thus organized as the superseded I, i.e. abstract intersubjective consciousness. Hegel is aware of the problem of the value form or the genesis of money in his own logic of being for itself or one and many. But he does not develop this awareness into an analysis of the simplest form of value, the relation of one commodity to another, in which the commodity as subject expresses its own value in the use value of another commodity. Marx begins to analyze the form of value in the chapter on money of the Grundrisse, obtaining his results by using Hegel's logic. Hegel defines the special characteristic of spirit, which is distinguished from nature, as ideality. The substance of this definition is specific to modern private property or value consciousness, which the commodity owner unconsciously objectifies in his product as exchange value, and which the commodity owner mistakenly assumes is inherent within it. This value consciousness is the alienated thought of the modern persons who form the exchange relation. It is not a determination specific to the labor process as such but a determination specific to persons in practical commodity relations. Although Hegel does not explicitly define the ideality of being for itself in that sense, he implies this substantive content. By reading Hegel's definition of one and many in that context, Marx applies it to his study of the value form. He analyzes the first form of value, where the value of one commodity is expressed in the use value of another, as follows. A commodity is exchange value only as far as it is expressed in another, i.e. as a relation. A bushel of wheat is worth so many bushels of rye. In this case wheat is exchange value in as much as it is expressed in rye, and rye is exchange value in as much as it is expressed in wheat. In this citation Marx makes a clear distinction between the commodity as exchange value and the commodity as equivalent. The owner of wheat in fact makes a value thing of the wheat by expressing its value in rye. The owner speculates that wheat may be related to rye in this way, because wheat has an exchange value in rye, or alternatively the owner speculates that the exchange value is originally in the wheat itself. This speculation de facto abstracts exchange value from the exchange relation and mediates it. This thought is one of value abstraction, and the thought has a generality because it is ideal. The wheat is related not only to rye, but to all commodities except itself, according to the specific abstraction made by its owner. It repulses and attracts other commodities as media for expressing its value. The value of one commodity is expressed in the use values of many others. One commodity may be exchanged with many others, so it thus attains general exchangeability. Here we see Marx's breakthrough in tackling the problem of the value form. Because of the ideality and generality in the first value form, the expression of the value of one commodity in the use value of another, the first value form necessarily leads to the second in Marx's analysis. In the second value form, the value of one commodity is expressed in the use values of many others. Hegel's being for itself and one and many reveal the logical character of the transition from the first value form to the second, even though being for itself in Hegel's logic is not explicitly related to value. Reference to Hegel's logic also shows us that Marx's presentation of the value form in the Grundrisse is much closer to his final view, found in the second edition of Capital, than appears at first glance. What takes place in the second form of the expression of value? The value of one commodity expressed in the use values of many others. Each of the many other commodities is also one, and each has been used for the expression of value of one commodity. There are many ones. The more these many other commodities take on the role of medium for the expression of value, the stronger their impulse to express their own value. Each of the many also turns to one, with the same warrant to express its own value. This occurs in proportion to the maturity of the second form of value. These mutual claims to be the value subject bring about the conversion of the second form to the third. In the third form, commodities as many ones express their values in the use value of but one commodity, which they repulse and attract in common. Marx defines the one commodity as one general, in the following way: 37. It is posited as a relation, more precisely as a relation in general, not to one commodity but to every commodity, to every possible product. It expresses, therefore, a general relation, the product which relates to itself as the realization of a determinate quantum of general labor, of social labor time, and is therefore the equivalent of every other product in the proportion expressed in its exchange value. Exchange value presupposes social labor as the substance of all products, quite apart from their naturalness. Nothing can express a relation without relating to one, and there can be no general relation unless it relates to one general thing. This conversion is defined as the transition from the second form of value to the third in Capital. In that context, as well as in a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy of 1859, Marx says that the second form contains the third, which can be understood more easily with reference to Hegel's one and many, as interpreted above. In a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx writes as follows: Therefore the exchange value of this single commodity expresses itself exhaustively only in the infinitely many equations, where the use values of all other commodities form their equivalent. Only in the sum of these equations, or in the totality of different proportions where one commodity is exchangeable with any other commodity, and it is expressed exhaustively as general equivalent. 38. Marx's study of the value form in the chapter on money is thus close to his final text when he explicates the transition from the second form of value to the third. However, his work in the chapter on money has distinct limitations compared with the final version, because the value form and the process of exchange are grasped as immediately related, so his analysis of the theoretical expression of value and the simultaneous realization of exchange value and use value are not clearly separated in the grundrisse. This is because he has not yet distinguished between value and exchange value. 39. Means of circulation and measure. After analyzing the value form and its relation to the two types of circulation, Marx turns to money in its three determinations. He takes up his analysis with the second determination, money as means of circulation and realizer of prices. When we now go over the second determination of money, money as medium of exchange and realizer of prices, then we have found that in this case it must be present in a certain quantity, that the given weight of gold and silver which has been posited as a unit is required in a certain amount in order to be adequate to this determination. In the second determination of money, this reality, the material substance or material substratum of money, temporarily exists in the seller's hand, and soon vanishes from it. The purpose of money in the first type of circulation C1, C2 is to exchange C1 with C2, or to obtain C2 with C1. Here money is a semblance, a fleeting mediation, acting to realize this purpose. He confirms that the first determination of money and the second appear, for the present, independent of each other. Within the process, as we have seen, the quantity, the amount of these objective symbols of the monetary unit is essential. Hence, while the material substance of money, its material substratum as a certain quantum of gold or silver, is indifferent within circulation, where money appears as something existing in opposition to commodities, it is there only a symbol for a certain amount of this unit, in its determination as measure. However, where it was introduced only ideally, its material substratum was essential, but its quantity and even its existence as such were indifferent. Those two determinations of money are analyzed, using two facts, person and thing. In the first determination measure of value, the person or commodity owner is concerned with the existence or material substance of money as a purely theoretical entity. However, in the second determination means of circulation and realizer of prices, the person is indifferent in practice to the material substance of money, but interested instead in a certain nominal amount of money. Monetary metallism or realism and monetary nominalism are derived from the ideal representation of the real existence of money, and the practical realization of imagined money in a certain amount of nominal money. The metallist or realist speculates that money, which a person represents in the mind as an idea of value, exists in reality in the commodity, and realizes itself in the practice of exchange, whereas the nominalist presumes that the value of money in circulation derives from a value that does not really exist in the commodity but is merely an idea in the minds of exchangers. The two determinations of money are externally independent, an analytical phase based on measure in Hegel's logic. The identity between quality and quantity equals the second determination, which is found in measure, is at first only implicit, and not yet explicitly posited. In other words, each of these two determinations, the unification of which measure is, likewise make themselves independent. On the one hand, the quantitative determinations of determinate being may be altered, without affecting its quality. On the other hand, this indifferent increase and decrease has its limit by exceeding which the quality is changed. Though Hegel gives an example of the change from water to steam or ice in the same section above, Marx continues to consider money in its two determinations. It is these contradictory determinations of money, as measure, as realization of prices and as mere medium of exchange, which explains the otherwise inexplicable phenomenon that the debasement of metallic money, of gold, silver, through admixture of inferior metals, causes a depreciation of money and a rise in prices. Here Marx is thinking of the dispute between John Locke and William Lowndes concerning the recoinage of silver. 40 Lowndes, the monetary nominalist, proposed a devaluation, i.e. renaming the old coins 1 shilling, even though they had been debased to 4/5 of their standard value in silver. His proposal was intended to settle the question of the real depreciation of silver coin with a merely nominal change. Locke, on the other hand, was a monetary realist or metallist, insisting on a restoration of the coinage, i.e. restoring the quantity of silver in the 1 shilling coin from its debased state to the old Elizabethan standard. He argued for a real adjustment in the coinage by increasing the amount of silver in it. Locke won the battle. Marx took up the recoinage case in order to show that the two determinations of money are mutually influential. If the quality of material money as gold or silver decreases, its quantity as coinage increases. Treasure and contradiction dissolves itself. Marx then advances to the third determination. We now pass on to the third determination of money, which results from the second form of circulation, M, C, M, in which money appears not only as medium, nor as measure, but as an end in itself. Why does money appear as an end in itself? This is because the second type of circulation presents no qualitative difference at its end. At the beginning, money is the same in its quality as at the end. The purpose of the second type of circulation, M1, C, M2 is to obtain an M2 greater than M1, or to realize a surplus. Otherwise M2 M1, and money decreases to zero, so the second form of circulation will cease to exist. Or if money is debased in quality, the same consequences will occur. The purpose of the first type of circulation is individual consumption outside the economic process, whereas the purpose of the second type is an infinite movement, so money increases without qualitative change. Marx describes the third determination of money as follows. The third determination of money in its complete development presupposes the first two and is their unification. Money, therefore, has an independent existence outside circulation, it has stepped outside it. As a particular commodity, it can be transformed out of its form of money into that of luxury articles, gold and silver jewelry, or, as money, it can be accumulated to form a treasure. Money is a specific form of community. In bourgeois society, human abilities that derive from social relations are deformed into money. Money is not only a presupposition but a resultant in the second form of circulation. Money changes everything into a commodity, including labor power, because the products necessary for its reproduction are turned into commodities as alien property, which workers must buy with their money wages. In order to function productively, money in its third determination, as we have seen, must be not only the presupposition but equally the result of circulation. It is inherent in the simple determination of money itself that it can exist as a developed moment of production only where wage labor exists, that in this case, far from dissolving the social formation, it is rather a condition for its development and a driving wheel for the development of all forces of production, material and spiritual. As a consequence of wage labor, the individual's industriousness has no limit. The determination no limit applied to wage labor relates to its opposite pole, capital. Wherever it does not arise out of circulation as in Spain but has to be discovered corporeally, the nation is impoverished, whereas the nations which have to work in order to get it from the Spaniards develop the sources of wealth and really become rich. In contrast to Spanish mercantilism, commercial capital in the Netherlands and England developed the sources of wealth in their woolen industry. Commercial capital changed small-scale independent producers into wage laborers through the putting out system, even though these producers still appeared to be independent after the change. A large influx of gold and silver from the New World also caused real decreases in wages and rents, which benefited commercial capital even more. Commercial capital was thus originally accumulated capital, and it was transformed into industrial capital through manufacture. In the Grundrisse, Marx traces the path by which independent producers became industrial capitalists, and he argues that this was exceptional, without significance for his historical account. 41 His view of the transition from feudalism to capitalism changed, however, in the third manuscript version of Capital, dating from 1863, 5,42. Although this change began during 1861 to 3, whilst he was writing the second manuscript version. 43. Commercial capital seeks more money without limit. For that reason it forces immediate producers to work without limits, and they gradually become wage laborers. Their forced wage labor becomes measureless, an expression which comes from Hegel. Measureless is, first of all, a quantitative excess of a qualitatively determined measure. However, this quantitative relation which lacks measure, is still qualitative as well, so measureless is also a measure. These two transitions, from quality to quantum and from quantum to quality, can be represented as an infinite progress as the abrogation and restoration of measure in measureless. 44. In the transition from quality to quantum, Marx traces the first determination of money in its transition to the second. In the transition from quantum to another quality, he traces the third determination as a unification of the first and second. Money in its third determination is surplus money removed from circulation. How are the first and second determinations unified in the third? Marx writes as follows. Money, in the form in which it independently steps outside of and against circulation, is the negation of its determination as medium of circulation and measure. Why are they negatively unified? This is because they subsist through mutual negation. Money in one determination is negated by money in its other determinations, as follows. 1. Money as measure of value negates money as means of circulation, because the first is qualitative and the second quantitative. 2. Money as measure of value negates money as a means for realizing prices, because the first is qualitative and the second quantitative. 3. Money as measure of value is negated by money as means of circulation, because the second is quantitative and the first qualitative. 4. Money as measure of value is further negated by money as surplus money, because the third is quantitative and the first qualitative. Marx writes. As money in this third determination, the amount of itself as of a definite material quantum is essential. If its quality as general wealth is given, then there is no difference within it, other than the quantitative. It represents a greater or lesser amount of general wealth, depending on whether it possesses a given quantum of the general wealth in a greater or lesser amount. Therefore money seeks more money with a standard quality, and is measureless. How can we see that historically? Commercial capitalists gathered together producers who became only nominally independent, and were in fact transformed into wage laborers in manufacture. Corresponding to that change, commercial capitalists were transformed into industrial capitalists, and that resulted in the transition from mercantilism to industrial capitalism. Presupposing this historical transition, Marx looks for the beginning of the logical transition from money to capital, and he finds it in the third determination of money, treasure. He accomplishes this by using Hegel's conception contradiction dissolves itself. As we have just noted, money in the third determination is the negative unity of the first and second determinations, in which each determination is negated by its opposite. Money in its final, completed determination now appears in all aspects as a contradiction, which dissolves itself, and drives towards its own dissolution. Either in its first or in its second determination, money negates money in its opposing determinations by a process of self-determination. In other words, each determination attains self-affirmation through the negation of its opposite, which negates it, so it negates its own negation. Therefore the determination quality is the negation of its opposite quantity, i.e. the negation of quality, so in short, the determination quality is equivalent to the negation of its own negation, quantity. In the same way and in the same sense, the determination quantity negates its opposite determination quality, i.e. the negation of quantity. Thus the determination quantity is equivalent to the negation of its own negation, quality. Each of the two determinations is a determination or affirmation mediated through the negation of the negation. Marx's quotation of Spinoza's thesis that determination is negation is utilized in his analyses of the negative unity of the first two determinations of money. Quality now persists through mediation, or the negation of the negation, and is not self-subsistent. It is not a fixed particular quality, but the abstract quality or the generality which mediates and maintains itself through as many concrete sorts of quality as possible. Quantity is now also mediated. It is not a fixed quantum in a particular quality, but a variable quantity, indeed a quantity increasing through metamorphoses. Marx analyses money in its third determination as treasure in accordance with Hegel's description of the transition from being to essence in the last section of the Minor Logic. The infinity, the affirmation as negation of the negation, now has its aspects in quality and quantity, instead of the more abstract aspects of being and nothing or something and other. These aspects have in the first place transit from quality to quantity, and from quantity to quality, and thus are both shown up as negations. b. But in their unity they are first of all distinct, and the one is only by means of the other. And c. After the immediacy of this unity has turned out to be self-annulling, this unity is now posited as what is implicit, as simple relation to itself, which contains being in general and those forms that are annulled in it. Being or immediacy, which is mediation with itself and relation to itself through negation of itself, and which is consequently likewise a mediation which annuls itself into relation to itself, or into immediacy, is essence. Point 45. Marx grasps the third determination of money as an affirmation as negation of the negation. Money in the third determination is doubly mediated by the first and second determinations. Firstly, money in the third determination does not now merely measure the value of a commodity, but is transformed into a value which subsists through a ceaseless transition from one form to another. Secondly, value is no longer a nominal, fixed quantum but a variable quantum, an increasing quantity. Therefore money in its third determination is no longer simple money but implicitly a form of capital. Correspondingly, value consciousness now implies a consciousness of increasing value or a capitalist consciousness. Marx finds these implications of capital in value itself by using Hegel's definition of essence as being and immediacy, which is mediation with itself and relation to itself through negation of itself. Marx concludes his discussion in the chapter on money as follows. With circulation, the determined price is presupposed, and circulation as money posits it only formally. The determinateness of exchange value itself, or the measure of price, must now itself appear as an act of circulation. Posited in this way, exchange value is capital, and circulation is posited at the same time as an act of production. In the first, simple type of circulation C1, C2, the owner of commodity C1 determines its price. This price, determined ideally, is realized in money, which is used to purchase another commodity C2. Therefore in simple circulation, price or exchange value is not as such the purpose of the activity, but a mere temporary form which mediates a material transition from C1 to C2. However, in the third determination of money as treasure, money has another potential mission. It accomplishes this in an act of circulation, the purpose of which is an increase of exchange value itself as value is measured and prices realized. That second type of circulation is capital. Since capital is an expanding value relation in which exchange is carried out in terms of equivalent values, capital cannot subsist merely by an act of circulation. It must be mediated through an act of production, in which it extracts surplus labor and realizes it as surplus value in circulation. In that way capital can persist. As previously noted, Marx grasps money in its third determination as a negative unity or a contradiction which dissolves itself, a reference to Hegel, who wrote that contradiction dissolves itself into ground. This contradictory side of course dissolves itself into nothing, it withdraws into its negative unity. Now the thing, the subject, the notion, is just this negative unity itself. It is inherently self-contradictory, but it is no less the dissolved contradiction, it is the ground that contains and supports its determinations. Point 46. Marx grasps the contradiction of money as follows. The contradiction of money as negative unity dissolves itself when money saved from circulation as treasure returns to circulation in order to transform the conditions of production as the ground of exchange value. Marx develops this insight at the beginning of the chapter on capital in the Grundrisse. 3. The chapter on capital and the doctrine of essence, Part 1, Generality of Capital. The transition from money to capital and positing reflection. At the beginning of the chapter on capital in the Grundrisse 1, Marx defines a new, fourth determination of money, money as capital, distinguishing it from the third determination treasure or money as an end in itself. Then he considers the relation between value and capital as they were developed in theory and in history. As in theory the notion of value precedes that of capital, but on the other hand preposits a mode of production grounded on capital, for its pure development, so the same thing takes place in practice. The existence of value in its purity and generality preposits a mode of production in which the individual product has ceased to exist for the producer in general and even more for the individual laborer, and where nothing exists unless it is realized through circulation. This determination of value, then, preposits a given historic stage of the mode of social production, and it is something given with that mode, hence, a historic relation. At the same time, individual moments of the determinations of value develop in the earlier stages of the historic process of social production and appear as its result. Hence, within the system of bourgeois society, capital follows immediately after money. In history, other systems come before, and they form the material basis of a still incomplete development of value. In theoretical order, value precedes capital, and capital follows immediately after money. In other words, money, which has developed from commodity relationships, advances to capital, and capital structures material production and posits the circulation of commodities. This forms a circular process logical presupposition, then positing, which becomes the next presupposition. However, in order for money to become capital, the following four conditions must be presupposed. 1. Free exchange must have become widespread throughout society. 2. Most of the funds for production and consumption must have become free funds. 3. Because of the transformation of the funds for consumption into commodities, most of the immediate producers must have become wage laborers and most labor power must have become a commodity. 2. 4. Money must have been accumulated to such an extent that capital will have been formed. When Marx writes that capital follows immediately after money, he is presupposing that the four logical conditions listed above are extant in bourgeois society. These four conditions have been posited in actual fact by commercial capital in the course of history and have become presuppositions for the transformation of money into capital. It remains to be demonstrated how commercial capital then posits the presuppositions for the development of industrial capital in the course of history. Once that is done, Marx can write that capital follows immediately after money, though he later appends to this logical transformation a discussion of the economic formations which precede capitalist production, a section of the Grundrisse known as pre-capitalist economic formations. 3. When the four logical conditions are established in reality, money has then matured in its three determinations: measure of value, means of circulation, treasure or surplus money. It has an impulse to complete the transformation into capital because labor power, not simply its product, has become a commodity. In his analysis, Marx takes on the logical transformation of money into capital, before he considers the historical conditions for that transformation. Presupposing those historical conditions, the destruction of the primitive community and the process of primitive accumulation of capital, he develops or posits the logical transformation of money into capital. That development consists in the process of production of surplus value and the accumulation of capital. Then, with those theoretical demonstrations as criteria, he searches for the development of the four historical conditions listed above, which clarify his account of the logical development of capital. The order of analysis for capital that Marx uses in the Grundrisse is the logico-historical order previously employed in the economic and philosophical manuscripts for then used again in Capital. In the Grundrisse, Marx explores the general formation of a social system in history. It must be kept in mind that the new productive forces and relations of production do not develop out of nothing, nor drop from the sky, nor from the womb of the self-positing idea, but from within and in opposition to the existing development of production and the inherited, traditional relations of property. While in the completed bourgeois system every economic relation preposits every other in its bourgeois economic form, and everything posited is thus also a presupposition, this is the case with every organic system. This organic system itself, as a totality, has its presuppositions, and its development to its totality consists precisely in subordinating all elements of society to itself, or in creating out of it the organs which it still lacks. The organic system historically becomes a totality. The process of becoming this totality forms a moment of its process of coming to be, of its development. In the quotation cited above, Marx reflects on Hegel's logic of positing reflection. Hegel writes, "Positing reflection begins from nothing." 5 and Marx criticizes this conception, arguing that the bourgeois economic system has developed neither from the self-positing idea nor from nothing. Hegel also comments that the positing has no presupposition. 6 and Marx uses this idea constructively in his critique. Once the bourgeois economic system is established or posited, capital posits the presuppositions of its continued existence as results of the activity of capital itself. Therefore what is posited is the same as what is presupposed. This order from presupposition to positing to what is posited or is a resultant forms a circulation. In that way the self-reproduction of the bourgeois economy shares a circular logic with Hegel's positing reflection. They are the same so long as they mediate their presuppositions within themselves. Through that mediation, their existence is determined through self-reproduction. Presupposition and the posited are given their identities in this circulation, and identity is the simplest determination of essence. This self-identity is analogous to self-reproduction in the bourgeois economy. Hegel asserts that positing reflection has no presupposition, suggesting that what precedes presupposition is identical with what it posits. However, with respect to the bourgeois economic system, the very presuppositions of its existence were originally posited in the historical process by which pre-capitalist forms of society were destroyed, and it was from those elements that bourgeois society was built up. Far from having no presuppositions, the bourgeois economy has historical presuppositions derived directly from the past. The logical presuppositions of the self-reproduction of the bourgeois economic system are posited in history, and are independent of the logical presuppositions identified by Marx. At the beginning of the chapter on capital in the Grundrisse, Marx confirms this methodology. When he presupposes conditions for the transformation of money into capital, he follows the movement of capital to the stage of accumulation, and then traces how the conditions were developed in the historical process by which primitive accumulation occurred and the primitive community was destroyed. After that confirmation, he brings his analysis of the bourgeois economic system into focus, but we are dealing here with developed bourgeois society, which is already moving on its own foundation. On that basis he presents the following problem, later formulated as the Rhodes problem in Capital. 1. Capital comes initially from circulation, and, moreover, its point of departure is money. 2. On the other side it is equally clear that the simple movement of exchange values, such as is present in pure circulation, can never realize capital. This is the Rhodes problem. The transformation of money into capital must be realized both within and outside the process of circulation. In Marx's words, these are the conditions of the problem. Hic Rhodes, hic salta. 7. In a passage in the Grundrisse that occurs just after point 2 above, Marx refers again to the contradiction within money resolving itself. As soon as money steps back into circulation, it dissolves itself in a series of exchange processes with commodities which are consumed, hence it is lost as soon as its purchasing power is exhausted. These two problems, the Rhodes problem and the contradiction within money, are the same, and they both exist in the sphere of circulation, quite apart from production. The conditions for the transformation of money into capital cannot be met entirely in circulation. When money returns to circulation, it meets the Rhodes problem, i.e. how to generate a surplus for capital accumulation when only equivalents are exchanged. Money must be transformed into the conditions of production in order to solve the problem. Circulation therefore does not carry within itself the principle of self-renewal. The movements of the latter are preposited to it, not posited by it. Its immediate being is therefore pure semblance. It is the phenomenon of a process taking place behind it. In a passage strikingly like the one by Marx quoted above, Hegel writes, "It is mere unsense, or semblance. Semblance in essence is not the semblance of an other, but semblance in itself, semblance of essence itself." 9. Marx thinks that commodities and money in simple circulation are results of the principle of self-renewal or reproduction, and that at first they appear independently as immediacies not mediated by anything. That appearance, however, is a mere semblance of the truth. Money must return to circulation, not to remain there, but to change into conditions for production. In that way Marx traces the path of value in a process that moves from non-circulation to circulation and thence to production. In short, the contradiction in money in its third determination, money as treasure or surplus money, dissolves itself into the ground of production. That logical order from contradiction to ground is based on Hegel's logic. Contradiction dissolves itself. 10. The dissolved contradiction is therefore ground. 11. Marx traces the movement by which value, in order to increase, must advance from non-circulation to circulation and thence to production. And he connects this process with the logic that contradiction dissolves itself into ground. While, originally, the act of social production appeared as the positing of exchange values, and this, in its later development, as circulation as completely developed reciprocal movement of exchange values, now, circulation itself returns back into the activity which posits or produces exchange values. It returns into it as into its ground. Money transforms itself into the conditions for production and then returns to the point where exchange values in the form of commodities and money have been produced or posited. At the beginning of the chapter on capital, Marx refers to Hegel's positing reflection or circular logic that moves from presupposition to positing. But he does so on the basis of his own presupposition that the four conditions for the transition of money into capital have already been established in the course of history. The transition from contradiction to ground at the beginning of Hegel's doctrine of essence is related by Marx to the movement of money as capital from non-circulation to circulation and thence to production. In order to resolve the contradiction between money as capital and the quantitative barrier it must cross between equivalence and increase or surplus. The exchange between capital and labor, the labor process and the valorization process, and form, substance, matter, and content. In tracing the movement of money as capital from circulation to production, Marx applies Hegel's dictum in logic that contradiction dissolves itself into ground. Money as capital transforms itself into conditions for production, and thus returns from circulation to production, which corresponds to ground in the doctrine of essence. 12. In order to investigate the further connections between Marx's Grundrisse and Hegel's logic, we must note that Hegel describes a complex subsumption of substance, matter, and content under the concept form as follows. Form at first stands opposed to essence. 13. And is then ground relation in general, and its determinations are the ground and grounded. It further stands opposed to matter, and then is determining reflection, and its determinations are determination of reflection itself and its persistence. Finally it stands opposed to content, where its determinations again are itself and matter. What before was the self-identical first ground, then persistence in general, and lastly matter passes beneath the domination of form and is once more one of its determinations. 14. Hegel argues that form subsumes essence or substance, matter, and content concomitantly under itself. By contrast, Marx rearranges those four categories into three pairs. 1. Form and substance. 2. Form and content. 3. Form and matter. Marx has already analyzed the economic implications of form and substance in the chapter on money. He explicates the economic significance of form and content in the exchange between capital and labor, and that of form and matter in his consideration of the labor process. As we have seen in our analysis of the chapter on money, labor in general is unconsciously abstracted in commodity relations as a social substance, the substance of value is not at all the particular natural substance, but rather objectified labor. Owners of labor products equate them with each other as value in private exchange, and through that equation, each concrete form of labor is abstracted as objectified labor, a social substance, which grounds and regulates value. Exchangers presume that they equate their products with each other as values, because as values they appear to be equivalents. Thus the unconscious acts of exchangers are reflected in a perverse way in their consciousness. What seems to them to be value is only an ideal expression of their relation within private exchange. That relation, which is posited as they equate their products, is alienated from them as value. Marx later calls this alienated relation a form or value form in capital. In the Grundrisse, Marx just touches on the analysis of the value form, but does not as yet develop it from its first to its fourth and final form as coins and currency. Rather he begins the study of value, using the term substance in two ways, natural substance in the sense of use value, and social substance in the sense of abstract labor. The reason why he adopts the word substance in those two senses is that he understands social substance as something mediated with or materialized in a natural substance. The terms natural substance and social substance are an adaptation of Aristotle's concepts primary substance and secondary substance. Marx equates primary substance with natural substance, and secondary substance with social substance. However, form and substance are not yet paired in the Grundrisse, as they are in the later theory of the value form in capital, because in the Grundrisse Marx has not yet distinguished value from exchange value. He uses the word relation in the sense of value form, and therefore it is possible to say that he in fact uses the pair form and substance in the Grundrisse. Marx understands what Hegel calls ideality of being for itself as the logical expression of the alienated relation of exchange or form as value. He sees the alienated relation or value form in being for itself. Form or relation and social substance are historical par excellence in the Grundrisse, where he connects them with the exchange of commodities. Form and substance are determinations of commodity exchange, considered abstractly. Form is what becomes alienated and independent from the people who exchange commodities, and substance is what grounds and regulates form, because it is abstracted from concrete labor when commodities are equated as values. This pair form and substance is connected with the next pair, form and content. Point 15 The alienated relation or form becomes separated as value and materialized as money through the unconscious acts of commodity owners. Value is transubstantiated into another natural substance, gold or silver, so the contradiction between use value and value develops into an exterior opposition between commodities and money. Form and content are determinations of the commodity and money in exchange relations. Money is form, which has value as its main component and use value as a subordinate component, whereas the commodity is content, which has, by contrast, use value as its main component and value as a subordinate one. Marx then makes a distinction between two ways in which money as form and the commodity as content are related. He does this in connection with the two types of circulation, C, M, C and M, C, M. The first way is the determination of form and content in the case of simple circulation C1, M, C2, which is composed of two kinds of exchange, first selling and then buying. The second way is the determination of money and commodity in the exchange between capital and labor, which the second type of circulation reflects. In its full expression it is M, C, P, C, M, where LP equals labor power and PM equals means of production. Marx describes simple circulation, through which individuals obtain the means of consumption, as follows. Money for the commodity, i.e. the exchange value of the commodity disappears in exchange for its material content, or commodity for money, i.e. its content disappears in exchange for its form as exchange value. In the first case, the form of exchange value is extinguished, in the second, its substance, in both, therefore, its realization is its disappearance. In simple circulation, a content obtained through exchange becomes a use value or object for individual consumption, and the form of exchange is the simple one in which exchange is terminated, whether it is an equivalent exchange or not. That form disappears after mediating the content of exchange. Therefore that form does not subsist by itself, but mediates itself with content of various kinds. In that way an actual relation of exchange value and use value does not occur, as it does in the second type of circulation. In the second type of circulation, the exchange between capital and labor is different with respect to form and content. This concerns only the form of the exchange, but does not form its content. In the exchange of capital for labor, value is not a measure for the exchange of two use values, but is rather the content of the exchange itself. The exchange between capital and labor is the same as a simple exchange from the point of view of the wage laborer, because wage laborers sell their commodity, labor power, for money and then buy commodities which form the means for individual consumption. However, from the standpoint of the capitalist, things are different. For the capitalist, the use value of labor power is the use value unique to itself, use value for value, a possibility for positing value and surplus value. In the second type of circulation, value is the content, and this form value. Therefore the form of exchange becomes its content. The content of the exchange between capitalist and laborer, from the standpoint of the capitalist, is form as content. Point 16. This is a form which persists as its own content, or which becomes its own content, through a mediation of itself with various contents that are natural substances or use values. In that way the real relation between exchange value and use value is developed. Presupposing the existence of the means of production as the content of capital, Marx expresses the immediate results of the exchange between capital and labor. This content of capital is distinguished from its formal relation. The content of capital includes the elements of the process of production in general, and the relation between matter or raw material and instrument, and form or labor. This is not the form as content of the exchange between capital and labor. Rather, these elements in the content of capital are factors of the labor process. Marx then considers capital's own formal relation to its elements, both in the valorization process and in the process of production of relative surplus value. After that, in his consideration of the twofold character of labor as creator of new value and preserver of old values, he takes up the relation between the content of capital and its form. In the valorization process, Marx traces the realization of form as content. In that process, labor power represents the possibility of valorization, but this is a simple or abstract possibility. It becomes actual in connection with the means of production and consumption, and it realizes form as content when invested as capital. Surplus value or form is thus posited through the consumption of labor power. In considering the valorization process, Marx brings into focus one aspect of the realization of form as content or increasing value. When considering relative surplus value, he includes moments of use value or content as means of subsistence for the laborer. Content as use value is thus mediated with form as surplus value. If the quantity of labor objectified in a certain amount of the means of individual consumption or content decreases, because productivity has increased, then surplus value or form increases proportionately. In the twofold character of labor as creator of new value and preserver of old values, another moment of the value or form of the means of production is introduced. Living or concrete labor is subsumed under the process of production of capital in order to produce new use value or content. At the same time, the value or form of the means of production is transferred and preserved through the consumption of old concrete use values or content in the means of production. There are three sorts of use value related to the production of the commodity as capital: the use value of labor power, the use value of the means of life for the laborer, and the use value of the means of production. They are mediated in a complex way in the product as commodity capital, and they are introduced one by one as determinate moments of the valorization process, the process of producing relative surplus value, and the twofold character of labor. Form as content is a mere potential within the negative unity of money in its third determination, treasure, or money as money, but form as content actually emerges in the exchange of money as capital for labor. It realizes itself through mediation of the three sorts of use value listed above, making a complex structure of form and content in the labor product as capital. Each content or use value of capital is converted through mediation into its own form or value. The conversion occurs in the accumulation of capital, considered below. Let us advance to form and matter. As cited in the preface to this book, Alfred Schmidt has called his readers' attention to this pair of concepts. This pair has its origin in the work of Aristotle, and Hegel has adapted them from Aristotle as ground in his logic. Aristotle defines form and matter as causes of a product in the following way: a producer imagines what and how to produce, using his mental abilities before actual production takes place. The producer realizes this image by using his physical ability, and making use of materials that exist outside himself. Hegel develops Aristotle's four causes into other concepts under actuality in the logic, changing telos to concern or thing, arche to activity and heil to condition. On what level does Marx appropriate Hegel's interpretation of Aristotle? First of all, he interprets it on a trans-historical level as three factors of the process of production in general or the labor process. He interprets what Hegel calls concern and activity, both of which are forms, as mental and physical factors of labor power, and he interprets condition as matter or means of production. In connection with labor as activity, the matter, the objectified labor, has only two relations, that of the raw material, i.e. of the formless matter, the mere matter for the form-positing, purposive activity of labor, and that of the instrument of labor, the objective means which subjective activity inserts between itself and an object, as its conductor. Form and substance are historical determinations in private exchange, whereas form and matter are trans-historical determinations in the labor process. How are the two pairs then connected with each other? Marx analyzes the connection between them in the following way: form or value, which has been grounded on social substance and mediated with natural substance, is now separated from a non-specific natural substance and transubstantiated into a specific natural substance such as gold or silver as the money subject. This substance is in fact money as capital. Money as capital or form is then linked to the conditions of production or content, which is analyzed at first from a trans-historical standpoint. In that analysis it appears as the relation between form and matter. Form and substance and form and matter are thus mediated and linked together. Now, in the process of production, capital distinguishes itself as form from itself as substance. It is both aspects at once, and at the same time the relation of both to one another. But, it still only appeared as this relation in itself. The relation is not posited yet, or it is posited initially only in the determination of one of its two moments, the material moment, which divides internally as matter and form, and, which, as a relation between both of them, as an actual process, is itself only a material relation, again a relation of the two material elements which form the content of capital as distinct from its formal relation as capital. Marx then considers labor power and the means of production. These are structured by money capital into a material relation, the content of capital as distinct from its formal relation as capital or form and matter. Using the two terms, derived originally from Aristotle, Marx refers to the subjective moment of the labor process as form, and to the objective moments as matter, and then to the relation between the two kinds of moment as a material relation. Using these definitions, Marx clarifies the twofold relation between form and matter. Man is form in relation to nature as matter. This form is analyzed into telos and arche. The final cause is the human mind, and the efficient cause is the human body. The human mind and body are themselves defined as eidos and heil, showing the superiority of mind over body, so human nature subsists because mind rules body in the way that man as form rules nature as matter. Therefore, 1. The human mind is eidos as eidos. 2. The human body is archi as Hegel in its determinate relation to the human mind, but 3. So long as human beings change given forms of nature into new ones that are determined by the human mind, the human body is archi as eidos in relation to nature, and 4. Nature is Hegel as Hegel. Point 17. By analyzing the complex relation presented above, Marx demonstrates how these four factors are organized in capitalist production. For Marx, it is capitalist private property that divides the natural unity of man and nature, and divides the immediate unity of human beings in society. Because of the capitalist expropriation of nature, that is, land and products of labor, the capitalist monopolizes the human mind. By contrast, wage laborers exist as such, because they are alienated from nature by the capitalist, and the wage laborer must also alienate labor power, confining it to the human body and to its productive relationship with nature, because the wage laborer must subordinate labor to the capitalist. In capitalism, the human being as form appears to be dependent on nature as matter, the inverse of the wage laborer's real dependency on the capitalist. The capitalist is engaged as human mind in this role, alienating natural physical ability, the body's productive relationship with nature, to the wage laborer. The proper activity of the capitalist consists in measuring, maintaining, and increasing value, and therefore capitalist activity is different from natural telos. The capitalist's telos is limited to structuring value relations, and the capitalist identifies the metamorphoses of capital with the value relations that are dealt with abstractly in the mind, so the capitalist obtains this ideal determination of capital. When a distinction is made between the capitalist and the conditions of production, the former appears as the personification of capital and the latter as a material relation. Wage labor appears as archi as Hegel, means of production as Hegel, and both appear as Hegel against the capitalist, who appears as eidos par excellence. However, this represents an external distinction between formal and material moments. Later on, they are mediated within the process of capitalist production, in which the four factors mentioned above are rearranged. First, the wage laborer does not appear as eidos in the labor process, but as archi as Hegel to the capitalist, and as archi as eidos or as agent to the means of production, which appears as Hegel. The wage laborer acts as a twofold archi. Secondly, living labor subsumed under capitalist production has a twofold character. Here Marx is successful for the first time in analyzing it. Labor not only adds new value, but preserves and transfers old value from the means of production. The twofold character of labor and its twofold archi are related in the following ways. Firstly, the archi of the laborer works as a natural eidos and produces a new product, and preserves the natural substance of the means of production in a substance with another form. At the same time, as an agent for the capitalist, the archi of the laborer objectifies new value and preserves old value already objectified in the means of production through the consumption of its own use value. It acts as the mediating activity through which capital valorizes itself in relation to the means of production. It reproduces value, increases value, and preserves social substance as constant capital. The twofold character of labor or archi is the actuality through which the content of capital converts itself into the form of capital, i.e. the value of capital as a product. Point 18. Labor power as general substance and relation of substantiality. Capital can persist because it subsumes labor as general substance, so Marx now considers labor power as general substance. Through the subsumption of labor power, capital maintains its existence. Capital is, by its notion, money, but not merely money in the simple form of gold and silver, nor merely as money in opposition to circulation, but in the form of all substances, commodities. The communal substance of all commodities, i.e. their substance not as material stuff, as physical determination, but their communal substance as commodities and hence exchange value, is this, that they are objectified labor. The only thing distinct from objectified labor is non-objectified labor, labor which is still objectifying itself, labor as subjectivity. The only use value, therefore, which can form the opposite pole is labor. The use value which he offers, exists only as capacity, ability of his bodily existence, has no existence apart from that. The objectified labor, which is necessary not only to maintain the general substance on which his labor power exists, i.e. to maintain the laborer himself bodily, but also to modify this general substance to develop its particular ability, is the labor objectified in it. What does the general substance mentioned above actually mean? In general, capital depends on labor power. But why is it referred to as general substance? Here Marx contrasts general with particular. The laborer consumes particular substances as the means for individual consumption and is engaged in a particular job. The laborer is a particular substance as labor with respect to capital, and the laborer produces a particular substance or product using particular substances as means of production. So far the connection between various kinds of particular substances appears merely as a relation between the capitalist and laborers as individuals. However, the laborer must engage in various sorts of work, and the laborer has to live within the terms of labor mobility in capitalist society. Labor is of course in each single case a specific labor, but capital can come into relation with every determinate labor. It confronts the totality of all labor potentially, and the particular one it confronts at a given time is accidental. On the other side, the laborer himself is absolutely indifferent to the determinateness of his labor. It has no interest for him as such, but only in as much as it is in fact labor and, as such, a use value for capital. The capitalist and the laborer are related, not merely in a particular determinateness, but in general. As a member of the class of laborers, the laborer must have abilities to accomplish the different sorts of work which happen to be offered to individuals. Through the adaptation to different kinds of work, the potential develops for laborers to be able to do any kind of job. That potential is what Marx calls the general substance within the laborer. In real life the laborer consumes the concrete determinateness of the labor already objectified in the means of consumption. This happens through individual consumption undertaken in order to generate abstract labor. This abstract labor is then objectified in order to maintain life and thus reproduce labor as general substance. The general substance or matter within the laborer develops the particular forms of labor power that exist potentially within it. Marx's terms particular substance and general substance imply a critique of Hegel's idealism and pseudo-historicism as found in his discussion of the relation of substantiality in the logic. The necessary is in itself absolute relation, i.e. the developed process, in which the relation also supersedes itself to absolute identity. In its immediate form it is the relation of substantiality and accidentality. The absolute self-identity of this relation is substance as such, which as necessity is the negativity of this form of inwardness, and thus posits itself as actuality, but which is the negativity of this outward thing. In this negativity, the actuality as immediate is only an accidental thing which through this simple possibility transits into actuality, a transition which is the substantial identity as form activity. Point 19. Hegel insists that substance is determined as necessity, subject and absolute form, and it becomes actuality through concern or thing, activity, and condition. Does his analysis apply to the labor process or to the valorization process? In fact, he makes no valid distinction but rather confuses the two. Marx resolves this confusion by distinguishing form and substance. For him, subject is not substance but form, both in the labor process and in the valorization process, though the term form has different senses in each process, as we have already seen. The form in the labor process is the producer, and its opposite is matter, which signifies the means of production. The other form occurs in the valorization process, where it is understood to be capital or the capitalist, its personification, the opposite of which is content or capital. The capitalist ascribes to concrete things the abstraction capital value when they are in their productive metamorphoses. However, Hegel mistakes relation and process for substance. Indeed, the relation of exchange becomes independent for him as value and then as a subject itself, conceived apart from the persons who generate it. But substance does not become subject, rather it grounds value, and value subsists as substance. The process in which the relation of private exchange becomes alienated as value is simultaneously accompanied by a process of consumption in which concrete labor is transformed into labor in general, the social substance of value. Capital value as a subject in the economic process alters the particular natural substances in which it appears in order to maintain its subjective identity as value grounded on the social substance, labor in general, which is materialized by the laborer in natural substances. Hegel's identification of substance with subject is derived from his idealism. He evidently thinks that the whole world or cosmos is the creation of substance through its activity in knowing itself. Substance is knowing, and therefore it is ideal par excellence. It proves itself through its special activity, knowing. Substance as knowing becomes subject through knowing itself. Therefore, according to Hegel, everything in the cosmos is essentially the existence of the ideal. The development or becoming of substance into subject as outlined by Hegel corresponds to the bourgeois economic system, in which the value consciousness of real people rules as an idea over natural substances. To this consciousness, everything appears to be determined by value. The transformation of the product into the commodity appears in an inverted way as if value as substance in the product were a subject, whereas value is actually the alienation of the exchange relation between the products of concrete labor, and social substance is concrete labor made abstract as labor in general. That is the real reason why Hegel says that substance is subject. In the section from the logic cited above, Hegel grasps that relation becomes process, substance, and actuality. Together they are subject. Indeed, he does not make a clear distinction between substance and subject, but presumes that substance becomes subject through positing itself. By contrast, Marx distinguishes substance from subject. Subject for him is the relation of value or form, which is based on abstract labor as social substance. Once money has been generated historically, the relation of value is formed between commodities and money, and it vanishes after exchange. Value requires the social substance from which it is derived. In changing shape within the relation of value, capital also changes its natural substance or use value in which social substance is embodied. The capitalist as the personification of capital carries out a role of identifying capital as value in relation to its various shapes. With respect to the distinction between substance and subject, Marx writes, "For their part, the raw materials and the instrument are preserved not in their form but in their substance, through the simple relation that the instrument as instrument is used and raw material is posited as raw material of labor, through the simple process that they come in contact with labor, being posited as its means and object and thus an objectification of living labor, moments of labor itself, and considered economically, their substance is objectified labor time. Living labor preserves natural substance in the labor process. It works as subject, carrying out material changes, for instance, from cotton to yarn, then to textiles and eventually to clothing. The external form of its natural substance, i.e. raw materials, is consumed and abstracted as accidental by living labor, and so it comes to represent an increase in wealth. However, in the valorization process, where labor is subsumed under capital as general substance, living labor has the twofold character of objectifying new value and preserving old value in constant capital. The capitalist, or capital consciousness, commands the laborer to objectify more value than has been objectified in the laborer's own labor power, and at the same time, to maintain the labor already objectified in the means of production without further reward. The capital form, however, is historical, and the capitalist is historically a particular type of individual. Capital is inevitably innovative in technology, because of the drive to obtain increasing profits, and it tends to remove living labor from the process of production. Unawares it makes a transcendence of itself possible as it approaches an extreme point at which no living labor exists in the process of production. Capital is a historical form grounded essentially on social substance. Notwithstanding this, it also repels the very source of social substance, living labor, by expelling it from the economic process. Capital tends to undermine its own ground through its dynamic development. Component parts of capital and the whole and the parts. Marx now advances from the labor process to the valorization process. He writes, "Hitherto, capital has been regarded from its material side as a simple production process. But, from the side of its formal determinateness, this process is the self-valorization process. Self-valorization includes preservation of the prior value, as well as its multiplication. This order of analysis, from material relation to formal determinateness, appears in Hegel's logic. The essence must appear. Its semblance in it is the transcendence of it to immediacy. While as reflection on itself the immediacy is subsistence, it is also form, reflection on other, subsistence which transcends itself. Marx then considers the forms of existence in which capital appears and the contents or use values to which these forms of capital or value relate. Capital first appears in the form of money, then transforms itself into a material mode of existence, i.e. the elements of production, and it changes its shape in the product. Therefore, the different modes of existence of values were pure semblance, value itself formed constantly self-identical essence within their disappearance. Money capital is transformed into production capital, and the whole of money capital is now dissolved into several parts. However, the various modes of existence are semblance. They are in fact forms of appearance of capital value, because capital maintains its character as value through a metamorphosis of the elements of production into products and then to commodities and money. The determinations semblance and appearance mentioned by Hegel are also relevant to Marx's discussion. Existence, posited in its contradiction, is appearance. Appearance is not to be confused with a mere semblance. Semblance is the proximate truth of being or immediacy. The immediate is not what, as we suppose, is something independent, resting on itself, but a mere semblance, and as such it is summarized in the simplicity of the essence which is in itself. 20. The immediacy and independence of existence are mere semblance. When semblance is mediated with essence, it becomes appearance. Marx adopts this logic when he writes that various material modes of existence are semblance. If these material things become products, they persist within their identity as value. They appear as various parts of the whole of capital value, the only process in relation to value that it once appears as a whole, unity, then as division of this unity into determinate amount, finally, as sum. In that way money as capital appears at first as qualitatively the same, a whole or unity. Then it is differentiated into various forms, namely materials for labor, instruments of labor and human labor power. Finally the component parts of capital are united again into one sum through productive consumption. The way in which Marx traces the transformation of capital value comes from Hegel's discussion of the whole and the parts in his logic. The immediate relation is that of the whole and the parts. The content is the whole, and consists of the parts, its counterpart. The parts are diverse one from another and independent. But they are parts, only in their identical relation to one another, or in so far as, being taken together, they constitute the whole. 21. At first glance Marx's usage is the same as Hegel's. However, if we examine it carefully, we see that the two are different at a crucial point. Hegel defines content as equivalent to the whole, and form as equivalent to the parts. By contrast, Marx links content to the parts, and form to the whole. As already indicated, Hegel speculates that substance, matter, and content are subsumed under form, one by one. This constitutes a complex structure in which form is the dominant subject, without noting the different kinds of form. Hegel fails to analyze the three kinds of form that appear in form and substance, form and content, and form and matter. As transhistorical categories, the final pair constitutes content. Hegel's account is misleading, because form is changed from the transhistorical to the historical. Content is then mistaken for something historical. In economic terms, Hegel indicates that content changes from use value to value and that form becomes the mode of existence of value. By contrast, Marx claims that content is use value or, strictly defined, use value in the commodity, and that form is value, strictly defined, value in money. Therefore form or the abstract whole of capital value appears in different factors of production. As we will see later, Marx is able to grasp the law of appropriation by making use of the terms form and content, each of which changes into the other. Hegel's failure to distinguish between the two sorts of form, historical and trans-historical, results in his pseudo-naturalism 22 and pseudo-historicism. Manifestation as the force of capital and force and its manifestation. In the chapter on capital, Marx traces the process of development of capital from its origin in money, through successive transformations as factors of production, then products, and so to money. P. C. M. i.e. the circuit of money capital or circulating capital. He then analyzes the exchange between capital and labor, considers the labor process, grasps the valorization process and takes up the first theories of surplus value. After that, he defines the concept of relative surplus value. In the two-part results of the immediate process of production, he studies the motives for, and results of, capitalist investment in machinery. Point 23. The following passage concerning the twofold character of labor deserves examination because of its relationship to Hegel's logic. Like every other natural or social force of labor, unless it is the product of previous labor, or of such previous labor as does not need to be repeated, this animating natural force of labor, namely, that by using the material and instrument, it preserves them in one or other form, including the labor objectified in them, their exchange value becomes a force of capital, not of labor. Hence not paid for by capital. As little as the laborer is paid for the fact that he can think, etc. As it is under the command of the capitalist that living labor consumes productively the means of production and thus produces a substance with another form, as well as reproducing the labor already objectified in itself, so the natural force in labor manifests itself as if it were a part of capital, a force in capital. This preserving force of labor therefore appears as the self-preserving force of capital. Force and its manifestation evidently suggests to Marx a way of seeing through this inversion, when the force in labor appears as a force in capital. The manifestation of force itself is the transcendence of variety of the two sides, which is present in this relation, and is positing of identity, which in itself constitutes the content. The truth of force and manifestation therefore is the relation, in which the two sides are distinguished only as inward and outward. Through the manifestation of force, the inward is posited in existence. This positing is the mediation through empty abstractions, the inward disappears in itself to immediacy. 24. Hegel's logic in the second of these two quotations is applied by Marx to explain how the force in labor, the inward, is posited in the outward existence of the product. This positing of the product, however, is mediated or structured by capital, and the force in labor disappears as such, but is manifested as the force in capital. On the first level at which the labor process is considered by Marx, content is outwardly opposed to form, but on the level of the twofold character of labor, the two are mediated inwardly. This happens in the human body or arche, which is alienated from telos. The human body actualizes the capitalist telos by acting as its agent. In relation to Heil as such, it produces material wealth or content. As agent for the value consciousness of the capitalist, it objectifies new value and preserves the old constant capital or form. In carrying out a metabolism with nature, this twofold arche of wage labor is a factor in capital mediating its relations. Therefore the force which labor actualizes with respect to nature is inverted when it appears as the force of capital. Surplus capital and actuality. After the first part of his results of the process of production, in its first variant, Marx outlines the following plan. The process of realization of capital 1. Results of the process of production 2. The process of realization of capital 2. The formation of the general rate of profit. The process of reproduction through exchanges. The process of realization of capital. 3. Surplus product and surplus capital. The conversion of the law of appropriation. The reproduction of the capital relation. Pre-capitalist economic formations. Here Marx's use of Hegel's logic is focused on the accumulation of capital through primitive accumulation. The accumulation of capital consists of 1. Surplus product and surplus capital. 2. The conversion of the law of appropriation. 3. The reproduction of the capital relation. In Part 1 of the results, Marx brings the surplus product into focus as a result of the immediate process of production under capital. Surplus products, which are in fact the result of labor viewed from the standpoint of the wage laborer, are but a stage in the transformation of capital into surplus capital and are funds for the reproduction of the capital-labor relationship. In the Grundrisse, Marx uses Hegel's logic when he writes about alienated labor producing a surplus product. In doing this, he refers to a previous discussion in his economic and philosophical manuscripts. When labor is considered from the standpoint of labor itself, it therefore now appears as acting in the process of production in such a way that it simultaneously repulses its actualization in objective conditions as alien reality, and hence posits itself as insubstantial, as mere penurious labor power in the face of this reality which is alienated from it, belonging not to it, but to others, that it posits its own actuality not as being for itself, but as simple being for other, and hence also as simple other being or being of others opposite to itself. This actualization process of labor is at the same time the deactualization process of labor. It returns back into itself as the simple possibility of value positing or valorization. In the economic and philosophical manuscripts, Marx uses a descending analytical method to explicate the concept alienated labor, in order to inquire into its real cause and result: actual alienated labor, modern private property and capital. He analyzes the alienated relation of separation between the product of labor and labor itself at the end of the process of production. Though capital appears as the cause of alienated labor or modern private property, he concludes that alienated labor is the real cause of modern private property or capital. In other words, the laborer, the propertyless worker, is the cause, and the non-laborer or property owner is its effect. Once this relationship between the laborer and the non-laborer is established historically, the relationship appears theoretically in inverted form: capital as cause and alienated labor as effect. At the close of the first of his 1844 manuscripts, Marx writes that he will consider the relation of the non-laborer or capitalist to the laborer from the standpoint of the capitalist. He fulfills this when he considers the conversion of the law of appropriation. The quotation from the Grundrisse cited above demonstrates that Marx's basic view of alienated labor as the cause of capital had not changed since 1844. An extract from the economic and philosophical manuscripts cited below shows a continuity between those manuscripts and the Grundrisse that includes basic terminology. The product of labor is labor embodied and made material in an object; it is the objectification of labor. The actualization of labor is its objectification. In the sphere of national economy, this actualization of labor appears as a loss of actuality for the laborer, objectification as loss of and bondage to the object, and appropriation as alienation, as exteriorization. Point 25. Using this understanding of alienated labor, Marx mounts a critique of Hegel in his third manuscript of 1844 as follows. In grasping the positive significance of the negation which has relation to itself, even if once again in alienated form, Hegel grasps man's self-alienation, exteriorization of being, loss of objectivity and loss of actuality as self-appropriation, expression of being, objectification and actualization. In short, he sees labor within abstraction as man's act of self-creation and man's relation to himself as an alien being, and the manifestation of himself as an alien being as the emergence of species consciousness and species life. Point 26. Therefore, labor in the bourgeois economic system is alienated labor. Marx's conception of labor demonstrates not only a critique of Adam Smith's view of labor that it is by nature disutility or sacrifice which man must make in order to obtain the utility of the product, but also a critique of Hegel, who appropriates Smith's view of labor without critical assessment. Hegel adopts the standpoint of modern national economy 27. Like Smith, Hegel cannot have had any insight into the historical form of labor that Marx identifies as alienated labor. The loss of actuality of labor appears to Hegel as the actualization of labor. Marx's critique of Hegel's view of labor in the economic and philosophical manuscripts relates Hegel's work in the phenomenology of spirit to Smith's theory of the division of labor. Hegel writes, "But, in the general substance, the individual has this form of subsistence not only for his activity as such, but no less also for the content of that activity. What he does is the skill and customary practice of all. This content, in so far as it is completely particularized, is, in its actual existence, confined within the framework of the activity of all. The labor of the individual for his own needs is just as much a satisfaction of the needs of others as of his own, and the satisfaction of his own needs he obtains only through the labor of others. As the individual in his individual labor already unconsciously performs a general labor, so again he also performs the general labor as his conscious object. Point 28. Smith's view of the division of labor and private exchange in an economic system, in which individuals work one-sidedly and consume multifariously, has been appropriated by Hegel in his phenomenology. Firstly, individual laborers are unconscious of the fact that their divided labors are articulated through private exchange into social labor or general labor, on which all the members of society are dependent. Secondly, the general labor of which they are aware is labor that produces use value for others and therefore exchange value, in short, labor which produces commodities. Hegel's notion of labor implies that it is abstracted or alienated labor. This abstraction or alienation arises from the relationship of private exchange which divides and then links production and consumption. Human labor is further abstracted into labor in general and separated into physical and mental aspects. For Hegel, the dominant form of labor is abstract or mental labor which subsumes concrete or physical labor under itself. Concrete labor can exist or be significant only within the sphere of mental labor. Hegel's idea is in fact abstract or mental labor, i.e. value consciousness. In Smith's The Wealth of Nations, Hegel sees nothing but the world of commodities. By contrast, in the labor which produces commodities Marx sees a loss of actuality, whereas Hegel finds the actuality of labor there. In the phenomenology Marx sees a philosophization of Smith's economic vision of commercial society or civilized society, which, so Smith predicts, never fails to emerge from feudal or mercantile systems. Hence Marx concludes in the economic and philosophical manuscripts that Hegel adopts the standpoint of modern national economy. In that way Marx's vision of the loss of actuality of the laborer is based on his critique of Smith and Hegel in the manuscripts of 1844. Moreover, in his manuscripts of 1844 Marx criticizes and rearranges Hegel's definition of actuality. We see this in his consideration of the labor process and the valorization process. Hegel translates Aristotle's theory of causation into a theory of actuality. Heil is changed to condition, arche to activity, telos to concern or thing. In the paragraph cited above, the keywords activity and condition are used. Marx associates commodity production and the loss of actuality with Hegel's exposition of actuality in the doctrine of essence. The term thing is significant in this passage from the Grundrisse. Labor power has appropriated for itself only the subjective conditions of necessary labor, the means of subsistence for actively producing labor power, i.e. for its reproduction as mere labor power separated from the conditions of its actualization, and it has posited these conditions themselves as things, values, which confront in it an alien, commanding personification. The wage laborer produces under the command of the capitalist. This even includes the production of the necessary product, the reproduction fund for the wage laborer, the fund for the reproduction of labor power. This is the property of the capitalist as thing or value, i.e. the variable capital with which the capitalist rules the wage laborer in the process of production. In that context, Hegel's term thing is diverted by Marx into another sense. Hegel has taken over Aristotle's telos and redefined it as such, first of all in the subjective sense of concern. When this concern is actualized through activity and condition, it becomes an objective thing. In Hegel's Sach, Marx sees the capitalist's purpose and will, i.e. the value consciousness that aims for an increase in capital value, i.e. the profit motive. Marx calls the actualization of the profit motive Sach, and he defines the circumstances where Sach is transformed into conditions as objective conditions. For Marx, reification refers to the situation in which value consciousness, including capitalist consciousness, is reified in matter or a material substance, the commodity. 29. As we have seen before, Marx penetrates Hegel's confusion concerning the transhistorical and the historical, typically shown in Marx's demonstration of substance as subject or form. In contrast to Hegel, Marx defines form as historical par excellence, so it is de facto reified value which appears as eternal subject. One of the main themes of his critique of political economy is the genesis of the two forms, value and capital. Hegel defines the three terms condition, concern, and activity as follows: whatever is necessary is through an other, which is broken up into the mediating ground, and an immediate actuality or an accidental circumstance, which is at the same time condition. 30 For Hegel, condition is immediate actuality, and condition is mediated through two subjective things, concern and activity, as it is actualized as a product. In this view, concern and activity are immediately related, so their subjective factors are not alienated, as they are in alienated labor. Marx takes over Hegel's view in his analysis of the labor process in general. However, Marx considers another process of valorization, in which concern and activity are separated between capitalists and wage laborers, with conditions belonging to capitalists. Then concern changes into a consciousness that is devoted to producing a surplus and increasing the value of capital, and at the same time it incarnates itself in conditions. In the relation between the surplus product and the wage laborer, who is alienated from the surplus product because it is a mere effect or result of capitalist production, reification recurs. By objective conditions, Marx means that in the valorization process, concern becomes the mental labor of the capitalist concerned with increasing the value of capital, and activity is the laborer's physical labor. Conditions become the thing in which the concern of the capitalist is materialist. Therefore thing and conditions, both of which belong to the capitalist, are linked and appear as immediate actuality, and activity appears as simple possibility. The conversion of the law of appropriation and absolute necessity. Marx then considers the surplus product from the standpoint of capital. He demonstrates the first conversion of the law of appropriation. At the beginning of the chapter on capital in the grundrisse, money, which is capital in potentiality, is presupposed in such a way that it is accumulated labor belonging only to the owner of labor power. Money, or the original non-surplus capital, produces surplus capital I at the end of the first circuit, in which a commodity is exchanged for money and that money for another commodity. At the beginning of the second circuit, in which money is exchanged for a commodity and that commodity for more money, surplus capital I is divided into SC plus SV, in proportion to the original capital. The exchange between surplus variable capital and labor power, from the standpoint of the laboring class as a whole, is not an exchange of anything other than their own labor. What the capitalist gives to the laborer is merely a return of the laborer's own surplus labor. The capitalist purchases new labor power with surplus variable capital or old surplus labor. This purchase converts the law of appropriation based on the laborer's own labor into a formal exchange. Secondly, Marx shows how the law of appropriation based on the exchange of equivalents is transformed into its opposite. At the end of the second circuit, surplus capital I appropriates the product, which is analyzed as SC plus SV plus SS. Surplus capital I has then purchased SS, i.e. surplus capital II. At the starting point of the circuit, money is presumed to become capital through the exchange of equivalents. However, surplus capital 2 is merely that which surplus capital I has posited. In other words, surplus capital 2 is obtained from its non-equivalent, surplus value I. Thus the law of appropriation based on the exchange of equivalents has become mere semblance and has been converted into its opposite. The right of property converts, on one side, into the right to appropriate alien labor, and on the other, the duty of respecting the product of one's own labor, and one's own labor itself, as values belonging to others. The exchange of equivalents, however, which appears as the original operation, an operation to which the right of property gave legal expression, has turned round in such a way as it is exchanged only into semblance. The exchange between capital and labor appears at first as a simple exchange between equivalents created by the laborer's own labor. The purpose of the exchange, from the standpoint of the wage laborer, is to obtain use value for individual consumption. However, from the standpoint of the capitalist, the purpose of the exchange does not appear as simple use value, but as a specific use value which realizes form as content or form as value, which becomes the content of the exchange. The special use value of labor power is the specific use value realized in valorization. The capitalist aims to appropriate labor on the basis of the law of the exchange of equivalents. Strictly defined, alien labor includes an increase over necessary labor, so it is alien surplus labor, owned by the capitalist. In the capitalist's appropriation of alien surplus labor, labor power is simple possibility. It is able to objectify surplus labor only through its connection with the capitalist means of production or the conditions in which the capitalist's concern or profit motive is embodied. Moreover, labor power is alienated from the means of consumption which also belongs to the capitalist. In the process of capitalist production, simple possibility as labor power, combined with actuality as means of production, becomes superseded by one of the elements of actuality as the product. In the process of individual consumption, mere possibility as labor power is reproduced as general substance through the consumption of another actuality as means of subsistence. This is subsumed under capitalist production. The presuppositions possibility and actuality, which have been in an external relationship, are now posited as the internal results of the process of production. This method of grasping capitalist production is derived from Hegel's absolute necessity as follows. Thus form in its realization has penetrated all its differences and made itself transparent and is, as absolute necessity. Only this simple self-identity of being in its negation, or in essence. The difference of content and form itself has also vanished, for that unity of possibility in actuality, and conversely, is the form which in its determinateness or in positedness is indifferent towards itself, is the thing filled with content, in which the form of necessity ran its external course. But the dissolution of this difference is absolute necessity whose content is this difference which in this necessity penetrates itself. Absolute necessity is thus the reflection or form of the absolute, the unity of being and essence, simple immediacy that is absolute negativity. Consequently, on the one hand, its differences do not exist as determinations of reflection, but as existing multiplicity or differentiated actuality which has the shape of others independent against one another. On the other hand, since its relation is absolute identity, it is the absolute conversion of its actuality into its possibility and of its possibility into actuality. 31. In the above quotation, Hegel asserts that the form of absolute necessity, which penetrates all content, is thing filled with content. Thing on this level is capitalist concern or value consciousness which aims to valorize itself through its own metamorphoses. As previously demonstrated in this chapter, the content or use value of capital is transformed into its form or value in three phases: the valorization process, the production of relative surplus value, and the twofold character of labor. These are results which capital realizes at the end of the process of production. All of the contents as use values are now mediated and thus full of the concern of capital. The contents are penetrated by the form, which has become form as content. This absolute conversion between possibility and actuality in the major logic corresponds to absolute conversion in the minor logic. Therefore Umkehren is equivalent to Umschlagen, the term used by Marx in his exposition of the way in which the law of appropriation is converted. This twofold conversion of the law of appropriation, capitalists' money equals laborers' surplus labor, and exchange of equivalence equals exchange of non-equivalence, is also related to Hegel's definitions of form and content. As noted above, the capitalist realizes a purpose, the appropriation of alien surplus labor, through the conversion of the content of capital into form in three phases: the valorization process, the production of relative surplus value, and the twofold character of labor. As a result, surplus value becomes surplus capital at the beginning of the second circuit, M1, C, M2, M1. Now Marx brings the exchange between surplus variable capital and labor power into focus. Surplus variable capital is the form into which the content or use value of labor power has been converted. The form now rules as the power of capitalists over content, labor power as use value. In capitalist production, form is converted into content and vice versa. This logic corresponds to the conversion of the law of appropriation. The exchange of capital with labor power, presupposed as a simple form of exchange, is in fact a specific kind of exchange in which the content is the form, i.e. value. Form as content is realized through the appropriation of alien surplus labor, i.e. the laborer's own surplus. Surplus labor becomes surplus capital through the action of the capitalist, who is a seller. This act in the sphere of circulation converts content as commodity into form as money. Therefore the law of appropriation based on the laborer's own labor is converted into its opposite, an exchange of alien labor in the form of surplus variable capital with alien labor as use value, the content of labor power. Here again we see the conversion of form into content. The exchange of capital with labor power results in the second conversion of the law of appropriation. This happens at the end of the second circuit of money capital, where capital has absorbed alien surplus value. At the beginning of the first circuit of money capital, money, in order to become capital, is presupposed as the accumulated labor of its owner. Therefore it might be possible for the owner of the labor to allege that surplus value at the end of the first circuit of money capital is the result of the laborer's own activity. But what is the case with respect to surplus value at the end of the second circuit of money capital? It is not the result of the laborer's own activity, but is rather alien surplus labor, which has become the property of the capitalist. The capitalist has obtained it using labor appropriated at the end of the first circuit. Alien surplus labor becomes surplus capital, which then produces alien surplus labor. Capital is an accumulation of alien surplus labor. The law of appropriation based on the exchange of equivalence is thus converted into its opposite. The conversion is absolute and necessary, because the external unity of form and content in simple exchange has been transformed into form as content or capital. In capital's exchange with labor power, form has become determinate content, content is penetrated throughout by form. Therefore the form of simple exchange based on the laborer's own labor has become form without content, and the exchange of equivalence has also changed into a mere semblance. In his demonstration of the conversion of the law of appropriation in capital, Marx takes over Hegel's absolute necessity. The relation of exchange between capitalist and laborer becomes a simple semblance belonging only to the process of circulation, it becomes a mere form, which is alien to the content of the transaction itself, and merely mystifies it. The constant sale and purchase of labor power is the form, the content is the constant appropriation by the capitalist, without equivalent, of a portion of the labor of others which has already been objectified, and his repeated exchange of this labor for the greater quantity of the living labor of others. 32. The reproduction of the capital relation and causality. After linking the twofold conversion of the law of appropriation to the absolute conversion between form and content under absolute necessity, Marx advances to the reproduction of the capital relation, referring to causality at the end of Hegel's doctrine of essence. Marx writes about the results of the process of production of capital from the standpoint of reproduction: each reproduces itself, by reproducing its other, its negation. The capitalist produces labor as alien, labor produces the product as alien. The capitalist produces the laborer, and the laborer the capitalist, etc. Because of the laborer's alienation from the product of labor, the laborer has to externalize labor power as mere possibility, and the laborer works as alien labor. Consequently, the product of the laborer belongs to another, the capitalist, and the laborer must put labor power up for sale again. The capitalist as non-laborer, the personification of the concern of capital or the alienated social eidos, rules over the labor of others. The capitalist appropriates the product, in which surplus labor is embodied, and makes it a fund for commanding the labor of others once again. Each capitalist and laborer is a being for itself. Capital in its being for itself is the capitalist. As a laborer he is nothing more than labor in its being for itself. Both the capitalist and the laborer exist only in relation to each other. Marx characterizes the capitalist as selfish value, referring to the economic and philosophical manuscripts, in which he points out that what Hegel defines as self in the phenomenology is but the abstract egoist or bourgeois. 33 Selfish value is another expression of capitalist value consciousness which identifies the laborer with variable capital. But the laborer as an agent for the capitalist not only produces the product of labor, but together with the capitalist reproduces the capital relation, in which the laborer works as a non-appropriator, and the capitalist as a non-worker and appropriator. The laborer produces poverty for laborers, wealth for capitalists. In economic relations, according to Marx, results or effects turn into presuppositions or causes. His model of an organic system of circular self-reproduction depends on Hegel's account of causality. The passive substance itself is twofold, namely, an independent other and also something presupposed and in itself already identical with the active cause. The action of substance, too, is twofold, it is two actions in one, the transcendence of its determinedness, namely, of its condition, or the transcendence of the self-subsistence of the passive substance, and by thus transcending of its identity with the passive substance, it presupposes itself or posits itself as other. 34. Because of the laborer's alienation from wealth as the product of labor, the laborer is formally independent as a commodity owner. The laborer is a simple possibility or passive substance with respect to wealth. The laborer is also other, separated from the actual conditions of wealth, and so separated from actuality in the form of the means for production and consumption. In reality, the laborer is dependent on another person for the conditions of self-actualization, so the independence of the laborer is merely a semblance. Labor power becomes active cause when it is sold to another, and it has a dual effect, producing poverty for itself, and wealth for another. First critique of Hegel's system is the causal relation between capital and labor, in which the result or effect becomes a succeeding presupposition or cause, actually a closed system as defined by Hegel? Is it a progress ad infinitum? Marx argues that this is not the case. After considering the reproduction of the capital relation in the Grundrisse, Marx considers the economic forms which precede capitalist production. In that discussion he offers an implicit criticism of Hegel's causality as an eternal circular movement. Because Marx has already grasped the causal relation between capital and labor, through which the actual conditions of capitalist production are repeatedly reproduced, presupposition or cause is ceaselessly posited by him as a result or effect. Hegel writes, in the finite sphere the difference of the form determinations in their relation is suspended, cause is alternately determined also as what is posited or as effect, this again has another cause, and thus there also generates the progress from effects to causes ad infinitum. 35. What is posited in the logical past as presupposition is reproduced in the logical present as result. Reproduction is the actuality of labor which reproduces the past in the present. In this logical phase, Marx shares Hegel's view of circular causality. However, Marx also argues that something else is reproduced in the result besides the logical past. This is the historical past. After demonstrating that the logical past or presupposition is repeatedly reproduced in the logical present or result, Marx inquires, in a methodological way, when and where the original presuppositions were posited. He moves beyond the logical past and investigates the historical origin of the first logical presuppositions, how they arose in the historical past. Causal reproduction not only brings about the logical past, but it also reveals historical origins buried under the surface appearance of the present. Marx locates the primitive community and primitive accumulation in his discussion of pre-capitalist economic formations, which follows his account of the accumulation of capital and the reproduction of the capital relation. He argues that capitalism is not a closed system, but an open one, in the sense that it arose from certain conditions in the pre-capitalist period and did not generate them itself. In this way Marx offers an implicit critique of Hegel's closed system, the system in which Hegel unconsciously traces the logic of value and capital, albeit in reverse order. Marx's critique is supplemented by an exposition of the concept disposable time, in order to demonstrate that capitalism is also an open system with respect to its future. For Marx, capitalism is determined theoretically in such a way that it will eventually cease to operate and hence to exist. Using his work on pre-capitalist economic formations and on disposable time, Marx shows that capitalism has a historical existence, a historical origin and a historical limit. In discussing disposable time, Marx takes up a suggestion from a pamphlet entitled The Source and Remedy of the National Difficulties, deduced from Principles of Political Economy in a letter to Lord John Russell, 1821-36, which he had read in 1851. From this pamphlet he quotes the thesis, "Wealth is disposable time and nothing more. Disposable time is exclusively appropriated by the capitalist in the form of surplus value. However, capitalism is a paradoxical system. Individual capitalists increase the productivity of labor in order to obtain extra surplus value. With this motive as an efficient cause, capitalism as a whole drives itself in such a way that the law of value eventually becomes groundless. This happens because almost all of the product is produced with a decreasing amount of labor, the very basis of the law of value. Therefore capitalism will cease to exist. After capitalism, Marx predicts, a high level of productivity will be controlled by freely associated workers. Marx writes, "Labor power relates to its labor as to an alien, and if capital were willing to pay it without making it labor, it would enter the bargain with pleasure. Thus its own labor is as alien to it, and it really is, as regards its direction etc., as are material and instrument. Therefore, the product then appears to it as a combination of alien material, alien instrument, and alien labor as alien property, and after production, it has become poorer by the life forces expended, but otherwise begins the drudgery anew, existing as simple subjective labor power separated from the conditions of its life. The recognition of the products as its own, and the judgment that its separation from the conditions of its actualization is improper forcibly imposed is an enormous consciousness, itself the product of the mode of production resting on capital, and as much the knell to its doom as, with the slave's consciousness of himself that he cannot be the property of a third, with his consciousness as person, slavery vegetates to merely artificial existence and has ceased to be able to prevail as the basis of production. The human subjects who transcend the form surplus value and arrive at disposable time are the immediate producers. They are organized and trained under the command of capitalists. Step by step they become aware that capitalist property is only what they themselves have produced, and so they are its true owners. The development of this consciousness and enlightenment are related to Hegel's conception of master and slave in the Phenomenology. 37 Here we can see how Marx's phenomenology of mind or spirit is grounded on the critique of political economy. As already noted, the wage laborer is determined as a twofold existence. The wage laborer is not only archi as Heil in relation to the capitalist, but archi as eidos in relation to the means of production. Within the laborer's consciousness an antagonistic contradiction arises. This is between being an agent for the capitalist and being a productive person, or between being a producer of value and being a producer of use value. The laborer shares a value consciousness with the capitalist in exchange relations. These are based on the premise that what is exchanged is the product of the laborer's own labor, and that exchange is carried out on the basis of equivalence. However, under capitalism, immediate producers are alienated from the results of their labors, and gradually they come to believe that something is amiss. In order to clarify their intuitions, Marx has demonstrated the way that capital proceeds from an exchange between capitalist and laborer. If the immediate producers follow this demonstration, they will know what causes capitalist property, and they will grasp the basis of their intuition that something is amiss. This theoretical recognition results in a new consciousness amongst producers, a consciousness of the possibilities for human freedom. Marx's treatment of this material at the beginning of the chapter on capital is related to Hegel's positing reflection, in which the conditions for the transition of money to capital are presupposed. On those presuppositions Marx demonstrates the transition, showing the indispensable conditions for the genesis of capital. After that logical development, he then follows the historical process in which the conditions were actually posited. His task is finished when he discusses pre-capitalist economic formations. In other words, the transition from money to capital is now mediated by the pre-capitalist economic formations in which Marx traces the origins of free exchange, free labor power, free funds, and the accumulation of money. In that sense he shows that capitalism is a logico-historical system that is open, by contrast with Hegel's logical system that is closed and timeless. 4. The chapter on capital and the doctrine of essence, Part 2, Particularity of capital. Particularity of capital and judgment. Marx has outlined the genesis of capital in general terms from the transition of value to money and thence to capital, thus tracing the process in which capital becomes the notion. His account concentrates on the exchange between capital and labor, the production of surplus value and the accumulation of capital. But the representative form of modern capital is industrial capital, which arises from further mediations in the processes of production and circulation, i.e. the circulation of capital. His next task is to trace the way in which capital develops mechanized industry, to give an account of the forms it takes and to analyze its movements in the processes of production and circulation. He covers those topics in the second part of the chapter on capital in the grundrisse. That part of the chapter on capital can be divided into 3 sections, dealing with circulating and fixed capital, as follows. 1. General determinations of circulating and fixed capital, 1. 2. Particular determinations of circulating and fixed capital. 3. Individual determinations of circulating and fixed capital. Those 3 sections correspond to the economic content of the 3 books of the second volume of Capital as follows. 1. Circuit of capital. 2. Turnover of capital. 3. Reproduction of capital. However, it must be noted that the reproduction of capital as Marx traces it in the grundrisse is premised on one capital only, whereas in Theories of Surplus Value written in 1861-3, one capital is transcended and becomes the whole social capital or many capitals. The 3 determinations under consideration here are expressions in terms of circulating and fixed capital that reflect the triadic structure generality, particularity, and individuality which Marx takes from Hegel. In generality of capital, the circuit of money capital yields the general determination of capital, and Marx writes that circulating capital is the first form of capital. A little later he characterizes capital as generality in constant metamorphosis, or as identity which mediates itself with particular natural substances. In particularity of capital, Marx defines capital as circulating capital, so long as it moves ceaselessly and increases value. However, it does not circulate formlessly, but takes on particular forms such as conditions for production, commodities, and money. However, the value of capital is fixed so long as it is in a particular form. In that sense, every capital is fixed capital, or the negation of circulating capital. By using the terms circulating and fixed capital in that unusual way, Marx mediates the determination of capital as generality. He does this in order to trace capital in its circuit as money capital, using the terms fixed and circulating capital in their essential meanings, but he intends to redefine capital and its 2 aspects as productive capital. In the determination of capital as individuality, Marx follows the process of reproduction through circulation. In that process, the value of capital particularizes itself as circulating and fixed capital. These two sorts of capital are mutually transformed in the reproduction and replacement of value and in its valorization or increase. They become a totality or an individual entity whilst maintaining their differences. In this particularization through mutual transformation, circulating and fixed capital become one. One becomes two, then the two are united again into one with manifold determinations. In considering the individuality of capital, Marx criticizes Smith's theories of profit and interest, found in Chapter 4 of Book 2 of The Wealth of Nations, where Smith considers profit in connection with reproduction. For Marx, capital particularizes itself into manifold forms, uniting itself into one or an individual when surplus value results, i.e. profit. Every aspect of capital appears as equally productive, so the theory of profit in the Grundrisse is founded on a view of the reproduction of capital through its circulation. Marx's analysis is related to Hegel's logic, because Hegel writes that judgment is demonstrated in particularizing, and judgment is an externalization of a negative moment immanent in the notion. At an extreme, particularizing becomes one or an individual through a mutual transformation of opposite moments. The circle of its self-excluding particularization in the judgment is equivalent to the totality of its particularizations in the syllogism. Marx's demonstration of the reproduction of capital through circulation is founded on the internal logic of Hegel's judgment and syllogism. The general determination and the categorical judgment. At the beginning of the discussion of the generality of capital, Marx reflects on the difference between the simple circulation of commodities and money, and the circulation of capital. For Marx, the circulation of commodities and money is the bad infinity, in which the point of departure is not linked with the end point, so circulation is merely formal. But the circulation of capital is the true infinity, in which the point of departure and the end point are mediated by capitalist value consciousness as content for its form. This is another usage of form and content as reciprocal concepts. Capital is thus posited as processing value, which is capital in every moment. It is thus posited as circulating capital, in every moment capital, and circulating from one determination into the next. The point of return is at the same time the point of departure and vice versa, namely the capitalist. Every capital is originally circulating capital. Capital is identified by Marx as abstract value as long as it is in the process of circulation. In that process it persists as capital through the metamorphoses that occur between its point of departure and its return. For that reason capital requires a human bearer who recognizes this identity, the capitalist. As the subject overlapping the different phases of this movement, as value sustaining and multiplying itself in it, as the subject of these metamorphoses proceeding in a circular course as a capital, as an expanding circle, capital is circulating capital. Circulating capital is therefore initially not a particular form of capital, but is rather capital itself, in a further developed aspect, as subject of the movement just described, which it, itself, is as its own valorization process. In this respect, therefore, every capital is circulating capital. As value in a continual process, every capital is circulating capital, but it is also fixed capital, so long as it retains a specific shape. But while capital thus, as the whole of circulation, is circulating capital, is the transition from one phase into the other, it is at the same time, within each phase, posited in a specific determinateness, restricted to a particular form, which is the negation of itself as the subject of all the various transformations. Non-circulating capital. Fixed capital, actually fixated capital, fixated in one of the different particular determinatenesses, phases, through which it must move. In Marx's generality of circulating and fixed capital we can see capital is by nature circulating capital in the sense that it must undergo ceaseless metamorphosis in order to valorize itself. But it is at the same time fixed capital so long as it is fixated in particular forms. These determinations reveal Marx's dependence on the categorical judgment, the first judgment of necessity in Hegel's logic. The judgment of necessity, i.e. of the identity of the content in its difference, contains in the predicate, partly the substance or nature of the subject, the concrete general, the genus, partly, while this general also contains the determinateness as negative, the exclusive essential determinateness the species. This is the categorical judgment. Point 2. In the circuit of production and circulation, capital is determined as genus, i.e. every capital is circulating capital. Capital is not, however, the concrete general, but the abstract general determination. It also contains a negative determinateness, i.e. the negation of circulating capital. This negation is fixed capital, so capital retains both aspects within itself. This generality of capital corresponds to the categorical judgment in Hegel's logic. In that way Marx begins with circulation, presupposing production, and he traces a process in which circulation posits production, and then production posits circulation. Then he traces a reverse process in which production is structured by capital circulation, and circulation then posits production, so each phase contains the mediations of capital from the preceding phases. The phases through which capital travels, which form one circuit of capital, begin conceptually with the transformation of money into the conditions of production. Now, however, that we begin not with capital in the process of becoming but capital which has become. 3. Marx grasps the genesis of capital as a concept, firstly, in tracing the circuit of money capital, and then secondly in the circuit of productive capital. In other words, he follows the process in which capital produces surplus value and accumulates it as surplus capital. Then he changes his viewpoint in order to examine the way in which capital structures mechanized production in order to valorize itself. Because the nature of capital is internalised in the circuit of productive capital, and because capital is grasped as a permanent subject in a circular system of presupposing and positing, Marx's work on capital is connected with positing reflection in Hegel's logic, the particularizing determination and the hypothetical judgment. Marx advances to the particularity of capital, in order to examine Ricardo's definitions of circulating and fixed capital. The same capital appears in the same business in the two different forms, the particular modes of existence of fixed and circulating, hence exists doubly. To be fixed or circulating appears as a particular determinateness of capital apart from that of being capital. It must, however, proceed to this particularization. The particular nature of use value, in which the value exists, or which now appears as capital's body, here appears as itself a determinant of the form and of the action of capital, as giving one capital a particular attribute as against another, as particularizing it. A single capital divides itself into particular sorts of capital, circulating and fixed. In the generality of capital, capital has these two aspects. In its aspect of circulating capital, capital's nature is to transform itself as quickly as possible, but at the same time it is also fixed capital, in that it must remain within a particular form for a shorter or longer period. The generality of capital expresses the two aspects which capital displays when it moves as one capital. However, when capital is invested in actual conditions of production, those periods must be differentiated, because capital as raw material may remain in that form for some shorter time, whereas it may remain much longer in the form of machinery. Both use value and value in raw materials are removed wholly and at one time from the process of production when they take on the form of the product. But the value of machinery is transferred to the product only bit by bit, and whilst it is still operating, its use value remains as a whole during the productive process until the machine is completely used up. Provision for workers, the actual form which wages take, also behaves like raw material in the productive process, and it belongs to circulating capital. When Marx is considering the generality of capital, he calls this process in which capital moves as one capital the whole production process of capital or the whole process. But now the whole process has been divided into large-scale circulation and small-scale circulation, in which capital moves at different speeds according to the different sorts of use value in which its value is materialized. Small-scale circulation between capital and labor power. This accompanies the production process and appears as contract, exchange, form of intercourse, under the presupposition of which the production process engages itself. The part of capital entering into the circulation, the approvisionment, is circulating capital par excellence. It is determined not only in respect to its form, in addition to this, its use value, i.e. its material determination as product consumable and directly entering into individual consumption, itself constitutes a part of the determination of form. Large-scale circulation, the movement of capital outside the production phase, where its time appears in opposition to labor time, as circulation time. From this opposition of capital engaged in the production sphere to capital stepping out of it, the distinction between fluid and fixed capital is produced. Fixed is that which is fixated in the production process and is consumed within it, comes out of large-scale circulation, certainly, but does not return into it, and, in so far as it circulates only in order to be consumed in, confined to, the consumption process. While, up to now, fixed capital and circulating capital appeared simply as different passing determinations of capital, they have now hardened into two particular modes of its existence, and circulating capital appears beside fixed capital. Now two particular sorts of capital exist. In so far as one capital is considered in a particular branch of production, it appears as divided into these two portions, or splits into these two sorts of capital in a certain proportion. The difference within the production process, originally between the means of labor and materials for labor, and finally the product of labor, now appears as circulating capital and fixed capital. The distinction of capital in terms of its simply material aspect is now taken into its form itself, and appears as differentiating it. This whole process corresponds to the generality of capital, and small-scale and large-scale circulation are the actual processes in which one capital is particularized and differentiated into two kinds of capital. The value of one capital appears in the two particular sorts of capital, i.e. circulating capital and fixed capital. These are positive and negative aspects of the generality of capital. The positive aspect appears as circulating capital when it is raw material and wage provision, and the negative aspect appears as fixed capital when it is machinery. This way of comprehending concepts is based on the hypothetical judgment in Hegel's logic. According to their substantiality, the two terms receive the shape of independent actuality. Their identity is only inward, and thus the actuality of the one is at the same time not its own, but the being of the other. This is the hypothetical judgment. Point 4. As with the preceding categorical judgment, Hegel here again equates substantiality with an independent subject. Thinking in economic terms, however, Marx does not take subject to be substance. Substance is objectified labor in a certain material product, and objectified labor is then abstracted through the value relation from the concrete labor embodied in the product. Subject, however, is the form of value which exists in the relation of private exchange and appears to move from one exchange relation to another. In that way, positive and negative aspects of capital are externalized into two outward appearances, circulating and fixed capital. Marx regards circulating and fixed capital as a development from the component parts of capital in the valorization process. He divides the whole value of capital into constant capital and variable capital, and in doing so, he refers to Hegel's the whole and the parts. He does the same thing in considering circulating and fixed capital. In the valorization process, value and use value are not yet mediated with respect to capital. This material side, or its determination as use value and as real process, did not at all coincide with its determination of form. Now, however, with the distinction between circulating capital and fixed capital, the distinction of the elements as use value is posited simultaneously as a distinction within capital as capital, in its determination of form. In Marx's consideration of the turnover of capital in the grundrisse, differences in use value appear to determine the flow of the value of productive capital. The whole value of one capital is particularized into two parts, circulating and fixed capital. Properties of circulating capital and fixed capital, and force and its manifestation. In the valorization process, Marx grasps that the productive forces of labor are manifested as a force of capital. Using Hegel's force and its manifestation, he characterizes the properties of circulating and fixed capital as follows. In fixed capital, the social productive force of labor posited as property inherent in capital, including the scientific power as well as the combination of social forces within the production process, and finally, the skill transposed from direct labor into the machine, into the dead productive force. In circulating capital, by contrast, the exchange of labors, of the different branches of labor, their interlacing and system forming, the coexistence of productive labors, appears as a property of capital. The productive forces of social labor, which are realized with the aid of science, are absorbed into machinery and manifested as a property of fixed capital. Individual labors are combined socially through circulating variable capital in the form of wage provision. Therefore, productive forces, which derive from social relations, are manifested as a property of circulating capital. Marx's analysis of these manifestations of the force of capital as a reification of the productive forces of labor is related to Hegel's The Thing and its properties in the doctrine of essence. A thing has the property of affecting this or that in another thing and of expressing itself in a peculiar manner in its relation to it. It demonstrates this property only under the condition that the other thing has a corresponding constitution, but at the same time the property is proper to the first thing and is itself identical substrate. It is for this reason that this reflected quality is called property. 5. In Hegel's view, a property belongs to the thing itself. But in Marx's contrasting view, what seems to be the property of a thing is in fact a reification of social labor in the form of scientific power or collective force materialized into things such as machinery or wage provision. In capitalism, those forces are actualized through the objects with which the capitalist is characteristically concerned. Marx's critical application of Hegel's The Thing and its properties to the turnover of capital corresponds to his use of force and its manifestation in considering the valorization process. Hegel presumes that a thing itself is an independent existence expressing its own properties in relation to other things. Marx criticizes this view, suggesting that in the modern economic sphere, which Hegel unconsciously describes in abstract terms in the Logic, he has been influenced by the British political economists, e.g. Smith and Ricardo. In Marx's view, Hegel's properties of things are not properties of the things as such, but properties that forms of capital in production and circulation have mediated so that they appear in material things. Marx's critique of Hegel is also applicable to the political economists. They are obsessed with the appearance of the turnover of capital, which displays a ceaseless expansion in material production as the circular process from production through circulation and back to production is repeated. In that process, the turnover of productive capital from circulation through production and back to circulation becomes immanent within the turnover of productive capital. Consequently, the political economists mistake the properties of circulating capital for properties of things such as raw materials or wage provisions, or the properties of fixed capital for those of things such as machinery in which capital is materialized. Marx criticizes the political economists, using terms from The Thing and its properties. The crude materialism of the economists, who regard social relations of production among people, and determinations which pertain to objects that capitalists are concerned with, as they are subsumed under these relations, as natural properties of things, is likewise a crude idealism, even fetishism, which imputes social relations to things as immanent determinations, and thus mystifies them. For example, in the grundrisse, machinery is circulating capital so long as it circulates as commodities. In that way it is potential fixed capital in circulation. However, political economists, such as Ricardo, distinguish between circulating and fixed capital according to the natural, physical properties inherent in them, the physical properties in which the value of capital has been incarnated. Ricardo ascribes an annual return from capital, e.g. profit or interest, to natural properties of things by analogy with a tree bearing fruit. Marx writes, capital itself as processing, hence, as accomplishing one turnover, is regarded as working capital, and the fruits, which it is supposed to yield, are calculated according to its working time, the total circulation time of one turnover. The mystification which thereby takes place lies in the nature of capital. Economists are obsessed with accrued materialism, because unawares they mistake properties inherent in the value relation or capital relation for properties of material things, and in that way they misunderstand the materialization of capitalist concern. They are also afflicted with accrued idealism, because they do not notice that the value relation and capital relation, which are both ideal par excellence and are alienated mediations of the power of thought, are materialist in material things. Instead they presume that a thing in itself, e.g. gold, is the origin of an ideal property, e.g. value. Thus Marx demonstrates that capitalist value consciousness is inherent in the turnover of productive capital, and then he shows how it is transformed into a consciousness that is permeated with crude materialism and with idealism. For Marx, materialism is never understood in terms of reflection theory, as found in Stalinist Marxism. Rather it signifies that human beings arise from nature, and in that way nature is their mater, or matter. Human beings must also derive a living from nature or matter. Marx's materialism indicates that humans have a substantial dependence on nature or matter, and in other words, it is a naturalism associated with the humanism manifested in the economic and philosophical manuscripts. Moreover, in the prehistory of modern society, the material life that humans must engage in takes on alienated forms in history. In spite of alienation, however, a process of social development gradually prepares a real possibility for human emancipation. Alienation in class society, typically value relations and capital relations, rules and develops the material forces of nature itself and the powers of human nature. This proceeds to an extreme point at which alienation ceases to exist. Therefore Marx's materialism has another sense, in that historical forms predominate over natural matter, such as human beings and nature itself. But in his view the formal structures through which this predominance is exercised are destined for collapse. The conversion of the law of appropriation and causality. Marx again discusses the conversion of the law of appropriation, this time with respect to his division of the whole process of capital circulation into small-scale circulation and large-scale circulation. Through the exchange of capital with labor power in small-scale circulation, capital absorbs the surplus product and realizes it as surplus value. When this circuit of money capital is repeated at least twice, the law of exchange of equivalents becomes merely formal, because a non-equivalent is appropriated, namely surplus value. In explaining the conversion of the law of appropriation at the end of his discussion of generality of capital, Marx refers to Hegel's absolute necessity. Here, however, the conversion is linked to Hegel's causality or reciprocity between cause and effect, which follows absolute necessity in his logic. For Marx, the use value of a commodity functions as cause, because the means of consumption reproduces human life, and the means of production is consumed in order to provide new products. The specific use value of labor power is the cause of the valorization of capital, because only labor power can create the new value from which surplus value is ultimately derived. By contrast, he considers the exchange value of a commodity as effect, because of its relationship to use value as cause. In this exchange, then, the laborer receives the equivalent of the labor time objectified in him, and gives his value-creating, value-increasing living labor time. He sells himself as effect. As cause, as activity, he is absorbed and incarnated in capital. Thus the exchange converts into its opposite, and the laws of private property, liberty, equality, property in one's own labor, and free disposition over it convert into the laborer's propertylessness and exteriorization of his labor, into his relation to it as alien property and vice versa. In his consideration of capitalist production as a dynamic system, Marx does not apply a one-sided causality, moving simply from cause to effect. Instead he uses an organic causality, e.g. in his discussion of the process of reproduction of an economic system. This is a kind of causality captured by Hegel in his logic, where effect turns into cause as a process proceeds from one phase to the next. Because of the laborer's propertylessness or alienation from the product of labor, the laborer is once again forced to work and to reproduce this propertylessness, which appears as the capitalist's appropriation of unpaid labor. However, Marx does not repeat his discussion of the conversion of the law of appropriation, but redefines his view by including in it the concrete form of provision for the laborer in terms of circulating capital. The laborer's approvisionement arises out of the production process, as product, as result, but it never enters as such into the production process, because it is a finished product for individual consumption, enters immediately into the laborer's consumption, and is immediately exchanged for it. This, therefore, as distinct from raw material as well as instrument, is the circulating capital par excellence. Point 6. Here Marx's description advances to the reproduction of the relation between capital and labor, because he relates the conversion of the law of appropriation to Hegel's reciprocity between cause and effect. But once again he divides the whole process into small-scale and large-scale circulation. This precedes his consideration of the turnover of capital. Then he takes up the process of reproduction through circulation, i.e. the determination of fixed and circulating capital as individuality. Therefore his treatment of the conversion of the law of appropriation with reference to Hegel's causality is properly considered as part of the discussion of reproduction through circulation. The individual determination and the disjunctive judgment. Marx now advances to the third determination, individuality, in which he clarifies the process of reproduction for 7 through simple circulation in which use value is merely replaced. Since we speak here of capital as such, capital in the process of becoming, we are not yet concerned with anything else in addition, in that the many capitals are not yet present for us nothing but it itself and simple circulation. Marx touches on the relation between capital in general and simple circulation when he again considers the determination generality. As commodity, capital throws itself out of its own circulation into general circulation, and, again as commodity, capital leaves general circulation and enters its own course, issuing into the production process. The circulation of capital thus contains a relation to general circulation, of which its own circulation forms a moment, while the latter likewise appears as posited by capital. This to be examined later. This to be examined later refers to Marx's consideration of the reproduction process of one capital through simple circulation, which occurs in the discussion of particularizing capital in the grundrisse. Firstly, the product of capital is defined as circulating capital. In circulating capital, through the twofold character of labor, circulating variable capital is wholly reproduced, surplus value is created, and the whole circulating constant capital and a part of fixed constant capital are preserved, so C equals V plus S plus CC plus CF. In large-scale circulation, the commodity as circulating capital is sold and transformed into money as circulating capital, so C, M. Secondly, capital purchases the objective and subjective conditions of its reproduction in the same process of circulation where M, C. Following Smith, Marx presupposes that one capital as subject in bourgeois society produces its means of consumption and is supplied with them through large-scale circulation. In that process of simple circulation it purchases 1. The means of production, which consist of raw material as circulating capital, considered as the product of an abstract producer supplied with provisions and raw materials from circulating capital. 2. The means of labor, especially machinery which has also been produced and sold in the same way as raw materials. Machinery is sold as circulating capital, and it becomes fixed capital in actu in the production process. Labor power is sold in the course of small-scale circulation, and it is reproduced through individual consumption of the means for life. In large-scale circulation it is sold as circulating capital. The capitalist obtains a portion of surplus value as a fund for individual life, and the capitalist purchases the means of consumption for self-renewal as the mediator for capital. One capital thus reproduces its own value and use value as well as the capital, labor relationship, this happens in the forms of circulating and fixed capital. What should not be overlooked here is the fact that both circulating and fixed capital, into which one capital particularizes itself, are transformed into value and use value in the process of reproduction through circulation, yet the differences between circulating and fixed capital are preserved. This process by which capital is reproduced through circulation incorporates a reciprocity such that fixed capital, e.g. machinery, is produced with circulating capital, e.g. provisions and raw materials, and circulating capital itself is then reproduced through the use of fixed capital. Although circulating capital and fixed capital now appear as two different sorts, circulating capital is still posited through the consumption, the wear of fixed capital, while fixed capital, for its part, exists only as circulating capital transformed into this determinate form. Because the determination of capital as such comes from circulation, capital as the notion starts off in the form of money as potential capital. The substantial form of this potential capital is circulating capital. Provisions and raw materials must take the form of circulating capital, and so does machinery. Assuming the process of production of capital, all capital returns only in the form of a circulating capital, hence fixed capital can be renewed only by a process in which a part of circulating capital becomes fixed, hence, by the employment of part of the raw materials produced, and a part of labor consumed for the production of fixed capital. The two sorts of capital circulating and fixed into which one capital is particularized, have once again become one capital or individuality through a reciprocal transformation between them in terms of value and use value. Marx's view on the mediation of use value by value, introduced at the beginning of the chapter on capital, is thus in continuous use up to this point. Capital now appears in the determinate form of circulating capital as a whole, maintaining particular moments of the two sorts of capital circulating and fixed within itself, so the positive aspect of generality emerges once again, and all capital is circulating capital. Individuality as the unity of generality and particularity, as traced in Hegel's disjunctive judgment, is applied by Marx to the reproduction of one capital through simple circulation. If, in this exteriorization of the notion, its inner identity is at the same time posited, the general is the genus which is self-identical in its exclusive individuality. This judgment, which has this general for both its terms, the one time as general, the other time as the circle of its self-excluding particularization in which either, or as much as well as is the genus, is the disjunctive judgment. Generality, at first as genus, and now also as the circuit of its species, is thus determined as posited as totality. 8. Through its differentiation into either circulating capital or fixed capital, one capital is now united as individuality, a state in which it is circulating capital as well as fixed capital. The differences between them are still preserved in this process of reproduction through circulation. In the process of particularization, one capital becomes individuality in the form of circulating capital as a whole. This is an individuality that is unified as a totality, including the particularizing moments preserved within it. This disjunctive judgment is most in evidence when Marx grasps the process of reproduction of one capital through simple circulation. Second critique of Hegel's system. Thus far one capital has re-emerged from circulation as one capital or a totality, in which circulating and fixed capital once again exclude each other. But this is no longer a simple whole of money capital, as it is at the beginning of Marx's consideration of the generality of capital. Money as capital has first become the general notion of capital, and then capital as the general notion begins to particularize itself as two kinds of capital circulating and fixed according to the specific material moment in which the value of capital is mediated. At the peak of its particularization, the two kinds of capital are transformed into each other, so the process of reproduction of one capital then forms a complex structure as one totality with particular determinations preserved. Marx's method in constructing a critique of political economy, defined in his introduction to the Grundrisse, is one of appropriating the concrete, in order to reproduce theoretically the structure of bourgeois society in which capital is dominant. This process of becoming one totality is presupposed logically and historically by Marx. At the beginning of his consideration of the generality of capital, Marx refers to Hegel's positing reflection in order to clarify the reciprocal relationship between presupposition and positing in the bourgeois economic system as it reproduces itself. He then adds that the system has historical presuppositions which were posited in the past. Therefore, the historical origination of capitalism is described after he considers the accumulation of capital, and it forms a criterion for determining which basic conditions are required for capitalism. This analysis is carried out in the section of the Grundrisse known as pre-capitalist economic formations. This analysis implies a critique of Hegel's view of circular systems as closed. Marx demonstrates that capitalism is an open system with respect to the past, because its conditions of existence were posited in a pre-capitalist period. But with his theory of disposable time, he also predicts that capitalism contains within itself a possibility that it will cease to exist in future. Thus he shows that capitalism is a historical phenomenon that is open with respect to both past and future. At the end of Marx's discussion of particularity of capital, he confirms that the exchange between capital and labor is indispensable to capital accumulation, and he inquires further how free laborers came to exist in the past. Those laborers are free in a twofold sense, in that they are citizens with equal rights in modern society, and they are also free, i.e. alienated from the means of production which remain the property of others. Quoting from Sir Frederick Morton Eden's The State of the Poor, or An History of the Labouring Classes in England from the Conquest etc., Marx points out that civilized institutions guarantee the right for a small number of non-laborers to appropriate products made by workers, leaving some of their labor unpaid. Our zone requires labor for the satisfaction of needs, and therefore at least one part of society must always tirelessly labor, others labor in the arts etc., and some, who do not work, still have the products of diligence at their disposal. For this, these proprietors have only civilization and order to thank, they are purely the creatures of civilized institutions. Marx also notes that the bloody legislation of Henry VII, Henry VIII, Edward VI, and Elizabeth I de facto forced peasants to become wage laborers for capitalists. But he also recognizes that disposable time is a potential within surplus value as produced by capitalism, and that this potential develops further as fixed capital increases. This disposable time corresponds as a potential to the development of workers' organizations, and he forecasts that they will become aware of their own abilities and powers, which have for so long been appropriated by capitalists. In that way he describes a phenomenology of mind or spirit that develops towards human freedom. The creation of a large quantity of disposable time apart from necessary labor time for society generally and each of its members, this creation of non-labor time appears in the stage of capital, as of all earlier ones, as non-labor time, free time, for a few. What capital adds is that it increases the surplus labor time of the mass by all the means of art and science, because its wealth consists directly in the appropriation of surplus labor time, since value directly is its purpose, not use value. It is thus, despite itself, instrumental in creating the means of social disposable time, in order to reduce labor time for the whole society to a diminishing minimum, and thus to free everyone's time for their own development. But its tendency always, on the one side, to create disposable time, on the other, to convert it into surplus labor. The more this contradiction develops, the more does it become evident that the growth of the forces of production can no longer be bound up with the appropriation of alien labor, but that the mass of laborers must themselves appropriate their own surplus labor. Once they have done so, and disposable time thereby ceases to have an opposite existence. The way in which disposable time is removed from the hands of capitalists and freed for the enjoyment of workers is demonstrated theoretically as follows. In capitalism, workers are separated from the products of their labor, which include the means of production and the means of consumption. Those products are produced from matter by their own labor as form. Their alienation from the products of their own labor amounts to an indefensible separation from matter or nature, which is vital to human life. Because of their alienation from matter, and because of their pressing need for the means of life, they must alienate their own labor power once again to the capitalist, who holds exclusive sway over the means of production. By virtue of this, the capitalist controls production as the mediator for capital and so monopolizes mental labor. The capitalist forces workers to engage in physical labor, and this alienation from matter causes an alienation from labor as form. The universal truth that human beings arise from the natural world and cannot live without material contact with nature is deformed under capitalism, because capitalists have exclusive ownership of matter as land and the products of labor. Desperate for the means of subsistence, wage laborers must alienate their labor power by the hour, and they become obedient to capitalist command. This relationship between capitalist and laborer can be expressed in terms of Aristotle's theory of cause as follows. Final cause for laborers is a representation in advance of the end product of their activity. This is alienated to the capitalist. The laborer obtains material cause as the means of consumption and engages in labor that is merely physical. This is efficient cause under capitalist control. The capitalist has exclusive ownership over the means of production or material cause, and then takes on the task of mental labor as final cause. This is not the same final cause as occurs in the labor process, but is rather an alienated, abstract practice that pursues an increase in the value of capital through identifying and manipulating its various shapes. In that way Aristotle's four causes are linked within the production process of capital, pursued through the relation of commodity exchange. Because there is a motive for obtaining surplus profit, each individual capitalist manages and controls the production process at the micro level through rational planning. Capitalist practice at that level is final cause. On the macro level, however, the practice of capitalists considered as a whole becomes efficient cause 9, and this brings two unexpected effects: relative surplus value, and a decrease in the general rate of profit. Each capitalist aims to reduce the value of each individual product in order to obtain a margin between socially established value and the value of an individual product, thus obtaining a surplus profit, for which capitalists compete with each other. To obtain this margin, capitalists introduce machinery in order to increase the productivity of labor, and so the value of an individual product decreases. This innovative aspect of competition transforms the process of production into a scientific process of industrial development. It also pushes individual laborers to realize their collective power in terms of scientific knowledge. The capitalist must educate the laborer as manager and controller of this scientific production process, so a process of education, which is initially in the interest of the capitalist, paradoxically realizes some of the laborer's potential power. This change occurs in the development of the means of production, which proceeds from tools, used by skilled laborers, up to machinery, in which human skills are overtaken by a scientific analysis of production as a mechanized process. Skilled physical labor is then replaced by machinery, which is the power of science made manifest. In Aristotle's terms, efficient cause in the productive process is no longer human hands but machinery. Marx writes, "No longer does the laborer insert a modified natural object as middle link between the object and himself, rather, he inserts the process of nature which he transforms into an industrial process, as means between himself and inorganic nature, mastering it. He steps to the side of the production process instead of being its main agency. In this transformation, it is neither the direct human labor he himself performs, nor the time during which he works, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive force, his understanding of nature and his mastery over it through his existence as social body. It is, in a word, the development of the social individual which appears as the great foundation stone of production and of wealth. The theft of alien labor time, on which the present wealth is based, appears a miserable foundation in the face of this new one, created by large-scale industry itself. It exists merely as agency for the transformation of the raw material into the product. To the degree that large industry develops, the creation of real wealth comes to depend less on labor time and on the amount of labor employed than on the power of the agencies set in motion during labor time, whose powerful effectiveness is itself in turn out of all proportion to the direct labor time spent on their production, but depends rather on the general state of science and on the progress of technology, or the application of the science to production. In the production process, efficient cause or agent is thus transformed from physical labor into machinery. At the same time, the laborer, rather than the capitalist, takes on the role of final cause. The laborer changes from efficient cause to final cause, and tools are converted from material cause into machinery or efficient cause. Simultaneously, physical labor as efficient cause becomes mental labor or final cause. The main efficient cause of the capitalist production process changes from skilled labor or living labor to automatic machinery or dead labor. This transition suggests that living labor, which has hitherto been the general substance of capital and the mediator in reproducing the material and subjective conditions of the capital relation, now begins to vanish from the production process. This means that capitalist development tends to let the substance of value diminish almost to zero, and so it destroys its own basis. The value objectified in machinery appears as a presupposition against which the value-creating force of the individual labor power is an infinitesimal vanishing magnitude. While the productivity of labor increases without limit, living labor or V plus S added to the product tends to diminish almost to zero. At the same time, the durability of machinery improves, so fixed constant capital, which is transferred to and preserved in the product, diminishes, and circulating constant capital cheapens, because of the increased productivity of labor. In that way the value of the product or C plus V plus S decreases. Paradoxically, each capitalist's capacity for innovation, which derives from striving for surplus profit, causes the law of value to collapse, and hence the capitalist mode of production. After that there is no capital, and therefore no capitalist or wage laborer. Instead there are free workers, who organize themselves in a scientific system of production. They manage and control the system in accordance with high standards, so they are now free subjects in social production, regaining their own final cause. Surplus labor time, extended under capitalist production, then becomes available for workers to apportion into material funds for social investment and disposable time for individual and social development. In history so far producers have been alienated from their final cause and forced to labor as an efficient cause through the capital relation. But in Marx's view, human beings arose with the two causes united. It is because of the profit motive that capitalism develops their mental abilities through an educational system and network of communication. At last they can recover this final cause in a highly advanced form. What nature has given to human beings can be separated from them by human action in society, but this final cause can be regained, and Marx includes these notions in his materialism. As explained above, efficient cause as physical ability is, so to speak, material cause in relation to final cause as mental ability. Mental ability is formal cause as such, which is generated on the basis of material cause in the human body. Efficient cause can be temporarily suspended within social relations, but in Marx's account it is destined to be reunited with its original material cause and final cause after its cultivation through the historical development of alienated societies. The mental ability of the wage laborer undergoes a developmental process through alienation in capitalist society. This may be called Marx's phenomenology of mind, which he develops from Hegel's phenomenology, and it is applied to the critique of political economy. For Marx, the human being arises from a material cause as such, develops as a formal cause, which reforms matter and develops human nature itself. Marx's materialism is associated with a view that human alienation as formal cause is destined to be transcended through its own development. Point 10. The purpose of Marx's critique of political economy is, inter alia, to demonstrate the validity of his materialism. In the Grundrisse he begins for the first time to carry out this task systematically. 5. The chapter on Capital and the Doctrine of Essence, Part 3, Individuality of Capital. Profit and Syllogism. In I. Generality of Capital, Marx considers the development or becoming of the notion of capital. And in 2. particularity of capital. He traces one capital, as representative of the notion, to its differentiation into two kinds of capital. He does this with reference to the judgment as outlined in Hegel's logic. In the final section 3, individuality of capital of his triadic structure, Marx grasps capital as a totality or individuality, with reference to Hegel's syllogism. At the conclusion of 2, particularity of capital, Marx establishes the division of capital into two kinds, fixed and circulating. Those two kinds of capital undergo mutual transformations in simple circulation within the reproduction process of one capital. The complex structure of this totality corresponds to Hegel's disjunctive judgment. However, as Hegel explains, this disruption of the notion, posited by its proper activity in differentiating its moments, is the judgment, the significance of which after this must be comprehended as the particularizing of the notion. Point 1. The real content of the disjunctive judgment is something more than that of the judgment as such, since it demonstrates that the general becomes the individual through its extreme particularization. For Hegel this constitutes the syllogism. The actual is an individual, which, through the particularity, raises itself to the generality and makes itself identical with itself. The actual is one, but it is also the divergence from each other of the moments of the notion, and the syllogism is the circulation of the intermediation of its moments, through which it posits itself as one. Hegel's syllogism consists of qualitative syllogism, syllogism of reflection and syllogism of necessity. The form in which the general becomes an individual through particularization is the final syllogism of necessity, equivalent to the disjunctive judgment. The two are equivalent because Hegel defines the disjunctive judgment as the circle of itself excluding particularization, and the syllogism of necessity as the totality of its particularizings. Marx considers the reproduction process of capital at the conclusion of 2, particularity of capital, and he treats profit in 3, individuality of capital. This order corresponds to the relation between the judgment and the syllogism in Hegel's logic. The process of reproduction is located in both sections 2 and 3, and this corresponds to the equivalence of judgment and syllogism. This syllogistic mode of thinking, in which actuality is understood as a self-reproducing organic structure, is common to the Grundrisse and to Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Point 2. Smith's theory of reproduction is contained in the chapters in Book I on the division of labor and in Book 2 on investment. Moreover, each chapter of Book 2 is described as reproduction theory. It is notable that Smith considers not only the material conditions of reproduction, but also profit and interest in relation to reproduction in Book 2, so the structure of Smith's theory can be seen in Marx's work in the Grundrisse. Marx develops the reproduction process at the end of 2, particularity of capital, where he investigates the material conditions of reproduction, citing Smith. And in the course of 3, individuality of capital, he treats profit in relation to the reproduction of capital. The Grundrisse has a syllogistic structure and an economic content which shows Marx's appropriation of both classic authors, Hegel and Smith. Profit of capital and positing reflection, ground, identity, and difference. Marx begins his discussion of 3, individuality of capital or capital as fructiferous as follows. Capital is now posited as the unity of production and circulation. Capital is now realized not only as value which reproduces itself and is hence perennial, but also as value which posits value. Through the absorption of living labor time and through the movement of its own circulation, it relates to itself as positing new value, as producer of value. It relates as the ground to surplus value, something grounded by it. Its movement consists of relating to itself, while it produces itself, as the ground of itself at the same time as what is grounded, as value presupposed to itself as surplus value, or to surplus value as posited by it. As demonstrated above, Marx defines the relation between capital and surplus value with reference to Hegel's positing reflection and ground. Here capital has posited itself as one totality, and it has established itself as value that ceaselessly produces new value, making the various moments of production and circulation into factors which create values. Capital appears as self-increasing value. However, value itself is the accumulation of surplus value extracted from an exploited wage laborer through the conversion of the law of appropriation. In other words, the presuppositions of capital are what capital itself has posited. This confirms that positing reflection, here referred to by Marx for the third time, clarifies the reciprocity between presupposition and positing. In the passage from the Grundrisse cited above, there is another reference to Hegel's logic. As mentioned at the beginning of the chapter on capital, the contradiction within the third determination of money as treasure or money as money dissolves itself into ground, i.e. production. This is de facto the production of commodities structured by capital at the point where commodities are produced for simple circulation. However, the capitalist does not aim at producing use value itself, but at obtaining surplus value, the form as content of value. Following the realization of this form as content, Marx redefines ground, not as simple commodity production, but as ground in relation to capital and surplus value. Because surplus value is posited by capital, capital is the ground of surplus value, and surplus value is what is grounded by capital. Hegel describes ground and the grounded. The determinateness of essence as ground is herewith twofold, that of the ground and the grounded. It is, first, essence as ground, determined as essence over against positedness, determined, that is as a non-positedness. Secondly, it is the grounded, the immediate, which however is not in and for itself, it is posited qua positedness. Point 3. The relation between ground and the grounded continues, because capital identifies itself as such through positing surplus value, so capital is grounded by surplus value, and surplus value is the ground of capital. The ground of surplus value, which grounds capital, is capital itself. The reciprocity between ground and the grounded is further developed in the transformation of surplus value into capital. Surplus value becomes capital. Thus surplus value grounded by capital changes into capital, its ground, and now posits surplus value. Surplus capital posits surplus value, or surplus capital grounds surplus value. Capital is thus transformed by surplus value, and the relation between capital and surplus value is one of identity. Hegel continues his exposition with a discussion of self-identity. This, therefore, is likewise self-identical, but is the identity of the negative with itself. The self-identical negative and the self-identical positive are now one and the same identity. For the ground is the identity of the positive or even of positedness, too, with itself, the grounded is positedness qua positedness, but this its reflection into self is the identity of the ground. Point 4. Ground at the beginning of I. Generality of capital refers simply to commodity production. There the contradiction within money in its third determination money as treasure or money as money dissolves itself, and capital posits surplus value. However, here both ground and the grounded illustrate the relation between capital and surplus value. Marx defines profit as a relation within surplus value itself. Capital relates to itself as self-increasing value, i.e. it relates to surplus value as something posited and grounded by it. It relates as wellspring of production, to itself as product, it relates to itself as producing value, as produced value. It therefore no longer measures the newly produced value by its real measure, the relation of surplus labor to necessary labor, but rather by itself as its presupposition. One capital of a certain value produces in a certain period of time a certain surplus value. Surplus value is thus measured by the value of the presupposed capital, capital thus posited as self-realizing value is profit. Surplus value is no longer measured with respect to variable capital, because capital is manifested as surplus value accumulated and transformed. Capital is now measured as a whole, i.e. the whole surplus value as accumulated value, because what has just been posited is identical with what has already been posited. Surplus value as a presupposition is the same as surplus value accumulated in the past, it is now shown to be no different from new surplus value. New surplus value is consequently measured within capital in the same way as old surplus value. Marx thus redefines surplus value as profit. After it has distinguished the profit, as newly reproduced value, from itself as presupposed, self-realizing value, and has posited profit as the measure of its realization, it transcends the separation again, and posits it in its identity to itself as capital which, grown by the amount of the profit, now begins the same process anew in larger dimensions. At the beginning of Generality of Capital, where Marx starts to explain the transition from money to capital, he refers to identity and difference. He does this to define capital as it exists in the sphere of circulation. Capital is the identity of value which persists through the mediation by the capitalist of various differences in its metamorphoses. Marx uses these two terms identity and difference in his initial definition of capital. Here he uses them to help grasp the relation between capital and surplus value when he redefines it as profit. Productive capital and the whole and its parts, force and its manifestation. Marx then defines capital as the equally productive, referring again to Hegel's the whole and its part and force and its manifestation. While capital is posited as profit positing, as a source of wealth independently of labor, each part of the capital is thereby assumed to be equally productive. Just as surplus value in the form of profit is measured against the whole value of the capital, so does it appear to be created equally by its different component parts. Thus its circulating part brings no more profit than the component part which forms the fixed capital, that is, profit relates equally to these component parts in proportion to their magnitude. Since capital has become one totality, each part of capital appears equally productive as a profit-producing factor of production. Labor no longer appears as the source of profit, and the productive forces of labor are perversely manifested as the force of capital. The whole of capital, not merely a particular part, appears as fructiferous. Here again Marx is evidently thinking of Hegel's force and its manifestation. In the valorization process, as Marx presents it in Generality of Capital, he connects Hegel's terms with the relation between the component parts of capital value, constant capital and variable capital, and the resultant surplus value. Here, however, Marx incorporates his analysis from particularity of capital, demonstrating that the productive forces of social labor collective and scientific appear as properties of circulating and fixed capital. He then demonstrates that circulation time, as well as production time, appear as equally productive with respect to the generation of profit. All the moments of capital are now manifest as factors of the force of capital. Marx's use of force and its manifestation is linked with his use of the whole and its parts mentioned above. Since every component part of capital appears to be equally productive, the whole capital value does not appear to be divided into various parts, but united into one totality. The value of capital appears as a simple whole at the transition of money to capital, but now seems to have become a determinate totality 5 for us, who have followed all the movements of capital after the transition. As capital appears to be one, so profit appears to be what each part of capital equally has brought about. Thus the component parts of capital disappear and capital appears as one. As already demonstrated, Hegel mistakes the whole for content, and parts for forms, but Marx suggests in the valorization process that the whole is the form of capital and the parts are its content or use value. And he clarifies this for the turnover of capital into particularity of capital, so that the whole is also its form and the parts are its content. In that content the form or value of capital is mediated, and capital divides into two kinds, circulating and fixed. Here in Marx's discussion of profit in 3. Individuality of capital, the two kinds of capital are transformed into each other in order to become one determinate totality, so capital returns to one and relates to surplus value as profit. Since capital enters wholly into production, and since, as capital, its various component parts are only formally distinct from one another, are equally sums of value, it follows that the positing of value appears to be equally inherent in them. Furthermore, since the part of the capital which exchanges for labor acts productively only in so far as the other parts of capital are posited together with it, and since the relation of this productivity is conditioned by the magnitude of the value etc., the various relations of these parts to one another, it follows that the positing of surplus value, of profit, appears to be determined by all parts of capital equally. In that way Marx demonstrates the reason why surplus value is determined as profit. This is because capital has become equally productive or one determinate totality, and he has further shown that capital and surplus value stand in a twofold relation to each other based on ground, and the grounded capital is grounded by surplus value, the ground for which is capital, and surplus value, grounded by capital, becomes capital, its ground. Form of production and form of distribution, and causality. Marx's next task is to trace the transformation of profit. The product of capital, thus, is profit. By relating to itself as profit, it relates to itself as the source of the production of value, and the rate of profit expresses the proportion by which it has increased its own value. But the capitalist is not merely capital. He has to live, and since he does not live by labor, he must live on profit, i.e. on the alien labor he appropriates. Thus capital is posited as the source of wealth. Since it has incorporated productivity into itself as its immanent attribute, capital relates to profit as revenue. Surplus value is now determined not only as profit but also as revenue. However, Marx has not yet distinguished between the revenue of capital itself and revenue as the fund for maintaining the capitalist as an individual. As defined above, revenue is part of profit, which is distributed to the capitalist as a fund for subsistence. Profit is now divided into individual revenue for the capitalist and the fund for capital accumulation. For the conversion of the law of appropriation, all surplus value was presumed to be in transformation to surplus capital, and there it was shown that the more surplus value is transformed into capital, the less original non-surplus capital remains. It gradually diminishes to a magnitude Evans sense 0.6. In the reproduction process considered at the end of 2. Particularity of capital, use value itself is replaced through circulation, so it is now theoretically possible to divide profit into funds for capital accumulation and funds for maintaining the capitalist as an individual. Then the original capital, presumed to contain no surplus value, is paid out from time to time for subsistence. But over time it is replaced by surplus value. In that way the capitalist's original fund is not independent as political economists sometimes claimed of the surplus value generated by laborers. From the laborer's standpoint, variable capital is a wage fund for maintaining the laborer's life, so a part of profit is revenue for the capitalist. Therefore the conditions for reproduction are now posited not only in objective but in subjective terms. Thus profit appears as a form of distribution, like wages. But since capital can grow only through the retransformation of profit into surplus capital, profit is at the same time a form of production for capital, just exactly as wages are a mere relation of production from the standpoint of capital, a relation of distribution from the laborer's standpoint. This shows that the relations of distribution are themselves produced by the relations of production, and represent the latter themselves from another point of view. It shows further that the relation of production to consumption is posited by production itself. Profit as revenue, i.e. a fund for maintaining the capitalist, is a form of distribution. Profit, however, is a form of production from the viewpoint of the capitalist, since, on the one hand, it reproduces the capitalist as the mediator of capital, and, on the other hand, it is transformed into surplus capital. The situation is the same with wages. Though wages appear as a form of distribution for the laborer, they are also a form of production for the capitalist, who organizes and manages production, and under whom the laborer is subsumed as the actual mediator of capital through the twofold character of labor, creator of new values and preserver of old. As we have previously seen in the introduction to the Grundrisse, forms of distribution are linked to forms of production through the reproduction process, which includes productive consumption and individual consumption for subsistence. Forms of distribution, such as profit and wages, are results of the production of capital, and they become presuppositions for the next round in production. While profit thus appears in one respect as the result of capital, it appears in the other as the presupposition of capital formation. Thus is posited anew the circular movement in which the result appears as presupposition. This circular relation between result and presupposition, or effect and cause, is based on Hegel's relationship of causality in the logic. According to its identity with the cause itself, the effect is defined as cause, and at the same time as an other cause, which again has another effect, and so on forever. The causal relation in which effect in the form of distribution appears as a presupposition in the form of production, is similar to the relation causality described by Hegel above. Point 7 in Marx's discussion of reproduction at the end of I. Generality of capital. He clarifies the accumulation of value and the reproduction of capital. In discussing reproduction again at the end of 2. Particularity of capital, he considers the process of accumulation of value and the replacement of use value. Here at the end of 3. Individuality of capital, he demonstrates not only the reproduction of objects but also the reproduction of subjects within the capital relation, as production and distribution are reciprocal. Third critique of Hegel's system. At the end of 3. Individuality of capital, Marx again criticizes Hegel's circular system, because it reflects capitalism in abstract terms. He argues that Hegel's closed, logical system is actually historical. It has an origin in the past and will vanish in future, so it is open in both directions. He accomplishes this task by using his theories of primitive accumulation and disposable time. In discussing the accumulation of capital at the end of I. Generality of capital, Marx presents the process of reproduction of capital as apparently eternal, but then he reveals the way that accumulation is dependent on given historical conditions. At the beginning of his chapter on capital in the Grundrisse, he assumes that the basic conditions of capitalism are presupposed, and he traces them logically as reproduction takes place through capital accumulation. This necessitates another discussion of the way that these primitive conditions are posited historically. In other words, his theory of primitive accumulation 8 requires a theory of the accumulation of capital, which he uses as a criterion for discovering what kinds of conditions gave rise to capitalism in the past. Marx's study of primitive accumulation is limited to an account of the way that surplus value is generated as primitive accumulation takes place. The predominant forms of capital were mercantile capital and usury. Both forms were often linked, as the surplus labor of independent small-scale producers was absorbed as mercantile profit or interest through the putting out system. In that way, independent producers were transformed into wage laborers as their independence became merely nominal. Eventually they were organized into manufacture, which was then transformed into industrial capital. The commodity relation gains ground, and the degree of this transformation, primitive accumulation, can be measured. When the commodity relation covers not only a surplus product but also the necessary product, the fund to reproduce the labor power of the producer, labor power itself becomes a commodity. When the necessary product has become a commodity, labor power is alienated from the products necessary for its own reproduction, because they are the property of another person, i.e. the capitalist. Workers buy necessary products with the money which they earn as wages. In short, there are 4 instances of transformation: mercantile capital into industrial capital, surplus value from mercantile profit into industrial profit, necessary products into commodities, and labor power into a commodity. Point 9. Marx quotes Smith's descriptions of commercial capital in The Wealth of Nations from notes that he made on the French edition, just before writing the economic and philosophical manuscripts. Marx aims to show that capitalism is never a closed, eternal system, but one with an origin in the past. Then, with his theory of disposable time, Marx puts the future of capitalism into perspective. He has already demonstrated why, in his view, capitalism will cease to exist. He has done this through his analysis into particularity of capital, of the way that machinery or fixed capital develops. Here again he points out that capitalism will vanish in future, losing its presuppositions. These are the presuppositions on which the alienated relation between the capitalist and the wage laborer is grounded. This twisting and inversion is a real, not a merely supposed one existing merely in the imagination of the laborers and the capitalists. But obviously this process of inversion is a merely historical necessity, a necessity for the development of the productive forces solely from a specific point of departure, or basis, but in no way an absolute necessity of production, rather, a vanishing one, and the result and the purpose of this process is to transcend this basis itself, together with this form of the process. The bourgeois economists are so much cooped up within the representations of a determinate historic stage of development of society that the necessity of the objectification of the social powers of labor appears to them as inseparable from the necessity of their alienation vis-a-vis living labor. Evidently Marx intends to critis not only the bourgeois political economists, but also Hegel, since he comments that the alienation of wage laborers is never an absolute necessity, but a merely historical necessity. Therefore it is not a supposed phenomenon existing merely in the imagination of the laborers and the capitalists, but a real. For Marx, Hegel's idealism is not merely philosophical speculation. It is rather a real expression of the relations of modern private property. It is a philosophical expression of its own economic background, i.e. the relation of value and capital. As the basic relation of modern bourgeois society, it is inevitably conditioned by real persons when it actually appears. For that reason Marx critically suggests that Hegel's logic, in which an ideal subject or idea appears to posit itself and all other objects, is similar to political economy, in which value and capital do likewise. Marx foresees the transcendence of capitalist alienation and the possibility of the realization of freedom. But with the transcendence of the immediate character of living labor, as merely individual, or as general merely internally or merely externally tend with the positing of the activity of individuals as immediately general or social activity, the objective moments of production are stripped of this form of alienation, they are thereby posited as property, as the organic social body within which the individuals reproduce themselves as individuals, but as social individuals. We have already seen that Aristotle's theory of cause is applied by Marx in his demonstration of the way the alienation of the wage laborer will be transcended as capitalist society develops. Here in 3. Individuality of capital he also relates this to disposable time. In the production of relative surplus value, he writes, the possibility of which is already posited in the presupposed growth of the population and training to labor. Potential free time in capitalist society appears in alienated forms and is only partially appropriated by the non-laboring population. However, workers gradually become aware that potential free time is an estranged form of their own productive force, and that it is stimulated as productive forces develop their collective and scientific labor. This process, in which the consciousness of workers develops, is also the process in which their forces are regained. Free disposable time will be realized for them as true wealth. Marx's perspective is based on his recognition of capitalist alienation and propertylessness as a merely historical necessity. He grasps the history of alienation as a phenomenological process, so freedom becomes possible when capitalist alienation is recognized as a historical necessity. That historical necessity, in Marx's view, will eventually vanish, and he supports that judgment with his critique of political economy. By contrast, Hegel asserts that freedom consists in knowing absolute necessity and nothing more. The process of necessity is so directed that it overcomes the rigid externality which it first had and reveals its inwardness, by which it then presents what are bound together as not factually alien to each other, but other moments of a whole, each of which, in its relation to the other, is with itself and combines with itself. This is the transfiguration of necessity into freedom. The process of necessity mentioned above appears at first glance to be very similar to the way Marx sees capital. He starts from money capital as a whole and in the end reveals it be one determinate totality in which various moments are bound up with each other. And he shares with Hegel an understanding that knowledge involves tracing a process of necessity. However, Hegel stays within the sphere of cognition, because for him knowing is practice itself. He thinks that the world or cosmos is created in such a way that knowing objectifies itself, and that knowing comes to know itself. For him the universe is what knowing knows. What is objectified is nothing but knowing itself, so for him knowledge alone can count as practice. Knowing is thus the substance of all that is objectified and presents itself as subject through its spiritual labor of objectification. Necessity for Hegel implies this process of knowing coming to know itself. When knowing comes to know itself thoroughly, it is transfigured into freedom, which is, in other words, absolute knowing. For Hegel necessity does not vanish but reappears as freedom. For Marx, necessity as an object of historical knowledge is a historical necessity, e.g. capital. In the process of tracing capital from a whole to one determinate totality, he reveals the real possibility of practical transcendence. Exposing the genesis of capital indicates to wage laborers a possibility for emancipation. Wage laborers will develop step by step a consciousness alternative to the bourgeois value consciousness prevalent in capitalist society. In that way they come to recognize that the force of capital is in fact a perverse form of their own potential. Marx's task is to grasp capitalism as a historical necessity, vanishing in future, and to show that it is accompanied by the discovery of the real human subject in practice and the possibility for realizing freedom for all. Freedom for Hegel is limited to the theory of absolute necessity. For Marx, theoretical recognition of the possibility for freedom embodies a specific claim. His claim is that the possibility for freedom can be changed into an actuality, and that such a criterion of realization is an appropriate one against which to test his theory. Point 11. Thus he points out the mission to realize this possibility for human freedom that rests with the working class. In his critique of political economy he characterizes contemporary capitalism as the last system of private property, or the last stage of prehistory of class societies in the natural history of mankind. The subjective and objective conditions for advancing to human history proper, a classless society, thus mature in capitalism. It is evident that the material productive force already present, already worked out, existing in the form of fixed capital, together with the scientific power and the population etc., in short all conditions of wealth, that the greatest conditions for the reproduction of wealth, i.e. the abundant development of the social individual, that the development of the productive forces brought about by the historical development of capital itself, when it reaches a certain point, transcends the self-increasing value of capital, instead of positing it. Beyond a certain point, the development of the productive forces becomes a barrier for capital, hence the capital relation a barrier for the development of the productive forces of labor. When it has reached this point, capital, i.e. wage labor, enters into the same relation, towards the development of social wealth and productive forces, as the guild system, serfdom, slavery, and is necessarily stripped off as a fetter. The last shape of servitude, which human activity assumes, that of wage labor, on one side, capital on the other, is thereby cast off like a skin, and this casting off itself is the result of the mode of production corresponding to capital, material and mental conditions of the negation of wage labor and of capital, themselves already the negation of earlier forms of unfree social production, are themselves results of its production process. In the passage above from the Grundrisse, Marx comes to a conclusion that enables him to rewrite his manuscript chapter on money. That rewritten version is the so-called original text of a contribution to the critique of political economy, and after completing that draft, he prepared the finished manuscript for publication. In the famous preface 12 to that work, published in 1859, he describes capitalism as the last stage of the prehistory of mankind, a point of entry into its universal history.